new age is upon us, and yet the past refuses to rest in its shallow grave. For those who hide behind the false image of the Son of Man shall stand before God. It has begun, the beginning of the end. Yeah. The voice of racism, preaching the gospel is devilish. A fake church called the Prophet Muhammad a terrorist, forgetting God is not religion but a spiritual bond, and Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bombed innocent people trying to murder Saddam when you gave them those chemical weapons to go to war with Iran. This is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings, cause Condoleezza Rice is just a new age Sally Hemings. I break it down with critical language and spiritual anguish. The Judas I hang with, the guilt of betraying Christ, who murdered him, stole his religion and painted him white. Translated in psychologically tainted philosophy, conservative political right-wing ideology, glued together sloppily the blasphemy of a nation. Got my back to the wall cause I'm facing assassination. Guantanamo Bay, federal incarceration. How could this be? The land of the free, home of the brave, indigenous Holocaust, and the home of the slaves. Corporate America, dancing offbeat to the rhythm. You really think this country never sponsored terrorism? Human rights violations, we continue the saga. El Salvador and the Contras in Nicaragua. And on top of that, you still wanna take me to prison just cause I won't trade humanity for patriotism. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view of the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Read about the history of the place that we live in, and stop letting corporate news tell lies to your children. Flow like the blood of Abraham through the Jews and the Arabs, broken apart like a woman's heart, abused in the marriage, the brink of holy war, bottled up like a miscarriage. Embedded correspondence don't tell the source of the tension, and they refuse to even mention European intervention or the massacres in Jenin. The innocent screams, US manufactured missiles and M16s, weapon contracts and corrupted American dreams. Media censorship blocking out the video screens. A continent of oil kingdoms bought for a bargain. Democracy is just a word when the people are starving. The average citizen made to be blind to the reason. A desert full of genocide where the bodies are freezing, and the world doesn't believe that you're fighting for freedom cause you fucked the Middle East and gave birth to a demon. It's open season with the CIA bugging my crib, trapped in a ghetto region like a Palestinian kid, where nobody gives a fuck whether you die or you live. I'm trying to give the truth and I know the price is my life, but when I'm gone they'll sing a song about immortal technique, who beheaded the president and the princes and sheiks. You don't give a fuck about us. I can see through your facade like a fallen angel standing in the presence of God. Bitch niggas scared of the truth when it looks at you hard. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view in the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Martial law is coming soon to the hood to kill yo, while you hanging your flag out your project window. Yeah. The fourth branch of the government, aka the media, seems to now have a retirement plan for ex-military officials, as if their opinion was at all unbiased. A machine shouldn't speak for men, so shut the fuck up, you mindless drone. And you know it's serious when these same media outfits are spending millions of dollars on a PR campaign to try to convince you they're fair and balanced, when they're some of the most ignorant and racist people giving that type of mentality a safe haven. We act like we share in the spoils of war that they do. We die in wars, we don't get the contracts to make money off them afterwards. We don't get weapons contracts, nigga. We don't get cheap labor for our companies, nigga. We are cheap labor, nigga. Turn off the news and read, nigga. Read. 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 Technique. Revolutionary Volume 2. Yeah. Broadcasting live from Harlem, New York. Let the truth be known. You better watch what the fuck flies out of your mouth, or I'ma hijack a plane and fly it into your house. Burn your apartment with your family tied to the couch and slit your throat so when you scream, only blood comes out. I doubt that there could ever be a more wicked MC, cause AIDS-infested child molesters aren't sicker than me. I see the world for what it is, beyond the white and the black. The way the government downplays historical facts, cause the United States sponsored the rise of the Third Reich, just like the CIA trained terrorists how to fight, build bombs and sneak box cutters onto a flight. When I was a child, the devil himself bought me a mic, but I refused to offer, cause God sent me to strike with skills unused like fallopian tubes in a dike. My words will expose George Bush and Bin Laden as two separate parts of the same seven-headed dragon, and you can't fathom the truth, so you don't hear me. You think Illuminati's just a fucking conspiracy theory? That's why conservative racists are all running shit, and your phone is tapped by the federal government. So I'm jamming frequencies in your brain when you speak to me. Technique, a rip a rapper to pieces indecently, pack weapons illegally, cause I'm never hesitant. Sniper scoping a commission, controlling the president. Father, forgive them, for they don't know right from wrong. The truth is set you free, written down in a song, and the song has the cause of death written in code. The word of God brought to light that'll save your soul. Save your soul, motherfucker. Save your soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hacked the Pentagon for self-incriminating evidence of Republican-manufactured white powder pestilence, Marine Corps flak vest with the guns and ammo.
Hello. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. That was our intro. How you doing? It is 2:40 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. Maybe ceasefire time. I don't know. Hezbollah has been firing at Lebanon. But can you blame them after yesterday? It is Thursday, April 9th, 2026. It is 8:40 p.m. in South Africa. It's 9:40 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it is 10:10 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, I saw a comment earlier about the cussing, so I have to make a disclaimer. Barring some very limited circumstances, depending on the art, I'm not going to censor art or what someone says. I won't cuss. I try not to. I cuss sometimes when I'm really sad or angry or flustered, but I try not to. But I'm not going to censor someone like in Beirut who's cussing because their house got bombed, for example. Do I condone it or endorse it? No, but I'm not going to censor the reality of that. It's a very human thing, I think. Second, art. Okay, so art, there's a new system on YouTube where I can use this Creator Studio to play certain tracks. I'm not going to censor art. I will consider certain state propaganda art that I may censor some lyrics to, but I'm not going to censor art. It's not my words. I won't cuss. I'm I promised Professor I wouldn't, and I've stuck true to that for the most part. But no, I'm not going to censor someone in Beirut cussing. I'll give you a warning, but I'm not going to censor it. They have a right to cuss if they want, especially if they're upset or mad or sad or crying. And I'm also not going to censor the art. It's art. I don't endorse it or condone it. I separate it from its meaning. If they're cussing in their art, I take it more as an emotional expression. But yeah, that's not me. I'm not going to censor the art. I can't. I don't believe in it ideologically. I may censor certain sexual terms in state propaganda because I don't feel comfortable, but that's an editorial decision. It's not a commentary on the art. But art, especially Immortal Technique, no, bro, I'm not censoring him, sorry. I'll give you a disclaimer that the art or any videos may contain cussing, and I don't condone or critique that. I just am going to play it, but I won't cuss. So it's true. There is no cussing from your host, but I'm not censoring someone in Beirut who has some intense emotional reaction, nor am I going to censor art. I think it's grotesque in a free and open society. It's not a commentary on people who cuss or don't like to cuss. I just won't censor them in their art or in their testimony from a bombed city. But I will not cuss myself. I hope everybody's on the same page. Yeah, rigged outcome, like Immortal Techniques art, like that's art. He's expressing his, like, he's rapping his, not rapping, not R-A-P, W-R-A-P-P-I-N-G. He's rapping his ideological viewpoint into hip hop. He's encoding a message into hip hop. And so, or rap, yeah, it's hip hop really. And so, like, he is making art. He's not, he's explicitly saying a lot, but he's not saying everything. He's encoding a message into a piece of poetry that's really lyrical poetry with like a beat, and he's metronomically timing his delivery with the beat. So that's like art. To me, that's art. So it's music, it's art, it's his composition. I'm not censoring it. You can turn off the music if you don't like some of this. I'll give you an explicit content warning. I mean, which it comes with the territory on war coverage. But similar to videos out of Beirut, like, I don't always know what they're gonna say. Like, the people on the ground, they've cussed before. I'm not gonna censor them. If they said like a slur, like in bad faith, like Immortal Technique uses what you might arguably call are slurs in his rap, but he's not slurring at people. He's using a term like that is like part of the art. He's not being derogatory. I heard someone say something derogatory in an interview, I might like critique it or pause it, but I'm not gonna censor someone saying the F word in Beirut. I just won't do it. I know this has been a big debate about like whether or not some of those words should get played, but like I won't do it. If they want to cuss and they want to say whatever they want to say, they have a right to. I'm not there. I don't know the emotional intensity of it. And like, as much as I won't cuss, that's like a personal choice, and I don't think I could resist cussing. If bombs were falling, dude, I'd be on the street yelling. I'd be very mad. Like, if civilians were dying in front of my eyes, I would be screaming cuss words. So, if anything, I actually applaud the people of some of these countries for doing the interviews the way they've done them. They've been very reserved. They could have been way more virulent. They watched their like countrymen and women die and children die in front of their faces in bombings, and then they went on TV. Okay, so hello everyone. God bless all of you. Skynet, I think there's a really big debate about that. Like, if you look at the origins of rap music, it goes back to, like, the 30s and the 40s. It emerged out of vaudeville, like the earliest spoken rap. And then you could argue Bobby Dylan with Rainy Day Woman, number 12 and 35. Like, by the 60s, like, kind of, like, made it a little more popular. But that's, like, Rainy Day Woman, number 12 and 35. Or, no, excuse me. Correction. Rainy Day Woman, number 12 and 35 is Everyone Must Get Stoned, which is a great song. The song I'm talking about is Subterranean Homesick Blues. Dude, I'd love to be able to play that song. There's no way Bobby licensed his music. I should write him an email. He would let me play his songs, I bet. I look at him like he looked at Woody Guthrie. I'm not kidding you. I love Bob Dylan. I share his birthday. He's my favorite artist. No, he doesn't license anything. I have to personally write him an email, and it's going to be really hard to play his music because it will trip right away. I have to get his permission in writing, and then I have to write his lawyer and get his lawyer to tell YouTube I have permission to do it. There's this whole process if they're not in the catalog. I am entitled to ask Bob Dylan for like critique, and like not just critique, like I'm allowed to ask Bob Dylan for permission to play his music. He can write me like a personal letter saying, yes, Grant, I give you permission to play my music. And then I have to send his lawyer the letter and say, will you please tell YouTube, like they have to go to YouTube and say, Grant, specifically Grant Smith Ellis, his channel is whitelisted and he can play Bob Dylan's music. But I have to get Bob Dylan's personal permission. So I have to write him a letter. He probably doesn't read his email, but he does read letters, I think. He doesn't love fan mail, though, bro. He doesn't not like people visiting him. I've read a lot about him. He just likes to be left alone. But I'm kind of like getting up there. Like, I'm probably one of the foremost historians of Bob Dylan that's alive. So, like, I look at him like he looked at Woody Guthrie. And I'd just be like, bro, you talked your way into Woody's hospital room. Like, can't I, like, just talk to you? He probably would do it. He's really smart. He's a chill dude. He's one of the smartest public intellectuals we have left, but he's old, I think. He's getting old. A Jimi Hendrix rap song, I'm not surprised to hear that. But anyway, the development of modern rap then jumped from, like, Subterranean Homesick Blues to probably, like, Grandmaster Flash, right? Kool and the Gang. And then, like, Rapper's Delight. And then it kind of jumped forward to, like, who was it? Like, There's some very early like 80s MCs that were really good. It was like very, very early though. And then it kind of like Cool G rap, and then it kind of like emerged, like rap and hip hop kind of diverged in the early 90s. And you got like this very like fascinating, like you kind of got to understand the hip hop task force that the Fed set up to get that. But like it's a bit of a diversion. We can do it as an intro. But like to understand rap and hip hop as genres, I'm not the expert, but you got to understand the early 90s. There was like a very serious like bifurcation. Like there was like really good like underground sort of like rap and hip hop in like New York. That's where like the style started, you could argue. And like some people would argue it was in the South, but like Southern like DJing is a little different. Like it's more like chopped and screwed, and like drill is like its own thing, so we can set that aside for a second. But anyway, so like hip hop and rap as they emerged as genres, like it took a hard turn in the early 90s, and you either went the way of like very insidious like gangster rap, like hip hop task force, like infiltrate like culture and then use it to encourage drug dealing and violence to put people in prisons. Like that was one form. That's just like stuff I don't really like because it's so propaganda from the government. It's so stupid. I hate it. But like authentic like hip hop, like underground hip hop, or like even like mainstream, some of it like that, like the stuff that came out of the 90s and early 2000s, it's incredible. It's like the poets of our modern age. They just didn't get any respect because like Sony and Viacom were like, how do we package this? You don't package it, bro. You appreciate it for the art that it is, and you ideally don't sell violence and drug dealing to people as a way to like push private prison profits. I'm gonna ban private prisons. Anyway, rap existed before the 30s. That's true, Professor. I was doing my best to guesstimate the emergence of like rap as a genre circa vaudeville times. I don't know the exact date of the first published or performed rap song. I mean, obviously it can't be too early because recordings didn't even exist before a certain time. But yeah, it might have been a little earlier. You're probably exactly right. That Will says, I live in Massachusetts and I've been following you during these crazy times. Is there a way to reach out to you that's not super public? I have a feeling you're going to be intrigued. Hello, Will. Welcome. Yes, Grant Smith Ellis, Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com. God bless you and welcome, Will. I hope you're doing well. My name is Grant Smith Ellis indeed. All right, so I got to tell you about what happened this morning. And then we'll get into our coverage. All right, so, yeah, something kind of crazy happened. I was at my doctor, and you know how, like, you just go to the doctor, and, like, you're not, like, you're just doing your errands and stuff like that. So I was just being a towel. We'll get to the updates. Hezbollah's been firing Lebanon. Oh, a lot of people have been reading this. Okay, so, should I have British announcer Towel do it? That would be hilarious. All right, British announcer Towel. What happened to Towel today? Can you tell them?
Conversation. In other news, after my doctor's appointment today, I was robbed while in line at the H-Mart in Somerville. A man started yelling at the nice woman working at counter, who only spoke Spanish, so I started filming to protect her. Then, the man slapped my phone out of hand and left the store. The man then came back into the store, slapped my phone out of my hand again, and then walked down the street with my property in his hand, while a recording was running. I, in turn, used my words to demand he drop the phone. After 4 blocks and a few threats to smash the device, the man threw my phone in a flower bush near the Citizens Bank. Thankfully, some nice passersby were able to call the who responded and located the alleged assailant quickly. The man then escaped around the corner, whereupon Somerville police gave chase. The man was located, interviewed and let go. Surveillance footage from the H-Mart was not immediately available for police review. An investigation remains ongoing and, at the end of the day, I am just glad the women at the H-Mart are safe. Getting my phone back was a nice bonus, too. My statement. Creo que este situación es muy difícil para todas las personas involucradas, y tengo que pensar para uno o 2 horas antes de expresar mis ideas sobre este día. Gracias y a Dios bendiga para todos. Innocent until proven guilty, etc. For clarity. The man was accused of stealing by the employees of H-Mart, and that is what started the exchange.
Okay, so you're ready for this video? This is what happened. It was wild. I got my phone back by just asking him to drop it.
No, don't check. You want to come inside? He was right behind me. Come on. Come outside,
no,
where?
it's fine.
Let's
You
go. No
ready?
fine, no
You
fine,
ready?
no fine. What's your supervisor's name?
It's okay.
Who's your boss? Go get your boss right now. Go get the boss right.
I am
Go
the
get the boss.
boss. I am the boss
I
right
need a
now.
boss higher than you.
I am
want
the boss right now.
What's the corporate number, sir?
And he,
What's the corporate number?
What?
What is the corporate's number to the corporate company? To the
I
big
don't
boss?
know.
You don't know? You work here, you don't know the corporate? What's the number for the boss?
we don't have nothing.
Your corporate.
We don't have.
You don't have nothing? What about Central Square, the boss?
Sir.
You can smile all you want, man. All you want. I don't give a fuck what you say. You accuse me of something. You see me put something in my hoodie?
Don't do
No,
that.
you see my tool with my hoodie. What you see, lady? Nothing. I go to work. You can try all you want. Go get it. Go tell the
Yes,
camera.
yes,
Yeah, go.
I say don't do that.
Now don't do what? Don't do what? Don't do what? Listen, lady, I don't get it. No problem for me. Problem for you. Get the camera, call the police, and then right now I get you fired. Right now, I swear to God.
You should address
You
those
accuse me.
comments to me.
Oh, you're the boss.
No, I'm not. You don't want to meet. You don't want to know who I am.
Who are you? Yo, get the fucking camera. What sweater?
You put outside,
What sweater?
sir.
No, I put up. Go check.
Oh, it continues. He did that on camera. It continues, and then he took my phone. He's walking with my phone now.
Face, bro.
Can you get this man? He stole my phone.
I didn't steal shit. I didn't insult you. You assaulted me. You got your fucking camera on my face. Get your fucking. I didn't steal nothing.
Call the police. He stole my phone.
Don't touch me, bro.
Call the.
Stop recording me. Stop fucking recording me. Get your shit out my face, bro.
Can you get this man? He stole my phone.
I didn't steal shit. I didn't insult you. You assaulted me. You got your fucking camera on my face. Get your fucking. I didn't steal nothing.
Call the police. He stole my phone.
Don't touch me, bro.
Call the. Okay, so you gotta understand. No, you must. I didn't know this recording was still on the phone. He couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. He recorded his own theft. I'm not kidding you. I can't believe this actually happened. They didn't arrest him. I don't know why. I think because they didn't have all the like surveillance footage right away. There was some like thing with the store. I don't know. It's not my job to figure that out. I just reported what happened. I'm not a cop. All right. So anyway, you can see, dude, like takes my phone. He doesn't know it's recording, so he's filming himself running down the street with my phone in his hand. It's my property, and I'm in the background like he stole my phone. He had my phone. You don't understand. Well, maybe you do understand. So I got to give you a little context here, okay? You might be wondering how I found myself in this situation. I mean, first of all, I was worried about the nice woman. She only spoke Spanish. We talked in Spanish. She was really scared afterwards. But I was like, it's okay. I threw myself on the fire. I'll make sure you didn't get hurt. I wasn't going to. I told her straight up. I was like, if he hurt you, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. So I made sure he didn't. I acted as a distraction. So anyway, here's what happened. All right. So, as one is one to do. Why is everyone bro? It's just a thing around here. Like, it's either ked. Like, you wouldn't say ked, really, unless it's like a term of endearment. Like, kid, but spelled K-E-H-D. You would say ked to a friend. Like, ked. But in conversation, like, actual discussion, that's what Boston's like. A lot of bro, and, like, what's good, and, like, where's your mother? Like, what? Not, like, where's your mother, but, like, how's your mother? Like, what's been good? Like, how you doing? It's very like lax. That's like lower class, working class Boston, just like embodied in an interaction. Very hostile. There are not a lot of people like that. They're kind of black sheep. They're really outcasted. They're not like welcome in polite society. You wouldn't see them like hanging out at a bar, like maybe at like a towny bar, but they're very unwelcome in polite society. They're kind of like, I felt bad for the dude. He was just he was stealing, clearly, in my opinion. They accused him of stealing. Here, let me just tell you what happened. Because, like, I didn't, like, immediately, bro, if anyone else talked to a woman like that in front of me like that, I would have ran my mouth a lot earlier. He's lucky I didn't run my mouth earlier. I just kind of sat there for a minute and let him calm down. And as soon as I thought he was going to physically hurt her, I just I didn't touch him. I used myself as a distraction. Because first of all, you don't talk to women that way in front of me. The second he cussed at her, I was like, bro, no. But I bit my tongue until she looked at me and she was scared. And then I was like, all right, I'll intervene, like, with words. So, here's what happened. I was at, this is Somerville. It's H Mart, right in Davis Square. So I'm like at my doctor. It's like not right there. It's like down a little bit. And I have this surgery later this month. And it's like a lot. And so I'm just like dealing with that. And I get out of the doctor and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to stream later. So I may as well like save money because I don't have a rental right now. So I'm just like Ubering. So I was like, let me just save money and do all my like trips at once, like, because I've been trying to save money. So I go to the H Mart. It's a really cool grocery store. I love that store. And it's run by these nice Korean people. And they have, like, some of the employees only speak Spanish, but the actual store is run by Korean people. They have all these, like, amazing imported groceries. They have Pocky sticks that are literally, like, 12 inches tall. They have the big Pockies. They have a wall of Pockies, like, 50 different flavors you don't understand. They have, like, 500 different types of, like, ramen noodles. It's, like, a very important store for the community that shops there. It's like stuff you cannot get in the United States. And so I love that H Mart. I love that store. I go there like maybe once a month, twice a month. If I'm at the doctor and I want to walk all the way over there, I'll do it. But anyway, so I'm walking around Davis Square and I'm going to the H Mart, and all I really wanted to get was some soda. And I wanted to get some pre-made rice. I found a really good like box of pre-made rice. And then I wanted to get what did I want to get? I wanted to get energy drinks, but they didn't have the energy drinks I wanted. They only had like this like weird canned coffee, which I did get one of. I'm gonna try it. It's a cold brew. I'm gonna pour it over ice. But anyway, so I'm like walking towards the exit, and I think I got all the things I wanted. And so I may have got like one of those Romulan sodas where you push the top in and it's really good, the glass bottles. So anyway, I'm just like thirsty, and so I just want to get like my groceries and like get out of there. Now H Mart has like one, maybe two lines. They don't have self-checkout. It's like a very local convenience, like grocery store. It's really cool. Like a very like small chain. And so I go in there, and I used to shop at the old grocery store that was there. It was like a Stop and Shop, like boutique market or something, like a Be Well. I don't remember what the hell it was called. So anyway, I've been shopping there forever. I like that neighborhood. And Davis Square, like I buy the spare change news, bro, from Davis Square. So like nobody's gonna tell me that I don't like hang out around Davis Square. I just have the spare change news like on deck. I know the guys who run it. I've been around. I understand. I'm sympathetic. The area has like a homelessness problem. I'm not a jerk, bro. You're trying to like feed your baby or something, and like I'm gonna look the other way probably. Like if I see a mom or something taking something, I don't care. I'm sorry, she's feeding her baby. It's not my job. You want to stop her store, fine. But this dude, when I'm like walking up to the checkout counter, I look to the left, and these two women, this is before I start filming, they're standing over at the entrance there, kind of like trying to stop him from leaving, and he clearly was stealing, and it was from Housewares or something, so I think he was stealing to resell. It was not food. So he, like, they tried to stop him, and he almost put hands on them to get out. Now, if this is all that had happened, I would not have cared. I understand, like, it's a crime, but I'm not a cop. It's not my job to enforce, like, theft from a store. And nor would I get involved in that. So that was not the problem. He walked out, walked around the corner, and I thought that was it. I really did. I thought he was just gonna like steal and leave. It's uncouth, but like maybe I figured like he was desperate, needed a fix. I don't know. It's not my job. He like stealing is stealing. Don't do it. But like he did it, and I thought he was gone. Maybe 30 seconds later to a minute later, he comes back in, and that's where this recording picks up. He starts like screaming at her. Like, not immediately, but he is aggressive, hostile, like physically threatening her, pointing at her, like moving his body around the checkout corner towards her. Like, that's what had my guard up, that he was moving his body towards her. So he's just yelling at her, like, check me out. Like, and he kind of flashed his, like, where you would hold a gun. He didn't have a gun, but he flashed it. And he was just trying to show her he had nothing. But I was like, bro, what are you doing? And so that's where this interaction picks up. He's like trying to taunt her, and she's like, you put the stolen item around the corner. I saw you do it. And he's like, what are you talking about? I got nothing on me. I got nothing on me. Then he escalates it. Okay. He just escalates, starts cussing. And then after like 40 seconds, I'm obviously like, okay, bro. Like, so I intervene. I'm like, you can just talk to me that way, sir. If you're going to run your mouth like that, like do it. And first of all, I'm way taller than him and bigger than him, and I'm in a suit. So I'm like 6'2", he's like 5'4", 5'6". He's a very short guy, and he's like clearly not doing well. Like he was struggling, and he was like foaming because like there was spit coming out of his mouth. I didn't know he was there. He was not mentally like incapacitated, in my opinion. He was there. He knew where he was. He was talking to her. He knew he was in a store. Like, he wasn't like out of it. I would have just waited for the ambulance. But no, he was in it. He was in it. He was just like aggressive and had never been like held accountable. Turns out he told me he did 20 years in prison. Meh. So anyway, I'm not going to let him hurt her. Like, he was getting really aggressive with her. And so, like, I'm, like ready. Like, I'm ready to, like, intervene, but I'm not going to touch him. I don't believe in that. Like, unless he fit, like, the only way I would use force is if he used force on her. I would use just enough force to stop him from putting, like, her in danger. So I would escalate my force with what he did. So if he, like, pushed her, I would just put my body between them. If he punched her, I would restrain his arms. If he pulled a weapon, I would use like a deadly weapon. I would use whatever force was necessary to stop him from being able to kill her. Like, I would graduate my force, but he didn't like actually use force, but he was about to. I had judged he was moving in a way where he could have used force on her, so I was ready to intervene. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. And so he can't get like the corporate number. There isn't a corporate number. It's a very small like boutiques, like local chain, maybe international. But anyway, so he's running his mouth, and you know, so anyway, I just didn't. She couldn't understand him. She only speaks Spanish. When I could tell she didn't speak English. I thought it was Korean at first, but it's Spanish. I speak Spanish. So let me pick up. He knocked my phone out of my hand, right? And then I picked it up. And he just left the store. Now, I don't know why he did what he did next. It didn't really make a lot of sense. He came back into the store, and where this recording picks up, there was actually like another, like I'm recording him. Like you can see that's him. Like oh, that's what happened. So he smacks. So what you see here is I'm holding the camera at that point, like because I'm about to start a recording. And he actually, he ends up like recording himself stealing my phone. He knocks the phone out of my hand. Now he has it. He's taken my phone and is walking with it.
He stole my phone.
Now, he's walking out of the H Mart to the right. I can show you like the map of how this went down, actually. Might get a little bit robotic, but that's okay. I'll just zoom in as far as I can. So, like, we're at the H Mart, and he leaves the front door. It's gonna get a little slow, but that's okay. Alright, so let me show you this. It hates loading up Google Maps. It's very resource intensive. It really hates it. Yeah. JRP, I couldn't live with myself if he did something to her. So this is the H Mart right here. Alright, so he starts walking down this like path right here. Like he's walking like this. He's walking like right here. And I'm just walking behind him, and I'm like, the scene was actually kind of ridiculous. I'm standing with my arms like this, just waving and saying, because he took my phone, and I'm not going to go locate a phone. I need to keep eyes on him. I'm just waving, walking a few feet behind him, yelling, someone please call the Somerville police. All right. So this goes on like all the way along this block, like past the dispensary, past Anna's. Then it goes past like the clothing store. I know this area very well. And now we're like past this crosswalk. And then we get to like here, which is like a Citizens Bank. A woman comes by on a bike and is already on the phone with the cops. She like pulls down like this and then comes like this. And she's like telling me, like she's telling him she's calling the cops. I can hear her. I walk towards her on the road. He starts calling her the B word. And then he throws my phone. By the way, I'm issuing him oral commands this whole time. Like, drop the phone. Like, put my phone down. I'm a journalist. Put my phone down. Like, you can't have possession of that. Put my phone down. you've committed a crime. Put my phone down. I'm just telling him this. And he's like looking me in the eye, kind of like, who are you? I asked him if he was on bail at one point, but I'm just like forcing him to like drop the phone with my like vibe and my eyes. I'm not using force. I'm just kind of like looking him in the eye and being like, drop the phone. Like I forced him to do it just by like force of will. I just like looked him in the eye, and he was like, bro, like bro, like I just want you to delete the recording. And then I mind effed him, and I was like, bro, there's no recording. You interrupted it in the middle. Mind you, you can't, like, he wouldn't know how to delete stuff anyway from this kind of device, nor would he understand the redundancies in place or what the device is even about. He was just like a street hoodlum in my opinion. But so I just like messed with him because I wanted my phone. So I was like, bro, there's no recording. You interrupted my recording. I kind of acted pissy about it. He still wouldn't drop the phone. Finally, when we get to like, I think it was like this bush in particular, he's standing here, he just chucks the phone like 20 feet. Thank God it landed in the bush. I don't know what compelled him to throw it in the soil, but he just chucks it in the soil. I was pleased that it didn't break. So anyway, I pick it up. By then, a cop kind of pulls up from like here. He's got his lights on, and he pulls to here, and he's like, what's going on? And I quickly show him my video, and he's like, he clearly recognized dude, and he's like, where'd dude go? And I'm like, well, he just started like walking very fast, like over this way, and then he took a right this way. All of a sudden, the cops took like maybe 3 to 5 minutes, which was impressive for the response time. They swarmed. I saw like 4 cops, like full lights on, flying down this intersection. They then turned against traffic and pursued him into this neighborhood. It was like I'm watching all of this unfold. It was one of the 100 and how tall am I? What did the doctor say? Like 187.82 centimeters, I think. So I think it's like 6'2". I don't remember the exact one. Somebody got timed out for trolling. Don't be trolling now. Are you trolling? No trolling. I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm Bucks. So anyway, the cop like tells me to sit there, and he's like, he calls over his radio. He's like, I'm in pursuit. And he goes, and all of they just swarm after him. I don't know what happened when they actually went and got him. And he's like, okay, we found him. He comes back like for 10 minutes later. He's like, we found him. We got to see the security footage because his version of the events is different. I'm like, okay, like, you know. And so I'm like, okay. He's like, well, what happened? I tell him exactly what I just told you. And then he's like, okay, you know, we're gonna like look into this. And I was like, okay. And so I gave him my information, and I was like, please follow up with me. Thank you. God, I think I did the sign of the cross to the cops. God bless you. Thank you for doing your job. And then I kind of was like, can I go buy my groceries now? He was like, yeah, sure. Sorry that happened. I was like, okay. So I kind of go walk back to the H Mart. And, like, I'm buying my groceries, but I had, like, because you must understand, I didn't get to buy my groceries. I just had to leave them there because the man was just yelling. So anyway, and go talk to the nice woman at the H Mart, and she doesn't speak a word of English, but entiendo español. So I start talking to her, and she's like, "Oh, thank you, thank you so much." She was like, "Gracias," and I was like, "Entiendo español." And she's like, "Oh, pues pues." So we started talking, and she was like, "Could you do this? Like, could we get the videos?" And then the cop didn't speak English. The cop didn't speak Spanish. She didn't speak English. So the cop and her were having like a lot of trouble. I couldn't really interpret for them, but like the problem, like it wasn't our problem. They just had to like do an investigation. I didn't need to be involved. So I was like, I'm gonna go now. And I was like, she was like, oh, thank you so much. I was like, and I looked at her and I was like, you don't understand. Like, I wasn't gonna let him hurt you. And she was like, oh, thank you. I was scared. And I was like, you don't have to be scared. I was there, Yeah, I was just glad she felt safe. And we were talking in Spanish a little bit. And she was like, oh, yeah. And she was so shocked I spoke Spanish. And then I was just glad she was safe. And so that was kind of like my morning. I'm sorry we didn't get to do war news, but this man really threw me for a loop. Not really. I wasn't really like thrown for a loop. I was just kind of like, bro, don't do that to like women, especially she was so scared. That's the only reason I intervened. Like, I mostly would not get, like, if he just like stole, it's not my business, it's the corporation's business, but like, yeah, with her, yeah. With her, I was like, no, and she didn't understand what was going on. Anyway, my point is, I don't know if they're going to get him. Like, I just did what I thought was right, and I'm glad she's okay, and God bless that woman and her colleague. I'm sorry that happened to them. And then I apologize to the woman that this guy called the B word, the nice woman on the bike. She didn't deserve that. I felt bad for her. I said, God bless you to her, and I did the sign of the cross for her, too. It was quite a scene, now that I think about it. Davis Square certainly saw some things today. I don't like that, though. I don't like how he behaved. I don't like that type of uncouth behavior in public, and I don't like people treating like women in particular that way. I wouldn't have liked anyone being treated that way, but she was defenseless, and you're not going to do that. So anyway, I don't know if they'll arrest him or charge him. I hope they do. I tagged the police. I said they did a good job. I'm sure the city of Somerville knows. Some of my friends are counselors there, but that shouldn't really impact it. My point is they'll probably just talk about it. They'll be like, wow, that was nice of Grant. Which, I mean, it wasn't to be... I was being protective of her, but I wasn't really thinking about what was happening or, like, reflecting on it. I was just like, she needs to be safe. I didn't really think about it for, like, a few hours. And then once I kind of, like, reflected, I was like, that was a hell of a morning. So, yeah. I thought it was nice. I'm glad she felt safe. You can't be doing that. If we all just did that when people backed it out of line, then nobody would be like treated badly. That's why I did it. That's why I filmed her, and that's why I filmed the interaction to protect her. And then also that's why I said to address those remarks at me, sir. Because like, bro, you're gonna do that. Do it to some. Like, he didn't know who he was up against, and you could see it in his eyes. He kind of like, he was too out of it to realize that I was like, he got the larger than life vibe, but didn't know. Because he's like, doesn't watch the news. He doesn't care. I was like, bro, you really have to like, and he needed that like humbling. He really needed to know that like there's just an energy that when you feel it, you should just respect it. And he didn't. So I don't know. He also, like, in my opinion, he did, like, it's on camera that he smacked my phone twice. He took the phone and took possession of it constructively, aggravatedly, and left it. Like, left the scene with it while it was recording. It's all on film. So, I don't know. We're such a liberal state. I don't know. It really frustrates me. Like, it makes me want to be more tough on crime. That kind of crime in particular. Like, we don't need that. Don't do that. It's completely inappropriate. Like, whatever happens, just like, that is wrong. Don't do that. I don't care how bad your day is. I'm very sympathetic to populations experiencing homelessness or people who are downtrodden. Don't do that. Just ask for help, or I would have bought you whatever you needed from that store. All you had to do was say, hey, can you just help me out? But you didn't ask. You got aggressive, and you put two innocent women in harm's way, and I did not like that at all. So anyway, like, I don't care. I had my eyes on his hands the whole time while I was walking down the street. If he moved, like, towards me in an aggressive way or pulled a weapon, he would have been neutralized. But anyway, he's fine. I'm sure he'll get in trouble now, but he deserves it, in my opinion, because you can't just do that. That's incredibly inappropriate. So anyway, I'm okay. Thanks everyone for asking. Oh, I know it's hard. And I didn't feel any anxiety or anything. I just, like, was very in the zone. People put their lives on the line for others. Like, that's the least I can do. Like, what's he gonna do? Pull a knife or a gun? Okay. Like, I'll take my chances if I have to protect her. I don't really care about me. But if he hurt her and I just stood there, bro, that would be on my soul for the rest of my life. Not to mention it's just morally wrong to not intervene when someone could get hurt. I didn't touch him either. I was very, very sort of like passive, but like, you know, I wanted to distract him and he was dumb. So it was easy to distract him. I used my erudite like diplomacy and I just mind effed him. And I was like, sir, address those remarks at me. What's another term for an open fence that retains liquid that opens and closes? I'll check. I don't know that, Will. You'll have to tell me that word. But anyway, that was my morning. Let's get to the war news. I'm glad you all were able to get that update. I'm glad the woman that works for H Mart felt safe. it was nice to speak with her in Spanish. And I feel like not a lot of people engaged with her in Spanish. Then a lot of people had nice things to say. I told Turtle Boy he could be a towel. Yeah, did you hear that? Turtle Boy's officially a towel. He said, you become way crueler than the fat blank who runs a parody account mocking you. That's like some guy who got busted for federal charges. I think he does like the parody account guy, like does kind of like private intel work. He used to be a line sitter for Turtle Boy during the Karen Reed case. He pretended to be pro Turtle Boy, but he was just funneling intel back to like this weird firm that's connected to Sean on the Gulf. So anyway, like, then I was like, oh, okay, Aiden, thanks. You could be a towel now. That's a very high honor in the world of towels. So Turtle Boy's a towel now. It has thus been decreed. Good job, Turtle Boy. So everybody was very nice. I didn't really realize people thought this was like an important thing. I just like thought it was important to protect her. I really did not think about it at all in the moment. I don't know. I had to like talk like myself down with a like dear friend afterwards. And, I don't know. I was a little I wasn't disheartened. I just felt like there was just like, there was no way that poor woman who only spoke Spanish, like, could explain any of this. Like, she needed a translator. And I just felt like the police were under-resourced. I'd like to give them some more resources so that they can have, like, I don't know. He like the beat cop definitely looked under-supported. He needs like more resources and like we don't need community policing. We just need them to be able to like do their job. They need like interpreters and then like rapid deployment interpreters, and then they need better investigatory like tools on the ground. There's a lot of stuff I think we can do to enhance policing without making it like susceptible to over-aggression, like with the state police and what they were doing. I'll think about it. We can definitely, like, police don't feel appreciated. Like, I've talked to a lot of them. They're just like, people hate our profession. And I'm like, well, bro, like, have you seen what your profession has been doing? And they're like, yeah, I know, but it's not all of us. And it's like, well, yeah, it kind of did become all of you because you just didn't say anything. And then when people would talk, they'd get hurt. So, like, the police know. Like, they just want to, like, if you wave at them, it makes their day. They really feel hated. So if you want to change it, like, just give them a little bit more resources to actually, like, do, like, investigations. And then, like, also make them feel appreciated. And they'll be less, like, dickish during the day. They're just, like, they really feel everyone hates them. That's their general position of, like, the police. They generally feel that, like, the public hates them, which is not helpful, because if they feel everyone hates them, they just return the favor all the time. So if they just feel appreciated, they're much nicer. Like, just wave at them. So many cops tell me that the one wave they get a day, like, makes them smile. So just wave at them. And most of them don't like what's going on. Seriously, most of the rank and file, they're just abhorred. They're just abhorred by it. They look at it as just like kind of like within the church, when the church did bad things, like just like powerful people doing bad stuff, and it makes the rank and file not want to be cops, or it makes them like not want to like do the job the right way. So that's why we got to get rid of the bad guys at the top. It's mostly bad men. There's a few women. But yeah, it's like sexual deviancy mostly. Like people who like kids, like people who like to buy other humans. Like buying other humans is sexual deviancy. Straight up. No, you don't have to ban. You can just straight up ban them, bro. Nightbot, just ban them. We got a lot of people who really don't like certain topics, in particular the opinions of rank and file cops regarding like the network of cop pimps in Massachusetts, you know. But hey, I called the Congress. I actually called a few people in state government about like those cop pimps. Dude, I've never seen agencies of state government so upset. Yeah, I got robbed today, so I kind of am like decompressing a little bit. I think that's the only robbery I ever heard of where the person got robbed, walked down the street, and without using like violence, just told the person to drop the thing they stole, and they did it. Anyway, my name's Great Smith Ellis. Let's get an update on the war. Hezbollah's been firing. I feel like all of them stopped her like Grant got robbed. Who would do that to Grant? Not our Grant. You can't do that to Grant. Yeah, you're not wrong, Silent Dogs. But like, we can't just not have cops. So like, you need some cops who are part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And the problem is unpeaceful, you know. All right, let's get you your war news. Hezbollah has been firing at northern Lebanon, northern Israel. Israel issued a mandatory evacuation order of southern Beirut during the day today. I have some footage for you of the attacks yesterday that Israel caused. Somehow, like, Israel actually got muzzled overnight, but I think then, like, it wasn't Israel. If you're just tuning in, Benjamin Netanyahu, like, single-handedly tried to subvert the peace process yesterday by committing the worst series of bombings I've ever seen in my entire life anywhere. It was complete. After the ceasefire started, Hezbollah laid down their arms at like 4 a.m. 2 days ago. Okay, maybe like 4 a.m. on the day of the ceasefire. Within 7 hours, Benjamin Netanyahu ordered 100 bombing raids within 10 minutes in civilian areas that led to mass death, hundreds of people dead. The Spanish Prime Minister put out a public statement saying that Benjamin Netanyahu personally committed a massacre. What? Half the countries of the world, I'm over-exaggerating, most of them just shamed Benjamin Netanyahu. They didn't even criticize Israel. They criticized like Benjamin Netanyahu and the political apparatus for enabling him to do it. It was disgusting. It led to the point where Iran put out a statement this morning through the foreign minister at Agachi, Agarancini, I don't know how to say his name. They put out a statement saying they almost retaliated against Israel last night, but for a promise from the United States that President Trump instructed Bibi to stop. Do you know how humbled Israel got? It wasn't Israel. It was, I think a lot of people in Israel blame Bibi for this, frankly. And they're not wrong. By the way, you know what starts Sunday? Benjamin Netanyahu's criminal trial. You know what's the only thing that could possibly delay it? The ceasefire breaking down. Oh, what's that? The criminal trial of the Israeli Prime Minister, the sitting Israeli Prime Minister, starts Sunday, and a ceasefire is the only thing that would allow the trial to proceed? Iran's so smart. Dude, they definitely told Hezbollah. They were like, listen, Hezbollah, like, Bibi's going to try so hard to avoid going to trial. They're going to do bad stuff, but, like, don't worry, we got the moral upper hand. The world won't see it coming. And that's exactly, they sandbagged him so hard, bro. They didn't agree to a ceasefire because of the U.S. or their own terms. They want Bibi to go on trial. They both... Dude, this ceasefire, while Bibi's trial's about to start, I wonder if the U.S. and Iran are actually about to take Bibi out. That would be so epic. Dude, you can take him out of that office by forcing the trial to start. Dude, talk about 5D chess. And people say President Trump doesn't know how to play 5D chess. Dude, they're going to get him out of there. He's got to go. He's the problem. Wow, that would be so epic. Did you all know that Benjamin Netanyahu's trial starts Sunday? I couldn't figure out it made no sense to me. The timing of the ceasefire, the tone of it. It was all like Mr. President letting the Iranians claim that we were going to give them the Statue of Liberty, basically. I'm summarizing the surrender terms. I was like, what is this? But then I remembered, oh yeah, Mr. President loves kayfabe. But I couldn't figure out why they were kayfabing. Because, like, what were they kayfabing for? They weren't, like, wheeling and dealing. Then it was like, oh, they're going to turn on Israel. Not Israel, Netanyahu, they want him out. So they made a ceasefire during his criminal trial. They're such G's. Dude, epic. I bet Israel won't even be part of the talks on Sunday. They're going to let him go to trial. They're so smart. Genius. President Trump solved the Middle East crisis. And Iran helped. They're going to get him. They're actually going to get him. Oh, Towel for Life, new tattoo. I love it. Sarah B. Creative. Sarah B. Creative has an upgraded penguin emoji for being a member for a certain amount of time. Congratulations, Sarah B. Creative. You have a penguin emoji now. I love the penguin emoji. Towel Chat Mom Lynn is gonna be thrilled. Alright, so I figured it out. I finally put it all together. The Americans and the Iranians are going to impose a ceasefire. They're going to let Hezbollah, like they let them retaliate a little bit earlier today. They fired like 7 times in the past few hours. But they're going to tell Hezbollah, listen, we're not going to escalate because we want the Israeli judiciary to have an opening to put Netanyahu on trial. I figured it out. Genius. They just have to pull it off. Everything has to be chill for like 4 days. I mean, we're going to cover that trial. The world has to turn its attention to that trial. That's what Iran wants. That's what the U.S. wants. I think President Trump got a little fed up with Bibi. That's my reading of it. Bibi pushed a little too hard. You can't take liberties with President Trump. He has pathological demand avoidance. You can't tell him to do anything. God bless you all for supporting the channel. But yeah, okay, so here's my opinion. I'll get you updated, but I think we might actually be in a tactical ceasefire. It is a ceasefire, but it's permanent peace. And it's not to let anyone save face. It might have been a deal actually designed at getting Bibi out of office. Oh my goodness. That's genius. Real, we actually have civilian flaggers here for construction projects. They have some. They let the cops do the details. The cops like doing them because it's good overtime for them. But like we have civilian flaggers too. Yeah, I think I figured it out. Now that I put it together, I mean I'll analyze it for you and I'll show you what's going on. But I think you should expect nothing to happen until Sunday. You should expect everything to stop until Benjamin Netanyahu's trial on Sunday. And you should expect the war to end if he's convicted and removed from office. I'll update you on what happened in Beirut, but I would be shocked if before Sunday we see any developments. I'm not saying that Netanyahu won't try. He's gonna freak out as it gets closer to Sunday and there's no war. That's the story now. I may actually want to tell you all about this case. Let's do that. Let's learn about why this is such a big deal, because I think you all deserve to know what's going on. I might be one of the first people to put it all together. All right, so Iran and the U.S. are meeting in talks in Islamabad, first talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, on Friday. It starts tomorrow, but it's actually Saturday, the meeting. They go tomorrow just to prep. And the meetings are going to take place over Saturday, probably Sunday, etc. Benjamin Netanyahu's criminal trial starts Sunday. Avery, I don't think that's right. I think if Netanyahu gets out, they're going to end the war. I think if Bibi's out of power in Israel, they end the war. What do you think? I think so, Pete. Pete, when did he say that? Like recently? I think you can. President Trump's like a deal maker, so he'd be willing to like change his position. But yeah, I think Bibi like single-handedly was causing a lot of this. And I think somebody convinced President Trump and the Iranians. They like gave them a genius idea. Like, you can't be seen to depose Benjamin Netanyahu. It's almost impossible. But you know what can do it? Just letting the trial happen. He's been fighting to avoid this trial for so long. I think it might have been Iran that came up with this idea. Let me just make sure it starts Sunday. Yeah, so it was Reuters who figured this out. I knew it because I saw someone posted this earlier. Let's listen to Reuters. But I told you about this corruption indictment a little bit earlier. I'll teach you the background. Go ahead, British Reporter Towel. No. No, just read it anyway. Just read it anyway. Go ahead. Come on, British Reporter Towel. Oh, yeah, but that's politics. You know how politics goes, Pete. Come on, British Reporter Towel, you can do it.
Jerusalem, April 9th, Reuters. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's long-running corruption trial will resume on Sunday, the court spokesperson said on Thursday, hours after Israel lifted a state of emergency imposed over its war with Iran. Iran began targeting Israel with ballistic missiles and drones after Israel and US President Donald Trump launched airstrikes on Iran on February 28, citing the aims of preventing it projecting force abroad, ending its. The emergency, which had closed schools and workplaces, was lifted on Wednesday evening as no incoming Iranian missiles had been reported since 3 a.m., midnight GMT, after a ceasefire was agreed. Extensive Israeli attacks on Lebanon over the presence there of Iran-backed Hezbollah have since jeopardized the truce. With the lifting of the state of emergency and the return of the judicial system to work, hearings will resume as usual, a statement from the Israeli court said, adding that they would take place between Sundays and Wednesdays. Netanyahu, the first sitting Israeli prime minister to be charged with a crime, denies charges of bribery, fraud and breach of trust brought in 2019 after years of investigations. His trial, which began in 2020 and could lead to jail terms, has been repeatedly delayed due to his official commitments, with no end date in sight. Trump has echoed Netanyahu's calls on Israel's President Isaac Herzog for a pardon, citing the impact of regular court appearances on his ability to carry out his duties. Herzog's office has said the Justice Ministry's Pardons Department would gather opinions to submit to the President's legal advisor, who will formulate a recommendation, as per standard practice. Pardons are not usually given mid-trial. The charges against Netanyahu, along with the Hamas attacks on Israel in October 2023, have damaged his standing. Israel is due to hold elections in October that Netanyahu's coalition, the most right-wing in Israel's history, is likely to lose.
Well, there you go. I'll teach you about the history of this corruption trial and you'll get it. I think they're going to let him go to trial on purpose. Now it all makes sense. They really were setting him up. Cases 8001, 8002, and 8004 against BB. Summary. Alright, let me see if I can get you an overview of them. You gotta understand this now, because this is what it's all gonna be about. Alright, let me see. Let me see if I can get you a video. I want to see, like, if there's any, like, overviews. There's probably not, like, a lot of people who actually, like, cover this. It's not exactly the, like, most couth thing to cover. Alright, so here are the cases. This is what's going to go to trial Sunday. And the only way that Benjamin Netanyahu can go to trial is if there's no war. So Iran won't be bombing. They're setting him up. The criminal cases against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, often referred to as Bibi, specifically cases 1000, 2000, and 4000, often referenced in summaries of his legal troubles, involve charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. The trial began in May of 2020, it's still ongoing, and involves allegations of trading political favors for gifts or favorable media coverage. In case 1000, Netanyahu is accused of receiving luxurious gifts, including champagne and cigars, valued at approximately 700,000 shekels, $186,000, from wealthy businessmen, notably Hollywood producer Arnon Milchan and billionaire James Packer. In return, Bibi is accused of acting on behalf of Milchan's interests, including helping secure a U.S. visa and advancing tax legislation. Case 2000, the Netanyahu-Moses affair. This case centers on conversations between Netanyahu and Arnon Moses, publisher of the Israeli newspaper Yedoth Ahronoth. They allegedly discussed a quid pro quo deal where Bibi would limit the circulation of a rival newspaper, Israel Hayom, in exchange for more favorable coverage of himself in Yedoth Aranhath. Case 4000, the Besk affair. Considered the most serious case, it alleges that Netanyahu, while serving as prime minister and communications minister, approved regulatory decisions that benefited Bezeq, a major Israeli telecommunications company. In return, Shaul Elvich, the controlling shareholder of Bezeq, allegedly directed his news site, Walla News, to provide positive coverage of Bibi and his family. Wow. Hello, Ifti Ahmad. Yeah, I think the ceasefire is actually designed to allow this trial to move forward to pressure Bibi out of office. That's my analysis. We have our why. And if you think about it, Bibi's the X factor. Also, Iran did mine the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take a listen.
Live in Dubai. John, there seems to be a lot of confusion so far. What are you hearing on where things stand right now?
Well, if you talk to the Emirati officials here in the UAE, they are really starting to become more concerned about the Strait of Hormuz. That's the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which about 20% of all oil and natural gas traded in peacetime passes. But it's been shut for the weeks that have gone on with this war. Iran today has come out and put out some information via some news agencies there suggesting that the paramilitary Revolutionary Guard did deploy sea mines into the area that was used by commercial traffic in the strait. Now, they might be doing this to try to put more pressure on the...
No, they put it right here. It's in this box right here. They mined this area right here.
Americans ahead of these talks in Islamabad coming this weekend. We do know that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is going to lead that delegation. We're still waiting to hear from the Iranians.
That's why those
who's
ships are going
from
up here.
their side.
This is the southward route. You can also go this southward route, northern route. This is mined,
but
right here.
With the Strait of Hormuz still a main talking point, there's also concern about Lebanon. We saw the Israelis yesterday just launch a major airstrike campaign there that killed over 200 people.
Sea mines are
they came out today and said that they killed a top aide to the Secretary General of Hezbollah. That's the top leader in that militia group that's backed by Iran.
Nassim Qassem
as of right now,
the leader's
again,
name.
Strait of Hormuz is
secretary.
top concern for Emirati officials, other Gulf officials, as this goes on because of this, the impact it's having on global energy markets.
Yeah, I mean, fair, but also, I'm now truly of the belief that the reason Iran didn't respond to what happened in Lebanon, and no one will respond, is because there is a firm belief that there's a firm belief among the Israelis and among the Iranians and the Americans that they can get Bibi out of the equation if they just don't bomb and let the courts in Israel open. It's genius. 27D chess. Here's the latest regarding that ceasefire discussion from Al Arabia just a few hours ago.
كثرت الخطط ولا نعلم ما هي الخطة نهائيا.
يعني طيب خلينا نبدأ من البداية عشان نسهل على المشاهدين. ما قاله البيت الأبيض أن هناك خطة كانت من 15 نقطة عرضتها الولايات المتحدة أولا. هذا كان أول الحديث. بعد ذلك عادت إيران ووضعت خطة أخرى ب10 نقاط. هذه الخطة رفضها الرئيس ترامب والفريق المفاوض وقالوا بأنها لا تتطابق مع أي من النقاط الأمريكية ولا علاقة لها من قريب أو من بعيد، وبالتالي الرئيس مزقها وقال بأنه لا حاجة لها، وصاغوا خطة جديدة فيها نقاط ربما 5. هذه النقاط هي المفروض أنه يتم التفاوض عليها في إسلام آباد عندما يذهب. حتى الآن الجدول هو أن يذهبوا يوم السبت ويلتقوا أو يذهب الجمعة لأنه فرق الساعات ويبدأوا مفاوضات يوم صباح السبت. لكن على كل الأحوال إذا عادت إيران الآن وقالت بأن هناك خطة جديدة لا نعرف كيف سيقبلها البيت الأبيض، إذا هي قريبة من خطة الرئيس أم لا. كل ما نعرفه ونؤكده هو أن جي دي فانس قال الوضع بسيط جدا يا جماعة. خلينا نشرح لكم إياه مرة تانية. إيران طلبنا منها أن تعيد فتح المضيق ووافقت، وفي المقابل نقول هناك وقف إطلاق النار وافقت عليه إيران. طبعا جزئية لبنان الآن أصبحت غامضة، هل فهمت إيران أنه جزء منها أم لا؟ لكن هذا يعني موضوع ملحق في الاتفاق الكبير. ومن هنا إذا قامت إيران اليوم بإغلاق المضيق مرة أخرى لأي سبب من الأسباب، سيكون هناك عواقب وخيمة، لأننا لن نلتزم بوقف إطلاق النار وسنعود إلى المربع الأول. وهذا تهديد مبطن من جي دي فانس اللي هو الرجل الذي سيفاوض في هذه المفاوضات. لكن على كل الأحوال الآن البيت الأبيض سيرى إذا إيران لا تزال تلتزم بإعادة فتح المضيق من اليوم اللي هو ليلة الأربعاء بتوقيت واشنطن، وحتى ذهاب الوفد إلى إسلام آباد صباح السبت رح يكونوا موجودين هناك، يعني يجب أن يغادروا الجمعة على أقصى يعني حد. إذا حدث أي شيء مختلف هذا يعني بأنه الاتفاق لن يدوم، وبالتالي تعود الولايات المتحدة للعمليات العسكرية التي هدد بها هيكست اليوم من البنتاغون وقال نحن مستعدين، نحن على أهبة الاستعداد فقط بانتظار هذه الفرصة.
Good update from this morning from Al Arabia. Yeah, Hezbollah has fired a lot today, and Israel has threatened Beirut, but I think like Iran figured it out, or I think both Iran and the U.S. knew ahead of time that Bibi was going to try to sabotage the ceasefire because of his trial coming up Sunday or resuming, and so I think they both said, like, expect it, like he's going to do something stupid, and then so they told Hezbollah, and I bet Hezbollah they had to negotiate with them, because Hezbollah is not going to let 100 or like however many 200 people in Lebanon be slaughtered. They view themselves as the protectors of the Lebanese people, and so they probably had to be told, like, okay, you can retaliate, but like this many, you know, like you can do 200 missiles, like one missile for each person who died. Like Iran definitely told them, like Hezbollah probably was initially told, like, don't take the bait, like Bibi just wants you to like reimpose a state of war, like don't take the bait. But then Hezbollah was like, wait a minute, like we want to avenge our people. So they came up with a plan to fire only at the north so that it wouldn't impose a state of emergency, and Iran won't fire at all. Iran won't do anything to allow Bibi to impose a state of emergency. Watch. Mark my words. I know exactly how they're gonna play it. I'm telling you, I know exactly. I just see the larger game now. No, Pete, I think it's a little bit more complex. I think the ceasefire is intended to force Bibi to go to trial. That's my read of it. Like everything just kind of is lining up. Bibi's the X factor who's been the problem. It's not the state of Israel. It's not the people of Israel. It's not Iran. It's not really the U.S. It's Bibi. And they want him out of there. And they can't make him go. But what can they do? They can get the judiciary to make him go. And then they can just make sure President Herzog doesn't pardon him. You tell President Herzog to say the right things. Make it look, and you tell President Trump to say the right things. But when the moment comes, you just don't pardon him. You can't let him see it coming. I mean, he sees it coming. He's not dumb. He's a smart guy, but he's not going to make it. He's not going to make it through the weekend. They're going to force him to resign. What do you think the Americans and the Iranians are going to talk about? They're going to talk about this and how to get him out. They want him out. I'm not saying I'm 100% right. There's always variables in war. I just think this is the most rational outcome for everyone. Israeli society would benefit. The world would benefit. Iran would benefit. The U.S. would benefit. Bibi's just like exploiting the entire world and has caused a lot of death. And I don't think he's even going to try it because everyone knows now what's good. So I think like it's very clear this was done tactically to induce the reopening of the Israeli courts. Genius. The U.S. must have people in the Israeli courts, which, yeah, of course they do. Genius. How about that? I'll show you what the IRGC had to say. But I'm really feeling positive right now. Lebanon, I do not feel positive about what happened in Lebanon yesterday, but I understand it now. Now, here was the latest from U.S. CENTCOM.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 of America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 40 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the President expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industrial base. After successfully conducting
I have to play that again.
This task, Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 40 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated.
No, Joyce, that can't be right. Joyce, that can't be right. It's planes, Joyce. It's planes. Joyce, that can't be right. There's no alerts. It's planes. They have to be planes. Otherwise, there would have been no alerts. Joyce, they might be planes. They look like interceptors, but they might be planes. I'm checking the cams. I highly doubt they're interceptors. They're probably planes. I'm checking them now. When exactly, Joyce? I'm at like 2:48. IRGC denies launch earlier towards the Gulf countries. Probably Netanyahu. I'm going to monitor, Joyce, but I don't see any interceptors. Hold on. I'll play it at 2x. I'm monitoring. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, Joyce. We're going to watch from 46 onward at 2x speed. I imagine it's planes. I'm here. I'm looking. Trust me, if there's anything that happens on the cams, they'll show on one of these like 12. I have seen all the angles. I did not see any interceptors. Most likely what you saw were planes. Yeah, no activity at all. What's up, Stu? What cams do you want me to look at? Different cams? Yeah, Stu, this is what we're watching. Oh, the actual link. Sorry about that. I should have dropped the link. I thought you were asking for a different link. This is the one we use sometimes, and there's other ones as well. This is the Intel cams. It's like 13 of them. Yeah, I didn't see any. I think we're live again, basically. I didn't see any go up. Thought it was on 12. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, Joyce. You may have seen some lights that look like them, but I think they were planes. There is an airport right there. All right. I'll take a look at what Mr. President Trump had to tweet. I don't expect to see anything. I expect to see Benjamin Netanyahu lash out multiple times, and then the world kind of force him to, accept his fate. No tweets from President Trump in the past 7 hours. He just said this earlier. I saw this earlier.
Israel is due to hold elections in October that Netanyahu's coalition, the most right-wing in Israel's history, is likely to lose. Reporting by Stephen Shear, editing by Philippa Fletcher. Our standard...
No, wrong one.
Truth details. 5,441 replies. At Real Donald Trump. All U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel, with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy, will remain in place in and around Iran, until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts, bigger, and better, and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. It was agreed, a long time ago, and despite all of the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons and the Strait of Hormuz will be open and safe. In the meantime, our great military is loading up and resting, looking forward, actually, to its next conquest. America is back.
Okay, that's what Mr. President Trump had to say. Oh, that's an ad. Anything else about NATO? No. And then a post there, then a post with Joe Rogan. Yeah, that was about it. And then, let's see. There was this post about NATO. I mean, we'll have British Reporter Tal read it. It's not very long.
Truth details. 3,186 replies. At Real Donald Trump. None of these people, including our own, very disappointing, NATO, understood anything unless they have pressure placed upon them. Continue the conversation.
Sounds about right.
Sign up now to create your personalized experience.
No, I'm good. Sounds about right, Pete. Alright, here was the latest, just to give you the sense of what Netanyahu did in Beirut. It's gonna be loud. Hi, it's so good to see you, Ifty, and Yolanda, and Kanapi, and Stu, and Shannon, and Primo, and Gus. and Nikki. How are you all doing? See, this guy knew, so he got you get away from the glass. He knew. He knew to run. He heard the warplane coming. Dude, you will pay for a slow reaction time. They were too slow. They're okay, but the force, that's not them ducking, that's the force of the shockwave pushing them back. You see how they go? Oh, it almost looks like he's pulling him down. That's not what's happening. They're both okay. But what's happening is that the force of the shockwave is pushing their bodies off the ground. That, like, your body in a shockwave is not strong enough to stay on the ground. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question, Nikki. Maybe just a sixth sense. You know, my sixth towel sense. Non-temporal pathways of information dissemination and all that. It's a very special power. Alright, I'll show you the latest from Yumna Al-Sayed. I was so honored when I found out that Yumna Al-Sayed follows me. She's one of the journalists who was like the best reporters on the ground during the war in Gaza. Here's the latest from Yumna Al-Sayed.
The region from last night and until this hour, because this war is not slowing down, it's expanding and escalating. In Gaza, Israel has intensified targeted assassinations. An Israeli drone strike has killed Al Jazeera journalist Mohammed Bishah in a direct attack on his car. At the same time, bombardment intensified across the Gaza Strip, killing more civilians and causing more destruction, despite the so-called ceasefire. In Lebanon, the escalation is even more dramatic. Last night, Israel launched one of its largest air offensives on Beirut and across the country. Casualties are surging with over 200 killed and hundreds injured in a single day, and more journalists were killed in the recent attacks. Israel is making one thing clear. The US-Iran ceasefire does not apply to Lebanon, and that's the turning point, because while Washington and Tehran step back, Israel is pushing forward. Iran has responded to the Israeli attacks on Lebanon by threatening to shut the Strait of Hormuz, which is a direct threat to the global oil flow and international shipping. The US is responding with its own warning that any move to block the Strait of Hormuz will be met with serious consequences. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the ceasefire is not the end, and Israel remains ready to resume a full war at any moment. So what we're witnessing is a fragmented ceasefire, a widened battlefield, and a strategy built on continued assassinations from Gaza to Beirut. And this is far from over. Stay tuned for the next episode of Let's Wrap Up.
Oh, I don't think Hezbollah is down with this ceasefire. I might have read this wrong. Like, I don't think Hezbollah cares if he's going on trial. They're bombing. Hezbollah is bombing Haifa and Netanya and Acre all at the same time. They're bombing. They're real. Like, they must have got permission to take revenge. They don't care. I bet the only thing that won't happen is Iran won't launch. I mean, then again, I could be wrong completely. There's a lot of bombing. They're bombing the entire north. They're bombing Haifa. They don't bomb Haifa that often. Haifa is what they bomb when they're targeting the military. This is Hezbollah rockets coming in like 50 of them. Hezbollah just launched a massive wave of rockets. I can't tell you why. My analysis of this was that there was going to be a ceasefire imposed by Iran to facilitate Netanyahu's trial, but there's just been launches by Hezbollah consistently for the past 4 hours at the north. That means that these will hit. Hezbollah is able to hit the north easily. I don't know why Hezbollah is well, I know why they're doing this, because they're taking revenge for what Israel did in Lebanon yesterday. And they're probably going to shell civilians very hard in Israel. Well, one, Hezbollah doesn't consider civilians in Israel civilians because they consider them occupiers. That's just my general understanding of the viewpoint. But anyway, it's also a really bad situation because if Israel hits back too hard, Iran could be forced to hit back. But yeah, there was definitely a massive amounts of alerts around Haifa and Netanyahu Acre in the past 30 seconds. And it's all Hezbollah. Iran doesn't fire that way. There's early warnings. The only time you get a red alert is when it's Hezbollah. And they fired drones too earlier at the same area, like maybe 30 minutes ago. And now they just launched a coordinated rocket strike. And Hezbollah has powerful rockets. They don't always unload them, but they have powerful rockets. Here's the latest from Beirut. This was earlier from Trey Yingst on Fox.
You can see here on Wednesday in Beirut large explosions in the southern part of the Lebanese capital. The IDF says they were targeting Hezbollah, but we know that dozens of civilians were killed in these strikes. One survivor describes what it was like in the streets of Beirut.
We are living in nightmare, so I'm afraid today to sleep. So maybe it will happen this the second time. Who's gonna? I don't know. What? I will pray and then sleep. That's it.
You can see here.
This is the latest from the IRGC Space Force on Iranian TV. I have this with English captions for you.
نکته شماره 3 که پاسخ به بعضی از شبهاته. وظایف نیروهای مسلح قبل از جنگ زیر نظر فرمانده معظم کل قوا رهبر شهیدمون بودش و تمامی امور رو ایشون رصد میکردن و در حال حاضر تمامی اتفاقات و امور نیروهای مسلح زیر نظر رهبر عزیزمون آیت الله العظما امام سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای داره رخ میده. فرماندهی معظم کل قوا ایشون هستن و ما لبیک گفتیم و آماده هستیم اوامر ایشون رو قدم به قدم، خط به خط، وجب به وجب. خواهران من، برادران من، بزرگترهای بنده، وظیفه موشکی دوربرد ما که به اهداف راهبردی دشمن اصابت میکنه با هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی. وظیفه اهداف راهبردی دشمن به پشتیبانی از فرماندهی موشکی در اختیار فرماندهی پهپاد، فرماندهی پهپاد سپاه پاسداران، فرماندهی پهپاد نهاجا و ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایرانه. یعنی ما دامنه اتفاقات رو نه تو این 1 سال اخیر، نه تو 2 سال اخیر، از روزی که انقلاب اسلامی پیروز شد ما چیدمان کردیم. بله فرماندهی پهپاد تازه به گوش مردم داره میخوره، ولی سالیان ساله که داریم کار انجام میدیم.
بله.
موشکی شاید یه 20 ساله که مردم زیاد دارن میشنن، ولی پشتش آموزش ها و علم هایی که خودمون تولید کردیم. میریم جلوتر. نکته شماره 5 حفاظت از مرزهای جمهوری اسلامی ایران در مناطق مختلف کشور به عهده نیروی زمینی مقتدر ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران که من عرض سلام و خدا قوت دارم خدمت برادران ارتشیم. دستان شما رو من پاسدار میبوسم و تمام قد احترام میذارم خدمتتون. خدا خیر به شما بده. و سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی و فراجاس که چه کارهایی را انجام میدن؟ انهدام دشمن در بردهای تاکتیکی مختلف در طول مرز گسترده‌ای که کشور عزیزمون داره. ما اندازه این کشورک‌هایی نیستیم که چند صد کیلومتر مرز داشته باشیم. مرز گسترده‌ای داریم. مردم عزیزمون نقشه جغرافیایی کشورمون رو ببینن. لذت میبریم از این دامنه‌های مختلف، 4 فصل بودمون و مرزهای بیابانی، کوهستانی، دریایی و غیره که داریم. و آمادگی در مقابل اشرار که مردم آگاهن، خود شما هم آگاهید که اشرار تو این چند سال اخیر توی جنوب شرق کشور و جاهای دیگه فعالیت میکردن و به ضرب شست نیروهای مسلح ما یا ابین رفتن یا به قول بچه‌ها گفتنی که حضرت آقا میفهمون خودشون رو نجس کردن و عقب برگشتن، نتونستن ورود یا نفوذی بکنن. میریم
That was the latest. There are still alerts in the north of Israel. I will get you the footage now. I'm not sure if that's the actual spokesman account, Pete, but I did check into that for you. It might be his account, but until I see them, like, say it in a video, you never know. All right. here's the latest from Hezbollah. Speaking of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, here's the latest from Hezbollah. I imagine this is from an attack a few days ago, just released by the Hezbollah military media. An attack on March 27th towards the Carminal settlement in Israel. Here's the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Now, there's a flurry of statements coming out that lead me to believe that statement about time is running out was actually real. Alright, so let's take a look at this. Alright, let's take a look at this. Here's the latest from the Iranian foreign minister. This is actually the Speaker of the Parliament. I thought it was the foreign minister at first. Here's what it says. Statement. Lebanon and the entire resistance axis as Iran's allies form an inseparable part of the ceasefire. Point 1, 10-point proposal. 2, PM Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan publicly and clearly stressed the Lebanon issue. There is no room for denial and backtracking. 3, ceasefire violations carry explicit costs and strong, all caps, responses. Extinguish the fire immediately. Okay? Now, then, just a few minutes ago, the speaker said time is running out. Oh no, they're going to do it. I guess they don't care about Netanyahu's trial at all. The deal may be collapsing. Diplomatic sources tell CBS that President Trump personally agreed that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire agreement, and Israel also agreed to the terms. Yikes. Here's the latest from the streets of Iran, where they are celebrating the 40th anniversary of martyr Sayyid Ali Khamenei's martyrdom. Some of these Arabic songs don't play well with the... I really like them, but they don't play well. Because they're not in the database, right? It's a great song. They have a really good amount of music in Arabic. I don't know what the lyrics mean, but I'm keeping the music low because Arabic songs don't play well with the database. They're in there under their English titles, but not their Arabic titles. This is tonight in Iran. Just in case you're wondering what Iran looks like. A lot of people don't know what Iran looks like on the streets. Yes, Claude Bell, there were rocket strikes on Haifa right after the Iranians said time is running out. So that's Iran tonight. Very cool. The Iranian people are actually very nice. Like, they're very mad they got attacked. But they're very nice people. Let me show you more from the streets of Iran tonight. How can you not like that? The only problem is they don't upload these with English titles. They're always with Arabic titles, and that doesn't play nice with the database. It's hard to search Arabic titles. So I don't know what this song is. We're only playing a small portion of it. It's only 30 seconds. I mean, how can you not like that? It's like a good song. I don't know what it means. They just have better rhythm. The only thing that approaches this in America is R&B. Maybe dance hall, but that's not American. Distinctly Jamaican with a little bit of British influence. We have nothing like this. Spanish music is kind of like this, but this is distinctly Persian. They have such good rhythm. That's why I like Iran. They have a like you can just go there and hang out. It's a nice place. That's why we gotta chill with them. They're fun. They're very conservative, but okay. They have a right to be religiously conservative. I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to hear about them doing like really abhorrent stuff. Like I don't want women being abused. If I hear about that, I get mad. And there is some corruption in the IRGC. They like do abuse some girls, and they know they do. I've read some of the articles. But if they clean that up, it's not my role to tell them they can't have niqabs and hijabs. It would be actually very insensitive for me to do that. But that's the biggest problem that the West has with Iran. They don't understand religious culture. I think it's a very respectful thing, but they think it's oppressive. So that's the best I can do for you from Iran. There is bombing on Lebanon. I mean, on northern Israel. Here's the latest from Ali Hashim in foreign policy. All right. Why are you talking so much? Let me show you the latest from Ali Hashim in foreign policy. Ali normally has like a really good opinion. I like to like learn about it. Oh, don't make me create an account. Just give me the article. Alright, fine. Hold on. In order to be able to comment on what Ali has to say, I will actually do this. I don't want to, but I will. You have to subscribe. Can I just get this article alone? Can't you just give me this article? In order to read Ollie's article, you have to create an account, which I'm fine with. How do I plan to use it? A little mix of both. I mostly just want to read what Ollie has to say. Ollie's a smart man. I would like to read and comment and analyze my friend Ollie's pieces. They wanted to know why I wanted to join the site. Oh, that's awesome. All right. So they do let you read a little bit as long as you sign up, which is fine. All right. Here's the latest from Ali Hashim. No, I don't need the South Asia brief. Thank you, though. Foreign policy is actually really good. I want to learn a little bit about what Ali's thinking.
By using this website, you agree to our use of cookies.
Okay.
The Iran ceasefire has only divided the war. Instead of ending the fighting, the current deal has mostly managed to complicate it. By Ali Hashem, a journalist and researcher covering wars, diplomacy, and political transformations across the Middle East. People hold portraits of Iran's slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his son and successor Mojtaba Khamenei during a rally to commemorate his death in Tehran on April 9, 2026. People hold portraits of Iran's slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his son and successor Mojtaba Khamenei during a rally to commemorate his death in Tehran on April 9, 2026. Photo by AFP. My FP, Follow topics and authors to get straight to what you like. Exclusively for FP subscribers. Subscribe now. Tehran, in Iran's capital, the initial news about a ceasefire started as a rumor, grew into anticipation, and soon felt almost like a celebration. People quickly gathered in Engelab Square. Families stood together, waving Iranian flags. Young men held a large banner across the square, its colors moving above them while cars circled, horns blaring and patriotic songs playing from speakers. For days, Iranians had been expecting things to get worse, not better. Earlier Tuesday evening, as the midnight deadline imposed by US President Donald Trump approached, anxiety in Tehran kept growing. My phone started buzzing with messages from my wife in Doha, Qatar. She was scared. Friends kept calling, one after another. Everyone was worried. As night fell over the city, people noticed something strange. The lights on Malad Tower were off. For perhaps the first time since it was built, one of Tehran's most visible landmarks was completely dark. The skyline looked different, as if the city was preparing for something. But as news of a possible ceasefire spread, the mood started to change. In western Tehran, particularly in Sharak Garb, the symbolism expanded beyond Iran itself. Alongside Iranian flags were those of Lebanon's Hezbollah, Yemen's Houthis, and Iraq's popular mobilization units. Songs in support of Iran's so-called axis of resistance echoed through the streets from large speakers. Some people talked as if the war was already over, but not everyone felt the same way. Some people in the crowd watched carefully, trying to make sense of quotes from Iranian officials saying they would accept only a full end to the war, not just a ceasefire. While few voiced open criticism, a current of skepticism was unmistakable. Many people explained their doubts as a matter of trust. Earlier talks between Iran and the United States had ended with more conflict, not solutions. The worry was not about diplomacy itself, but that it could be used as another way to fight. The ceasefire's weakness is clear on closer look. This weakness comes from deep mistrust between Iran and the United States, decades-old disputes that started the conflict, and outside pressure from regional players with their own interests. Both sides doubt the other will keep its promises, and neither has made real concessions on key issues. Regional allies and rivals also add problems, so the ceasefire feels more like a shaky pause than a real step toward lasting peace. The agreement announced by Washington and Tehran is not a real settlement. Talks are expected to start in Pakistan within days, and mediators hope a broader agreement can be reached in about 2 weeks. But the same issues that have blocked diplomacy in recent years, especially the last year, are still on the table. Among them is the question of uranium enrichment. US officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance, have revived the demand that Iran accept zero enrichment. This demand has long been a major stumbling block. In previous negotiations, such as those surrounding the 2015 nuclear deal and talks in the years since, breakdowns have consistently occurred when enrichment was brought to the table. Iran has viewed any push for zero enrichment as an attempt to strip it of sovereignty and technological progress, while US officials have argued it is essential for non-proliferation. For Tehran, that is politically impossible. Iranian officials have repeatedly said they will not accept under wartime pressure what they refused during times of relative calm. Beyond enrichment lies the question of Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, ballistic missiles, and the future of its regional network of allies. All of these issues are complicated. Together, they are at the heart of the conflict between Iran and the United States. Read more. 1. How Ukraine benefited from Trump's Iran war. Countries are lining up for military deals with Kyiv. Analysis Christian Carroll. None of these problems can realistically be solved in just 2 weeks. Still, the ceasefire assumes they might be, although Iran's Supreme National Security Council left open the chance for an extension. This mismatch between diplomatic urgency and strategic reality is one of the reasons skepticism is growing in Tehran. Another reason is mistrust. For many Iranian analysts and officials, memories of past talks are still fresh. Negotiations moved forward, hopes went up, and then conflict returned. Some now see talks not as a way out of conflict but as just another part of it. The worry is not whether diplomacy can work, but whether it is being used as deception to prepare for more fighting. The contradiction became visible almost immediately. From Tehran's perspective, any ceasefire had to apply across all fronts. Iranian officials repeatedly emphasized that Lebanon was not a separate theater but part of the same war. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif appeared to confirm that understanding when he announced that the ceasefire applied, everywhere including Lebanon. Events on the ground quickly challenged that idea. Israeli airstrikes intensified across Beirut. Entire areas of the capital were hit, not only the southern suburbs but other parts of the city as well. Lebanese friends on the ground said the scale of the bombardment resembled moments not seen since Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. At nearly the same time, Trump told reporters that Lebanon had never been part of the agreement, calling it a separate skirmish. That position exposed the central contradiction of the ceasefire. Washington appears to see the deal as a bilateral pause between the United States and Iran. Tehran has built its entire regional strategy on the assumption that its conflicts cannot be separated so easily. Lebanon was the first place where these two views clashed. This creates a problem for Iran that is bigger than just the fighting on the ground. Hezbollah entered the war as part of a broader confrontation in which Iran was already engaged. It opened a front to relieve pressure on Tehran. Now that front is under heavy attack while Iran is effectively in a pause. If Iran does not respond, it risks signaling that its deterrence model is conditional. If it responds, it risks collapsing the ceasefire before securing any diplomatic gains. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi framed the issue hours after the escalation in Lebanon in a post on X. The Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war through Israel. It cannot have both, he wrote. He also said the world was watching to see if Washington would keep its promises as Israeli attacks on Lebanon grew stronger. The message was directed outward. But it also reflected a debate unfolding inside Iran itself. Throughout the conflict, Iranian officials had insisted that Tehran would not accept a ceasefire, only a comprehensive end to the war. Now they are supporting a temporary pause, but no one knows how far it will go. This has created a quiet debate inside the country. Some analysts think the pause is a tactical move toward a bigger agreement. Others worry that if Israel keeps weakening Hezbollah while Iran stays in a pause, the balance in the region could change. Iran might emerge from the talks with less influence. In that sense, the ceasefire does not represent an endpoint, rather what seems to be a bitter transitional moment for Iran and its allies. The ceasefire between Washington and Tehran has been described as the start of de-escalation. But in reality, it might be something different. It is a pause that splits the war instead of ending it, dividing it between negotiations and fighting elsewhere. If talks break down again, the conflict could return, even bloodier and more complicated than before. Ali Hashem is a journalist and researcher covering wars, diplomacy, and political transformations across the Middle East. He is a correspondent with Al Jazeera and a research fellow at the Center of Islamic and West Asian Studies, Royal Holloway, University of London.
Ali's normally right. He's very, very informed, and he has a lot of sources in Iran. I think he's right. I think the only way this really scales back is if Iran and Hezbollah feel that Israel is only sabotaging peace, or Bibi's only sabotaging peace to protect himself. Like Washington's going to have to flip on Bibi, not Israel, Bibi, in order to get peace. That's the price. Sorry. Ali's completely right about that. Iran's not going to abandon Lebanon. Are you kidding me? Iran wants you want to see how Iran is framing itself? And I censored out the sexual stuff. I don't think they cuss in this. But if you want to see like how Iran thinks of itself in this war, and I mean like how it wants to come out like in terms of its like PR, let me show you what they think of themselves.
Real talk. You out here blowing
it's
for
vulgar.
access,
It's vulgar. I know it's vulgar. I don't love the sexual vulgarity. I like the second half of this song. I know it's art, but this is state propaganda that I'm analyzing. So, like, I'm not playing, like, sexualized state propaganda. People want to use that stuff in art. It's not my call, but not this stuff. All right, so let me give you a insight into how Iran wants to come out of this war. That's why they have to be really careful. Like, they will never abandon Lebanon or anyone really, because they want to be seen as like the moral leader against Bibi. So this is how Iran. They want that like boss style stuff. They want the reputation of a boss. They apparently put a new Lego video out today about Mr. President Trump. I'll put it out, but like really, they just want the boss vibe. Like they just want to be in charge. And they want people to know they're in charge. So that's why, like, people have to, like, understand how Iran's going to approach this negotiation. They're not just going to let Lebanon fall. All right, here's the latest from Iran about Mr. President Trump.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of birth. losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public
This
ever
comes
saw
from
the files,
Iranian
man, the
State
planet would
TV.
shake from the level
I
of
play it
filth
to
and the
show
crimes
you
in your wake.
insights
No wonder
about
Jeff
the
called you the
regime.
worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, here it's clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
Yeah, they get it.
We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
That's a bop. 1 in the chat if you want to hear it again. 2 if you don't. 3 if you're just deflated because we lost a propaganda war. 1 if you want to hear it again. 2 if you don't. 3 if you're just deflated because we lost a propaganda war. Alright, watch the chat. We will let the chat decide if we bop to it again. 1 in the chat if you want to hear it again. 2 if you don't. 3 if you are just deflated because the US lost a propaganda war. Alright, the chat gets to decide. You are in control of your own fate. Oh no! Oh no! Poor Nikki! Oh no! Oh goodness. Alright, for Silent Dogs. Silent Dogs like it's a fake video. It's all fake. It's a fake poll. Oh goodness. Alright. None is depressed. Alright, I think the ones have it. The ones have it. Poor Nikki. Oh no. Sorry, Nikki. Sorry, Victoria. I've tried to make this. It's a democracy. The people have spoken. Give it to them.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
All right, now, I've heard there might be some criticism of my choice, not from Nikki, you know, that was a vote. But I've heard that there was some criticism. I have a response to my critics who are questioning whether I should be commenting on what the Iranian state TV is playing. I mean, it's a bop, bro, okay? I separate the music from the content, all right? It's a bop. You got to judge art as art. I have a response to my critics, okay? My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I have a response to my critics who don't like the bop, okay? I have a response. I'm going to let Pinocchio talk you through it with the Mortal Technique, too. I have a response. Here we go.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker.
Oh, explicit content warning. He cusses a little bit. Just a little bit.
Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they wanna get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. Thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch. Full of hatred, pressing the button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do. Asking me to tone it down during the interview. Trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain. Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga. Tell them what's up. Word, nigga. Fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those nigga ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck. For the kids. For the kids.
Beat Bandits. Great song. That was to my critics. Here's the latest from Mr. President Trump on Truth Social. Let's hear it.
Conversation. Trump. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially because they think it's great for Iran, the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common, and that's a low IQ. They're dumb, they know it, their families know it, and everybody knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been fine.
No, I escaped Mr. President Trump's wrath. He knows that I love him dearly because he liked my Grampy. I escaped his wrath. I was totally being very harsh, but not on Mr. President. On BB. I escaped his wrath. He's so mad.
They've all been fired from television, they've lost their shows, and they're not even invited on TV anymore because nobody cares about them. They're nuts, they're troublemakers. And they'll say anything necessary to get some free and cheap publicity. They think they're now getting some clicks thanks to their lousy podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are completely contrary to the Make America Great Again mantra. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. The Make America Great Again mantra agrees with me, and they gave CNN a 100% Trump approval rating, not the likes of Tucker Carlson, who didn't even finish college, and was a mess when he got fired from Fox News. And he'll never be the same. Maybe he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who rudely asked me the famous Rosie O'Donnell only question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the esteemed French First Lady of being a man, which she is not, and we hope she makes a lot of money in the ongoing lawsuit. In fact, I think the First Lady of France is far more beautiful than Candace, there's no comparison. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who spews some of the dumbest statements, and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, because of his disgusting attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, falsely claiming it was a hoax. These so-called experts are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news outlets are praising him, and giving him positive media coverage for the first time in their lives. They're not Trump fans, they're losers who are just trying to hang on to the Make America Great Again mantra. As president, I could get their support anytime I wanted, but when they call, I don't answer because I'm busy with world and country affairs, and after a few times, they get nasty, just like traitor Marjorie Taylor Greene did. But I don't care about that stuff anymore, all I care about is the good of our country. The Make America Great Again, MAGA, mantra is about victory and strength in stopping Iran from having nuclear weapons. Make America Great Again is about making America great again, and these people don't know how to do that, but I do. Because the United States now.
It's so long he had to make it. He couldn't put it all in one post. Oh goodness, okay. Alright, hold on. Wait, hold on. because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Oh, goodness. Oh, Candylion, thank you so much. I'll check if it's in the database. Even if you just share it with us, though, and we save it, that's awesome. But I have to, like, screen the song. There's this special, there's this, like, feature YouTube gave some creators. It's in beta. I don't know how to say that, but it's in beta. And it allows me to screen this database of songs, and I can decide to either pay the artist. Some of them charge money per song or per use or per stream. Other ones allow you to share your ad revenue with the artist, so it's like a preloaded license. I love this new feature. I hope it rolls out to all creators. I really hope artists out there start adopting this. It's a really good way to allow creators to showcase your music. Well, you don't even have to do it for ad revenue. You can just put it on there. But if you want, like, I'm happy to give you ad revenue. As like this stream doesn't get a lot of ads because there should be no incentive to cover war other than staying alive. Like, it's not an industry. But the point is, I have the option to, of the little ad revenue that will come in, maybe a few dollars, a little more, a little less, depending on what the stream is. I'm allowed to kind of click this button in the background, and in the Creator Studio it will tell me that I can play it and give the artist a percentage of the ads, and it's a preloaded license. It's so cool. It's the coolest system YouTube's rolled out in the past like 6 months. They do a lot of cool updates. This one I love. As a creator, I cannot sing the praises of this system enough. I'm going to go tell artists about it. I'm going to start DMing them and be like, bro, can you just load up? Like, I don't want to deal with the rights. Like, some artists will just tell me, like, smaller local bands, like, I can just get in writing from them that I can play their songs. As long as they put it in writing that I have the license, or just like a free license, a royalty-free license, I can play anything I want. As long as the band itself writes in writing, like, it has to be the copyright owner. But the other way to do it, which I love for bigger bands, you should, if you're a band and you are on YouTube, here's what you should do. Go into your Creator Studio. Go into Creator Music. It's like in beta. You will have access to it if you are a musician. It's only for some streamers and musicians. They're trying it out. I can see why. They have to really like update their algorithms to allow this, but it's such a cool system. If you're a band, if you know a band, go into your YouTube settings. I don't know how you do it as a band. I'm not a band. But go figure it out. All right? Ask your A&R people. If you're an independent band, just go into your YouTube. Go into your Creator Studio and go into Creator Music, okay? It's going to give you the option for all the stuff you uploaded to, like, allow people to play it during streams for percentages of the ad revenue. You pick how much you want. I get to review it before I play your song. I mostly just will give you what you want. I don't really care. But, like, pick how much you want. Percentage-wise. Some people sell it by track. I wouldn't recommend doing that at first. You can if you want, but like it's a weirder system. I don't necessarily trust that system yet. I will when the bugs get worked out, but I'm not giving them like $5 and then it like doesn't know that I have the license. The auto-approved licenses are great. Everything's working great. Like I review the streams after to check that the license worked, that everything like went well, and it's all fine. So I really like this system, and if you're a musician or a band, put your music into the catalog. It's called like the Creator Music Studio. It'll be in beta for you, and you're gonna wanna enable revenue sharing. You can pick how you want it. I don't care how you distribute your songs. You can pick which works for you, but I like the revenue sharing model personally. Just go on there, enable it for whatever tracks you want to enable it for, and then I can play your music. I cannot until you do that, unless you write me a letter saying, I give you Grant Smith Ellis or Grant Ellis permission to play like all my songs or this song, then I can play your songs. Otherwise, you need to go through that. I don't want to deal with the licensing, but I will play local bands. There's this one band I really like called Dismissed. They have a song called How We Burn. I will play that because they gave me permission in writing to play it, and it's a really, really good song. But other than like a local band, I don't want like permission in writing. I want you to go through the YouTube Creator Studio. All right, what's going on, Sam? Sam, who are we yelling at? Sam, are you upset with me? What did I do? Just because I want to help you? Just maybe it was addressed at someone else. Yeah, Sam, you might have to be timed out by chat. I don't know what happened. I thought I was just trying to share about the YouTube Creator Studio. Chat reset. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm intervening. I saw Chat Mom Lynn intervene. The speaker has called for a chat reset. Thus, you are commanded to present to this honorable house your best emojis, including but not limited to sheep, cat, dog, and other related animal emojis. Oh, that's Bunny's dog. Oh, that's adorable. And in return, I'll play you a song. Alright, while we do our chat reset. This one's called One. No, this one's called Industrial Revolution. No, that one's not going to work. It will only play the first 10 seconds. Hold on. I wish I could play that one. I like that one. Alright, we're going to play a song called One. I know One's in there. Hold on. It's like the very end of Revolutionary Volume 1. Oh, look at a chat reset. So you want to post lots of emojis during this? Like, that's a great way to do this. You know what I'm saying? Alright, here's One. I love this song. And it's on the list.
Tech, it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah. You know, a remix just feels right, though. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, no fair. No question. It's like the elders told me. No one person can do everything. But everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the One remix.
Yo, One Enterprises comprises the artists and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight that it pounds. It's underground with the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the prince's cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear it's a rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one.
Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean on my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, Cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in a cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else.
One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Yeah. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. The shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
Now that's a song. Isn't he great? I love that man. I met him in person. Philippe. I have his phone number. He's a really nice man. I don't bother him. I'd like to meet him again, but I wouldn't bother him. He's a G. He runs an orphanage in Afghanistan, bro, for orphans. With the money he made from that album. He made like $400,000. He probably made more off Revolutionary Volume 2. And he distributed the money to orphans in Afghanistan in like 2008. Dude was so far ahead of the game. He's probably my intellectual mentor, but I don't know him. Like, I know him, I have his number, but like, he inspired me. Him and Las Mariposas, the Butterfly Sisters in the Dominican Republic under El Trujillo. That and the book, and Dick Layer. When I was like 11, my inspirations were like Dick Layer, Bob Dylan, Immortal Technique, and Las Mariposas. That's like me in a nutshell. Dick Layer, the guy who wrote, the journalist for the Boston Globe who co-wrote Black Mass. I was like 11. I was like watching wrestling, like WWF, Stone Cold, The Rock in WrestleMania 17. I'd like watch that in the morning, or in the evening on Monday and Thursday. And then I would like read Black Mass when I was like 11. And I got it signed by him when I was 11. He was really baffled. So it's like him, and then those other three that I mentioned. Immortal Technique, obviously. I listened to everything that he made. I was like probably 14, and I listened to Revolutionary Volume 1 and 2 700 to no, bro, that's understating it. Probably like 5,000 times. I know every word of those albums, every single one of them. I met him in person. But anyway, and then Las Mariposas, the Butterfly Sisters. I, of course, was very inspired by their fight against El Trujillo. And then Bobby Dylan. I mean, like, especially, like, 60, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, Bobby Dylan. It's, like, just a very good parallel, sort of, like, artistic manifestation of the Kennedy years. Like, right before and after Newport. Like, especially, like, the epitome of Bobby Dylan is October 31st, 1964 at Philharmonic Hall with Joan Baez. She lived in my town. Her dad was a professor at Harvard. They were definitely, like, you know, like, powerful opinion makers. Bobby, like, got, like, no more anti-war songs. Yeah, right, Bobby. How much did they pay you? No more anti-war songs. My behind. Come on now. The height of your fame. Like, I understand what it is to be able to set global opinion, like, based on what you cover and say. Bobby, why would you ever give that up if not for money? And I will never give it up for money. I want to be the president. Like, I get Bobby couldn't be the president, you know, but I can be the president. So why would I ever give it up for money? But him, it was a different time. It was a different era. I understand. And then Kessler's Darkness at Noon. I think, like, those, like Kessler's Darkness at Noon made me virulently anti-dictatorship. Oh, and then Orwell and Vonnegut. Like, Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five, and then... Was that the one about the bombing of Dresden? Vonnegut wrote so many good books. He was in the war, and he became like a hardened writer. Orwell, it was a lot of propaganda. Like, the CIA sponsored the film version of Animal Farm. But, like, Orwell's good if you want to understand, like, the anti-communist British perspective of, like, 1948, specifically. I like Orwell. I wrote my high school thesis on Orwell and Vonnegut. Turned it in the day Kurt Vonnegut died, actually. God rest his soul. He was a good man. I don't like Capote, though. Capote's not an intellectual influence on me. And Every Word is True, the intellectual critique of Capote's In Cold Blood, that absolutely had a big inspiration on me, because I learned that Capote covered up what actually happened with the murder of the Cutter family in Kansas in the 60s. Cutter, like the patriarch of that family, was on like an agricultural board in the Carter White House. And like, if you look at the actual evidence in the In Cold Blood case, what you'll find is like the theory of the conviction of the prosecution was that like some guys from jail just like heard there was like $10,000 in a safe, or $5,000, correction, and wanted to rob the house. $5,000 was a lot of money in the 60s. Probably like 40,000 today. Anyway, so the problem with that case, though, is if you look at the map, ostensibly that the robbers used in order to go rob the Cutter family, the map that the people in jail were using to plan the robbery ostensibly came from a guy who worked as a farmhand on the map on the farm 2 years earlier. And the farmhouse map he said he got, like as part of the trial record, he said he got it from his time at the farm. He just had the blueprints and took them. And the problem is that's not right, because there was an addition to the farmhouse in the 3 months before the murder, and the map that the prisoners had to plan the assassination had the new addition on the map. So it was a political assassination, and Capote covered it up because he got too close to it. Him and Harper Lee were really good friends, the woman who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird, while he was writing in Cold Blood. He's still a coward, though. I view, Capote is not Ida Tarbell. He's just, a wannabe hipster who sold out to the government. He's nothing. And he's actually a really good embodiment of the genre of true crime, because it's just people lying about criminal cases and exploiting them for money. It's why I hate true crime. I cover it because I think it's important the public understand the court process. But the personalities involved sometimes in true crime, they're succubuses, and then they denigrate my profession. Not all of them. I like people who look into corruption. That's why I think Turtle Boy's cool. Because I think, fundamentally, he just does what I do. He uses distractions to protect the vulnerable. He kayfabes a lot so that he can look into police corruption, which is legit. It's dangerous work. That's why he acts the way he does. He's pretty good at it, though. Also, Rachel Rollins cannot be Suffolk DA. What the fuck? Sorry for cussing. Bro, that really made me mad when I saw that Rachel Rollins, dude, she's about to lose her bar license. She committed serious alleged crimes in the fall of 2023. Do you understand that she weaponized the position of U.S. Attorney in order to leak derogatory information to try to influence the Suffolk County DA primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo, and she wants to run for public office? What the hell is wrong with Massachusetts? I hate the Democratic Party in this state. It's a disgrace. If she gets more than 5% of the vote, the people of Suffolk County have failed the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She should resign in disgrace before she even steps foot in the primary. It makes me so mad. It should be illegal under the laws of Massachusetts for Rachel Rollins to run for anything. Is it illegal? Is it a bill of attainder if we make a law that says Rachel Rollins can never run for anything ever again? I want the bill to just say Rachel Rollins in perpetuity may never run for public office ever again anywhere, and she can never serve in the government ever. Is that a bill of attainder? Are bill of attainders allowed in Massachusetts under the Constitution? I demand a bill of attainder banning Rachel Rollins from running for office anywhere. It's a disgrace. It's more disgraceful than Greg Connor running for Norfolk DA while Sandra Birchmore's murder is listed by the Norfolk DA's office that he's involved with as self-harm. I demand this state reform immediately. I'm mad. Liberal commie hippies. Damn hippies. You don't understand how mad I get about local politics. It's unjust. It's a travesty. It's a sham. It's a mockery. Rachel Rollins should not be allowed to run for anything. Shameful. I just am disgusted. I'm offended. I'm hurt at the very proposition my government has been disgraced. I'm leaving Massachusetts. How dare she? How dare she? We were moving on, Miss Rollins. No. Nope. The city of Boston must come out with a unified voice. Hezbollah, stop it. I'm trying to yell at Rachel Rollins. Listen to me. The whole Suffolk County has to come out with a unanimous voice and unperson Rachel Rollins. She doesn't exist. She can be on the ballot, but nobody vote for her. 0% if she gets more than 5%. I'm leaving Massachusetts. I'm protesting. Don't make me leave. I'm gonna do it, Mimi. Rachel Rollins was close to the Biden White House. She used official vehicles to go to visit Jill Biden in Andover. I know what you did, Miss Rollins. I'm gonna read that whole May 2023 OIG report. It's 162 pages. Don't make me do it. I'll print it out. I'm gonna bring it to her campaign events. That's it. I'm mad. I forgot how mad I was about that earlier. I had other things going on. I am mad. I'm madder than Hezbollah after what Israel did in Lebanon yesterday. I'm not as justifiably mad. I'm just mad. Damn it, Rachel Rollins, you've made me mad. That's it. I forgot about that. I meant to yell about that earlier. Rachel Rollins, who was forced out as U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts by the OIG. I'm calling the OIG for the DOJ, and I'm saying that the people of Massachusetts are they're being hoodwinked. It's a disgrace. I am mad. No. We need a very viable Suffolk DA candidate immediately. Is Kevin Hayden running for re-election? I don't know. My point is it's not going to be Rachel Rollins. Hell will freeze over before Rachel Rollins gets a public position in anywhere ever again if I have something to say about it. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, the nerve. Oh, it's worse than Greg Connor running in Norfolk. I'm disgusted. Mr. Deutsch, I know that you know what she did. So does Josh Levy. So does the boss lady of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Massachusetts. I know she was the executive officer. She's the boss lady. Where's the boss lady? Why can't she get involved in all this? I'm mad. I'm really mad. You don't understand. You can't get me going on local politics. I get more mad than Howie Carr. I'm mad. I know Dustin Chow knows. I know that Josh Levy knows. I know that Bill Abley knows. He's the head of the criminal division. I know that the executive officer, I don't name her. She's the boss lady. I fear her. There's one person in the world that I fear, and it's the boss lady. Don't mess with the boss lady at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Massachusetts. She's the boss lady. Even Adam Deutsch hugged the boss lady. Everybody fears the boss lady. She knows exactly who she is, too. She's listening to this like, oh, my God. He fears me. Yeah, I know you've been there for like 30 years. You are the power that be. Don't pull the wool over my eyes. I am so mad about this. I demand that Bill Abley, and I want redress of my grievances from my government immediately. I want Bill Abley and Dustin Chow. Bill Abley's the head of the criminal division at the DOJ in Boston. Mr. Abley, I want Bill Abley, and I want Dustin Chow. I think he's still there. He's the public corruption chief. I just saw him last month. Mr. Chow! We are not letting this stand. It's a travesty. It's a sham. It's a mockery. And don't get me started on Professor Medred at Northeastern. Oh, don't even get me started. I know what you did. I know what all of them did. Oh, I'm mad. I'm incredibly mad. I know what they did. Oh, I've read that. I'm going to print out the DOJ. I'm calling the DOJ OIG personally. I'm calling him personally. I have no idea what was called for the vote in chat. I am calling him, and I'm going to say Rachel Rollins had the gall to run for public office. I demand redress. I want a bill of attainder banning her from running for public office. Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, we got serious problems. Talk to the boss lady. Listen, somebody send a carrier pigeon to U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. Talk to the boss lady. You know who I'm talking about. She's the boss lady. There's only one boss lady, all right? You talk to the boss lady. The boss lady will tell you all about the May 2023 OIG report. The boss lady was in it. They didn't use her name, but they called her the executive officer. She's the boss lady. She goes unnamed. She's the point person. She can save us. Save us, boss lady. Save us from Rachel Rollins. We can't do it. No, please. Please, not again. I can't deal with it. She's going to weaponize the office. She's going to arrest the goats. You don't understand. Just say no to Rachel Rollins. We're banning her from ever being in public office. That's if you elect me president, I will ban Rachel Rollins from running for public office somehow. I don't have a specific proposal, but that's my policy platform. What are you going to do about it, Rachel Rollins? You can't even text Turtle Boy. He'll be like, no, you don't want to mess with Grant right now. He's on one. I know Rachel Rollins interfered in the 2020 Senate primary between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey to sabotage Joe Kennedy Jr. III's campaign to facilitate Ed Markey retaining his Senate seat. I'll tell you exactly how she did it. She sent Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. events in order to sabotage him so Markey would retain the Senate seat so Joe Kennedy Jr. couldn't follow JFK's trajectory and go from the 4th District in Massachusetts, which is the seat Auchinclosh now holds, to the Senate, which was JFK's old seat in the Senate, which the desk is very famous, and then run against Biden in 2024. How'd that work out for you, you damn Democrats? How'd that work out, you morons? Anyway, so my point is, I know exactly what Rollins did, and that's why she got rewarded the most unqualified, nonsensical, corrupt person I've ever seen became U.S. Attorney. Immediately weaponized the office. Oh, you don't understand. She's a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, the U.S. Attorney. She tried to interfere in the Suffolk County DA primary because she wanted Ricardo Arroyo to keep up her ridiculous no prosecution policies. I object. Sorry, Anna Primo, it's local politics. It's election season in Massachusetts. I cover a lot, Primo, about like the local tripartite system of government in Massachusetts. You are going to come to find that Massachusetts is the worst for politics and judicial like cogency and integrity, and also legislative transparency and efficiency and responsiveness to constituents. It's the worst. It's horrible. Our police officers drive drunk. Our like formal like state level like guardy police level officers drive drunk, kill disabled people, and then get the state police to cover it up to protect them. They covered up the murder of a girl who was hung from a door by a local cop after he abused her since she was a child, because they were all in on it and running brothels, acting as pimps in brothels for Jeffrey Epstein. It's the most absurd, ludicrous state in the entire country. And Rachel Rollins is somehow even worse than all of that. So when you get me going, oh, you really get me going, you don't understand. I have a photographic memory. I know that DOJ OIG report from May of 2023 by hand. I have it memorized, every page, every line, every number, every name, every obscure reference. I cross-referenced it. I figured out who was being referred to by only their title. I contacted Professor Medved. I had questions. My point is, Rachel Rollins is not becoming Suffolk County District Attorney, or I am permanently leaving the state of Massachusetts, and I'm never coming back. You can choose me living here and like being proud of being from this state, or Rachel Rollins as Suffolk County DA. No, absolutely not. Take her bar license, but then she can't run for office. If they strip her of her bar license, she can't be a DA. No, I'm so upset about this. You don't understand. Yeah, it's bad, Mimi. It's bad up here. But that's why I try not to rant about politics. I mean, maybe I should rant about politics. You all seem to really like it. But, like, the point is, like, I haven't had time, because there's been so much going on with the war, to, like, cover local politics. But, yeah, you ever want to see me get really riled up, get me going on Massachusetts politics, or any politics, frankly. I have a lot to say. I know all the names. I know all the history. I know the faces. I know the offices they worked in. I'm just a towel. A lot of people really like it. Yeah, that's a problem. That is not a problem. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's not really related to this, but, you know, okay. I'm a fan. All right. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You know, I just am a fan of, what was I a fan of? Oh, yes, trees. I really like trees. They're very beautiful. I ran every day. Yes, but that was a really bad one. That was one of the worst. Like, that was one of the... I mean, it was fun to listen to, I'm sure, but I don't normally rant to the point where I'm actually, like, raising out of my chair and yelling. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm sure I've baffled a lot of governments in the world. They don't really follow local politics, so I'm sure they're like, wow, Massachusetts is struggling. Listen, Iran right now is probably like, oh gosh, they got a lot of problems over there. You got it, Island Girl OG. GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. I think I hurt my back from being so animated and jumping up and down. I was actually raising off my chair. Right, Miss Clutch, like, I don't know what happened in chat. Was paying attention. Oh. Yes. Yes, you may. You may indeed. I think that's a very good thing for you to do. You should do that. I approve. I give you permission. I think that's a very positive thing, you know, to do that. It's positive. It's very positive. It's one of those positive things where you just want to do that, you know. That's like a very good thing to get permission to do, you know. I think you should do that. And then it would be pleasant. I know, right? All right, so ranting is very good. Listening to the sound of my voice is oftentimes a good thing. Oh, no. What have I done? BB just released a new video. I'm on it, Primo. Thank you very much. Primo, that was our mental decompression break. I'm glad you all enjoyed my political rant. Primo was probably like, wow. And I thought British politics were bad, bruh. All right, here is the latest from Benjamin Netanyahu, just 2:34. This was earlier today.
אני מבקש לומר לכם, אין הפסקת אש בלבנון. אנחנו ממשיכים להכות בעוצמה את חיזבאללה, ואנחנו לא נעצור עד שנחזיר לכם את הביטחון. ההישגים הכבירים שלנו, גם באיראן וגם נגד ציר הרשע, הביאו לשינוי היסטורי במעמד של ישראל באזור. הם גם הביאו לשינוי לקשרים שלנו עם מדינות, קשרים שלא היו בעבר. לאחר פניות חוזרות ונשנות של ממשלת לבנון לפתוח איתנו במשא ומתן לשלום, אני הנחיתי אמש בקבינט לפתוח במשא ומתן ישיר עם לבנון כדי להשיג שני יעדים. אחד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, והשני, הסכם שלום היסטורי, בר קיימא, בין ישראל ללבנון. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, איראן חלשה מאי פעם. אני כבר הבאתי 4 הסכמי שלום ממדינות ערב, ואני מתכוון להביא עוד. שלום אמיתי, שלום מתוך עוצמה.
All right, there we go. That video was very weird. It had like a weird note to it. And I was trolling a little bit. I'll admit, I was trolling him a little bit. Listen, he is really, you know, I don't know how to say it. It's not good. Like, I was literally like, I could not refrain from trolling him during that. Like, it's not a good sign that he's saying that. Right. That's the thing. I almost said, like, AI. I almost was, like, thinking if I, like, reached out, he wouldn't be real. I'll play it again, but, like, I took my headphones off out of frustration. Like, why is he saying this? I don't get it. It's like he wants to tempt Iran to do this again. It really is. I'll play it again, but I don't understand. Like, I understand he's baiting them, but it's just such a bad idea. I took my headphones off in frustration. I couldn't make it 30 seconds through before I just started trolling him. Oh, you couldn't even see me trolling him.
יקרים, אני גאה בכם. אתם ממשיכים לעמוד איתן. אני מבקש לומר לכם, אין הפסקת אש בלבנון. אנחנו ממשיכים להכות בעוצמה את חיזבאללה, ואנחנו לא נעצור עד שנחזיר לכם את הביטחון. ההישגים הכבירים שלנו, גם באיראן וגם נגד ציר הרשע, הביאו לשינוי היסטורי במעמד של ישראל באזור. הם גם הביאו לשינוי לקשרים שלנו עם מדינות, קשרים שלא היו בעבר. לאחר פניות חוזרות ונשנות של ממשלת לבנון לפתוח איתנו במשא ומתן לשלום, אני הנחיתי אמש בקבינט לפתוח במשא ומתן ישיר עם לבנון כדי להשיג שני יעדים. אחד, פירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, והשני, הסכם שלום היסטורי, בר קיימא, בין ישראל ללבנון. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, איראן חלשה מאי פעם. אני כבר הבאתי 4 הסכמי שלום למדינות ערב, ומתכוון להעביר עוד. שלום אמיתי, שלום מתוך עצמי.
Yeah, I agree, Frank. Not a good idea. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. This was earlier, obviously, but now I know why they started firing again. Hezbollah announced a ceasefire with Iran. They really were willing to do it until Israel started firing. Bibi started firing. Here it comes. It's going to be over and over because Bibi couldn't stay quiet. That's why I threw my headphones off. At one point I was like... I was trolling him viciously. You couldn't see me because I had the full screen up, but I was trolling him viciously. I don't know, you tell me what was Miss Rockstar. It's so good to see you. Hi, Mr. Rockstar. Well, I don't know what's going on. It was just a bad idea. They are coming from Lebanon and going into Israel. The only way to solve it . One second. Okay. I'm going to try to figure out exactly what's going on for you. All right? I have an idea. I know exactly what's going on. Hezbollah is very intransigent about bombing them. Like, you cannot bomb civilians in Lebanon and then go like 100 bombs at once in 10 minutes and then go to Hezbollah and say, you know, you have to hold off because of a ceasefire. It just won't happen. Interesting, the Iranians have put out a video about what happened in Isfahan. Let me get you the capsules. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I have found out what happened. I thought it was the video. It's one the video. Oh, not a problem, Mrs. Rockstar. I was trying to figure out what was happening as well. I now have my answer. It is not good. Alright. Here you go. Breaks my heart. Like, I saw a chat, Mrs. Rockstar was saying she got caught up. But this is exactly why they are bombing. Israel is bombing Lebanon. Iran's going to respond. They said don't do this. It's Nabataya. It's Nabataya. Nabetih. We were so close. We were so close. He screwed it all up selfishly too. And Iran won't care about the trial. You can't kill civilians in Lebanon. I'm serious. Iran sees itself as the protector of Lebanon. Lebanon has no one. Their government is a failed state. And Iran's not going to let Lebanon turn into Jordan. Are you kidding me? No. 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 Bibi's handing Lebanon to Iran and Hezbollah right now. And Iran's going to respond. They don't give a damn. They're going to say Trump didn't do a good job holding Bibi in line. Pakistan told the U.S. to muzzle Bibi and they didn't do it. And now the whole world's going to suffer because Bibi is selfish. We were there. We were really there. All it took was Bibi not doing that, but he's so selfish he couldn't help himself. And now he's caused an untenable escalation. Iran will not let Hezbollah fight Israel alone. They won't. It would be a repeat of 79 through 82 and of 2006. They won't. It was already resulting in ethnic cleansing in the south. 1 million people are displaced. Iran wants the reputation of the savior of Lebanon. This was and Bibi knows it, and so Bibi's playing into it. Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you all possibly debating that involves, like, sexual objects? Oh, I see. Yeah. I think Doc Swan was making, like, analytical, like, a point by analogy. It wasn't actually a sexual discussion. Oh, let me get the latest from the Iranians for you from Isfahan. This is what they're saying happened the night of that raid. I have to get you the English captions. Alright, let's see what I have. I will see what update I can play for you. I need to get these Iranian captions. It takes like 4 minutes. This is what the IRGC was saying a few hours ago. Take a listen to this while I get the captions about Isfahan.
نکته شماره 3 که پاسخ به بعضی از شبهاته. وظایف نیروهای مسلح قبل از جنگ زیر نظر فرمانده معظم کل قوا رهبر شهیدمون بودش و تمامی این امور رو ایشون رصد میکردن و در حال حاضر تمامی اتفاقات و امور نیروهای مسلح زیر نظر رهبر عزیزمون آیت الله العظمی امام سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای داره رخ میده. فرماندهی معظم کل قوا ایشون هستن و ما لبیک گفتیم.
Sorry, wrong version. I forgot I had the English version. This was the IRGC earlier.
نکته شماره 3 که پاسخ به بعضی از شبهاته. وظایف نیروهای مسلح قبل از جنگ زیر نظر فرمانده معظم کل قوا رهبر شهیدمون بودش و تمامی این امور رو ایشون رصد میکرده و در حال حاضر تمامی اتفاقات و امور نیروهای مسلح زیر نظر رهبر عزیزمون آیت الله العظمی امام سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای داره رخ میده. فرماندهی معظم کل قوا ایشون هستن و ما لبیک گفتیم و آماده هستیم اوامر ایشون رو قدم به قدم، خط به خط، وجب به وجب، سانت به سانت جلو ببریم. لحظه کوتاهی نمی‌کنیم و ایشون آگاه به تمامی امور نیروهای مسلح هستن. نکته شماره 4 از اینجا بعد یکم تخصصی‌تر صحبت بکنیم با مردم عزیز، خواهران من، برادران من، بزرگترهای بنده، وظیفه موشکی دوربرد ما که به اهداف راهبردی دشمن اصابت میکنه با هوافضای سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی. وظیفه اهداف راهبردی دشمن به پشتیبانی از فرماندهی موشکی در اختیار فرماندهی پهپاد، فرماندهی پهپاد سپاه پاسداران، فرماندهی پهپاد نهاجا و ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایرانه. یعنی ما دامنه اتفاقات رو نه تو این 1 سال اخیر، نه تو 2 سال اخیر، از روزی که انقلاب اسلامی پیروز شده است ما چیدمان کردیم. بله فرماندهی پهپاد تازه به گوش مردم داره میخوره، ولی سالیان ساله که داریم کار انجام میدیم.
بله.
موشکی شاید یه 20 ساله که مردم زیاد دارن میشنن، ولی پشتش آموزش ها و علم هایی که خودمون تولید کردیم. میریم جلوتر. نکته شماره 5: حفاظت از مرزهای جمهوری اسلامی ایران در مناطق مختلف کشور به عهده نیروی زمینی مقتدر ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران که من عرض سلام و خدا قوت دارم خدمت برادران ارتشیم. دستان شما رو من پاسدار میبوسم و تمام قد احترام میذارم خدمتتون. خدا خیر به شما بده. و سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی و فراجاس که چه کارهایی را انجام میدن؟ انهدام دشمن در بردهای تاکتیکی مختلف در طول مرز گسترده‌ای که کشور عزیزمون داره. ما اندازه این کشورک‌هایی نیستیم که چند صد کیلومتر مرز داشته باشیم. مرز گسترده‌ای داریم. مردم عزیزمون نقشه جغرافیایی کشورمون رو ببینن. لذت می‌بریم از این دامنه‌های مختلف، 4 فصل بودمون و مرزهای بیابانی، کوهستانی، دریایی و غیره که داریم. و آمادگی در مقابل اشرار که مردم آگاهن. خود شما آگاهید که اشرار تو این چند سال اخیر توی جنوب شرق کشور و جاهای دیگه فعالیت میکردن و به ضرب شست نیروهای مسلح ما یا ابین رفتن یا به قول بچه‌ها گفتنی که حضرت آقا میتونن خودشون رو نجس کردن و عقب برگشتن. نتونستن ورود یا نفوذی بکنن.
Alright, this is the one I wanted to show you. It was really hard to get done because it's in Farsi. This is the Iranian version of what happened in Isfahan. I don't exactly know what they're claiming happened, but I'm going to show you. Alright? And then I'll show you Melania Trump's weird press conference earlier. I saw it announced, I didn't cover it. I have English captions. What happened in Isfahan? ISFAHAN. ISFAHAN. And I'll get you an update from the north where Hezbollah is firing because Israel is bombing the south of Lebanon again, of course. Not Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I have the latest for you from the Iranians right now. Which one is it? I don't know if it's ready yet. Hold on. It's this one. Alright, now I gotta get you the English captions. Alright, this is from just a few minutes ago on Iranian State TV. It's their version, or at least it will tell us what they are saying happened in Isfahan. I don't actually know what it says yet, because I haven't put the captions on, obviously, but I have the captions for you. They're kind of hard to do, but I did it for you, because I'm a tarot. Alright, let me just make sure this is the right caption file. Alright, here we go. So this is the Iranian version of what they say happened in Isfahan with the capture of the pilot. Yes, I saw that Iran's former foreign minister reportedly died following airstrikes earlier this week. And then I also have the latest truth from President Trump, which is there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. No oil has gone through anyway. Less is going through now than was going through before the war. So this is the Iranians' perspective on what happened in Isfahan. This just came out on Iranian TV a few minutes ago.
بدأ كل شيء بسقوط مقاتلة أمريكية متطورة في إيران وطيار مفقود وربما فرصة للتضليل والخداع. كانت تقييمات أجهزة الاستخبارات الإيرانية والأمريكية تشير إلى أن طيارا واحدا على الأقل من الطائرة المنكوبة قد فر إلى جبال جنوب غرب إيران. هذا الموضوع جعل تركيز القوات الإيرانية يتجه بسرعة نحو جنوب غرب البلاد. زادت كثافة القوات العسكرية الإيرانية. كانت كل المؤشرات تدل على وجود عملية بحث جارية، لكن فجأة تغير كل شيء. في حدود بعد ظهر يوم 4 إبريل 15 فروردين ظهرت إشارات، نقاط متعددة ومنتشرة في المرتفعات الوعرة، إشارات توحي بأن الطيار الأمريكي المصاب قد يكون في تلك الأنحاء. أرسلت فرق البحث وقوات الأمن المجهزة والمستعدة إلى قلب الجبال. ساعات عصيبة في الطرق الصخرية والخطرة، ولكن عند الوصول إلى الوجهة انكشفت الحقيقة. لم يكن هناك طيار. كل ما عثر عليه كان مظلات ممزقة وأجهزة GPS متروكة. لقد كان خداعا مدروسا، ربما عملية لصرف انتباه القوات العسكرية الإيرانية، ويبدو أن هذا الخداع قد نجح ظاهرا. ظاهريا. بينما كانت الأنظار شاخصة نحو الجبال حل الليل. في حدود الساعة 2 بعد منتصف الليل كسر صمت المناطق الريفية بأصوات مروحيات مهاجمة. سمعت أصوات مماثلة في عدة نقاط. سارع السكان المحليون للاتصال بقوى الأمن والشرطة للإبلاغ عن أصوات غير عادية، لكن هذا لم يكن سوى غطاء. في الوقت نفسه وفي منطقة قريبة من مهيار بضواحي مدينة شهرضة بدأت العملية الأمريكية الأساسية في مطار مهجور. طائرتان نقل ثقيلتان ومروحيتان هجوميتان متعددتا المهام هبطتا في سهل مظلم ونائن. منطقة لا تبعد كثيرا عن أحد المراكز النووية الحساسة في إيران، وهذا ما ضاعف من أهمية القصة. القوات الإيرانية بإمكانيات أولية للبحث عن طيار وبأفق رؤية محدود تحركت نحو المنطقة. في حدود الساعة 4:15 فجرا وصلت أولى الفرق الأمنية الإيرانية إلى محيط موقع الهبوط، غير مدركة لحجم المعدات الضخم والقوة القتالية التي نزلت في المنطقة. فجأة بدأ الهجوم الكبير. طائرة إسرائيلية مسيرة من طراز هيرمس استهدفت سيارة المقدمة للقوات الإيرانية. انفجار ونيران. وفي تلك اللحظات الأولى استشهد عدد من ضباط الشرطة الإيرانيين. حاولت السيارة الثانية التقدم لكنها تعرضت هي الأخرى لنيران المسيرة. نزل الناجون بسرعة من السيارة واحتموا بصعوبة تحت الأشجار والمناطق المحيطة، لكن هجمات المسيرات استمرت وكأنها كانت تحمي عملية كبرى. في الوقت نفسه أقلعت مروحية أمريكية من الأرض وفتحت نيرانا كثيفة على المنطقة. بدأ الاشتباك. بإمكانيات محدودة وسلاح ثقيل مثبت على سيارة بيك أب استهدفوا الطائرة الأمريكية. أطلقت الرصاصات باتجاه الطائرات ووقعت إحداها وهي من طراز هيركوليز C-130 تحت نيران القوات الإيرانية. كانت المؤشرات واضحة، لم تعد هذه عملية إنقاذ لطيار. كان هناك حوالي 200 جندي من القوات الخاصة الأمريكية وطائرتان نقل ثقيلتان محملتان بالأسلحة ومعدات الدعم العملياتي وعدة مروحيات هجومية. قوات مشتتة في حالة تنقل ومؤشرات على عملية سرية أكبر، لكن العملية قد انكشفت ونزلت القوات العسكرية والأمنية الإيرانية إلى الميدان. تراجعت القوات المهاجمة عن إكمال العملية. بدأوا بسرعة في الانسحاب محاولين جمع المعدات ومغادرة المنطقة، لكن حدثا غير متوقع وقع للأمريكيين. لم تكن طائرات الهيركوليز قادرة على الإقلاع بسبب هطول الأمطار لعدة أيام. كانت الأرض رطبة ولينة. غاصت العجلات في الوحل وباءت محاولات الإقلاع بالفشل. الوقت كان ينفد بسرعة بالنسبة للقوات الأمريكية. في النهاية استبد اليأس بالقوات الأمريكية من مواصلة العملية، وبأمر من مركز القيادة جمعوا كل قواتهم في مروحية واحدة وطائرة واحدة. اشتدت نيران القوات الإيرانية باتجاه الطائرات والمروحيات الأمريكية. تعرضت معدات المهاجمين لأضرار بالغة، وأخيرا أقلعت مروحية واحدة وطائرة C-130 بصعوبة. أصيبت كلتاهما بأضرار جسيمة، لكنهما نجحتا في النهاية في الابتعاد عن الساحة ومغادرة الأجواء الإيرانية. لكن القصة لم تنتهي بعد دقائق دخلت مقاتلة أمريكية إلى منطقة الاشتباك، حيث آثار هزيمة تاريخية كبرى في موقع العملية. بقي أقل من ساعتين على شروق الشمس وانكشاف الفضيحة العسكرية الأمريكية الكبرى حين بدأ القصف. انفجارات متتالية لتدمير الحطام المتبقي من الطائرات والمروحيات التابعة للجيش الأمريكي التي تعطلت في أصفهان. خيم صمت ثقيل على الأرض، لكن الحقيقة بقيت. المؤشرات، أبعاد العملية وموقعها كلها تعزز فرضية واحدة. كانت العملية الأساسية هي التسلل إلى مركز حساس في عمق إيران، وكان إنقاذ الطيار مجرد غطاء للعملية الأصلية التي انتهت بالفشل بسبب خطأ إدراكي واستخباراتي للقوات الأمريكية في تحديد الهدف من جهة، وتعطل الطائرات بسبب ظروف جغرافية غير متوقعة من جهة أخرى. عملية كان بإمكانها تغيير المعادلات لو نجحت، لكن فشلها مهد الطريق لانسحاب أمريكا من العمليات العسكرية والقبول بشروط إيران لوقف الحرب. هذا مجرد جزء من قصة لم تروى بالكامل بعد، ومع مرور الوقت ستتضح الأبعاد المعقدة لهذا الفشل العملياتي بشكل أكبر.
That was a very dramatized version of Iran's version of how, well, that's what Iranian state TV played as their version of how the U.S. tried to rescue the pilot. Like, they claim their version is like, it was not an operation to rescue the pilot. It was an attempt to get to the Isfahan nuclear material, and Iran repelled it. That's their version. But during war, everybody claims, like, everything. I don't know how to explain it. It's called the fog of war. McNamara coined it. And it's like, everybody just lies. War is deception. So it just assume each side is going to lie all the time. And that was the footage right there of the Iranian version of the Isfahan raid. I will get you footage from southern Lebanon and North Israel. There is some very serious situations unfolding because Israel won't stop bombing South Lebanon. Here's the latest from First Lady Melania Trump. This was the oddest statement I've ever seen. I saw it. So there was a press briefing notice that went out, and you had to like ask to come, and there was no notice of what the press briefing was going to be about. She got up there and then said this. I almost couldn't believe it.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized.
as did Kathy Rumler.
Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors.
Yeah, tell me, Madam First Lady, is that the survivor group that gave $100,000 to Ghislaine Maxwell? You know, Madam First Lady, I'll let you finish. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you're Mr. President Trump's wife and you are the First Lady. I respect the office. But Madam First Lady, I have a question. The group that represents the survivors that's been doing their press conferences gave $100,000 to Ghislaine Maxwell's Underwater Sea Research Charity. You know, I'm from Massachusetts. So, Madam First Lady, which survivors? The group that is tied intimately to Maxwell? The lawyers that were catch and kill artists? No. No. You know what I want? I found Jeffrey Epstein's art collection, Madam First Lady. Allow me to speak directly to the First Lady, if you don't mind, if I could have that distinct privilege. Madam First Lady, I have a message for you. Okay, so you just email me, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Have your staff. It's got to be you. I got to, know it's you. I got to come in person and talk to you. Okay, but listen. I have a project we can work on. It'll be great. Okay, listen. So, Jeffrey Epstein is one of the largest private art collections in the world. It's owned by 4 holding companies. He owned the Scream outright, Madam First Lady. Now, listen, that's worth $350 million according to a 2016 Christie's appraisal. I did my research. Now, I found a bunch of other paintings. About 16 of them are worth more than $100 million. He's got a couple 40 millions, a couple 80 millions. The total value of the collection, just the parts that I audited, are probably about 2.3 to 3 billion. The total collection in sum and substance with the throwaway pieces is probably upwards of 4 billion. Okay, I got a plan. We're going to call it the Melania Trump Survivors Repatriation Act, okay? It's not communism, it's justice. All right, I got a plan. I don't like the commies anyway. All right, Madam First Lady, here's the plan. I'm going to show you the records. I've got them all. I have the primary sources. You want me to show them to you? I can show them to you if you want. Okay, fine. If you insist, Listen, Madam First Lady, here's the plan. Okay, I'm going to get you the breakdown of the paintings. I know the 2 law firms that own the 4 holding companies. We are going to use civil forfeiture, and we're going to take all $5 billion worth of paintings, okay? Then we're going to sell them. All right, then we're going to put them in a fund for all of the victims. You're obviously not one of them, so you don't need any money, you know what I'm saying? Wink, and a nod is as good, a wink is as good as a nod to the blind man. I totally get it. So we can move on from that. But the point is, Madam First Lady, we expropriate the funds through civil forfeiture. The drug dealers will be pleased because we finally went after a white drug dealer, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be gratuitous. I'm just saying the dude was moving MDMA. He had cop pimp brothels. You know the deal. So my point is, we not steal. It's like the donkey in the Bible. We're borrowing them. We're going to borrow the paintings, like $5 billion worth of them. Then we're going to sell them. We're just borrowing them to sell them. Then we're going to create a fund. Screw this civil process. That's so, passe. Only corporations and governments should be using the civil courts, unless it's, very serious. As such, what we're going to do is screw this whole settlement thing, NDAs. Nah, bro. Public claims, okay? They can protect their identity. They get money from the fund. You can oversee it, Madam First Lady, even in the next administration. You can be my cabinet secretary for righting the wrongs of the Adnan Khashoggi and Jeffrey Epstein regime. That's going to be your formal title. Mr. President can be the cabinet secretary's husband. He'll be fine. He just wants to golf. I'll go golfing with him once a week. He can give me advice. I'll treat him like Mr. President Nixon. I'll make sure the media respects him. I got it, Madam First Lady. Listen, I know you're the mover and the shaker. Let's do this. You just got to get me the Republican presidential nomination. That's all I want. I want to be president without doing any of the fundraising, any of that. I don't want to answer to anyone. I don't want to deal with the blackmail. None of this intelligence community nonsense. Just let me be president. I can tell you the American presidents basically in order back to Tippecanoe and Tyler too. You know what I'm saying? So let's do it. I'm ready for this. And you can be my cabinet secretary for righting the wrongs of the Epstein and Khashoggi regime, because Adnan Khashoggi stole my paintings. Oh, that's the other thing, Madam First Lady. Adnan Khashoggi stole my paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in May of 1990, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. Okay, he got extradited from Switzerland along with the former First Lady of the Philippines, Isabella Stewart Marcos, and they were going to be charged for another painting theft of like $160 million. Well, this moron got the idea from Miles Connery, who in 1975 stole a Rembrandt and used it for some reason to get leverage from the U.S. Attorney in Boston to get a lower federal sentence on other crimes. So anyway, my point is Adnan stole my damn paintings and I want them back. So if you could just help me out with that. The last place they were, I think, was in Monaco. Adnan Khashoggi's dead though, so like we got to talk to his people and we just got to get my paintings. They belong to me and the people of Massachusetts. Isabella Stewart Gardner left them to us and Adnan stole them in an attempt to get his sentence reduced should he get convicted. Then he got found not guilty and now I don't have my paintings. He took them to Monaco. So anyway, I know you got connections in that world. Just hit somebody up and be like, Grant wants his paintings. Just give Grant his paintings. And then we'll take the big list of paintings. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Paintings. I was going to show you the enumerated audit of Jeffrey Epstein's art collection. I worked really hard on this research. Speaking of the Epstein files, you know what I'm saying? Then after we listen to this, I'll play you the Epstein files song. If Iran's listening, listen, moving on from the First Lady. Good job, Madam First Lady. It's chill, bro. It's going to be cool. You get to be in charge of this. It's like a repentance thing, bro. She seems nice. Barron seems to like her. Barron's a really nice guy. You know how I know Barron's a good guy? Barron Trump, President Trump's son. People talk so much trash about Mr. President and Melania, the First Lady. But let me tell you right now that Mr. President Trump raised a really good son, and so did Melania, the First Lady. How do I know this? Well, the true test of character, according to Matthew 25:31 through 46, which is my favorite section of the Bible. It's the parable of the sheep and the goats. Hashtag save the sheep. Hashtag save the goats. Basically, like, you're judged by how you act when no one is looking. And Barron Trump was on a video call or like a phone call with a girl in the UK like maybe 8 months ago, and she was getting beat up by this Russian dude who like was mad that she was gonna fall in love with Barron or something. I don't know. It's teenage love, but you know how it goes, bro. So anyway, and plus it's the president's son, so of course you're gonna lose the girl to the president's son, bro. Like, have you ever seen that movie? You know what I'm saying? Anyway. So Barron's, he like sees her getting like beat up. Seriously, she was getting seriously hurt. He calls the British police. He on his own. He doesn't go to like, bro, he's not spoiled at all. Because a spoiled dude would have like called like their butler, who would have been like, all right, call the like Homeland Security like line, have them call MI5, have them call the Met Police. Like, no, bro. He personally, on his other device or something, I don't know how he did this, he must have had another phone, stayed on the phone with her, called the police in London personally. This kid is like resourceful. He like goes on his phone, Googles the number for the British police and calls them, gets them to respond, and gets them personally to arrest the dude. And then he got convicted last month, never said a word about it. Mr. President never said a word about it. Barron never said a word about it. Melania never said a word about it. That's the mark of true character. How about them apples? So you can say what you want about his kayfabe, but like, you can't raise a son like that or a daughter unless you actually do a good job. They have to make that call in the moment, and he did all the right things, and then he never talked about it. Epic. And plus, Barron is not Mr. President Trump. Don't blame the son for the sins of the father. He's a good kid. And by the way, Melania, Miss First Lady, Melania Trump, she's wonderful. That's why she could be in my cabinet. She's got to hook up the Republican presidential nomination. But give me like an hour with Mr. President Trump. I want to talk to him about Grampy. He will remember that. It happened to Alexa Foundation banquet back in the day at Mar-a-Lago. He can just remember. I'm sure he'll know what I'm talking about. But anyway, my point is, I just want to sit down with him and be like, listen, you've done a great job overall, okay? Like, the Democrats are terrible. I understand, like, kayfabe. I loved your WrestleMania. Like, tell me more. Tell me all about, like, backstage. Tell me about the gorilla position. Did you meet Bobby Heenan? Oh, bro, we'd have such a fun time. Let's go golfing, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me have the Republican presidential nomination. Like, I am going to make a pledge to publicly fund my campaign. So if you give me a major party nomination and then I get 20 donations of $250 or more in 20 states, the government will match and then publicly fund my campaign up to $68.9 million. I will pledge that I will not forget about not taking any super PACs. I will take no money except for small donations. I don't know how to do this. I don't want to return it. Just don't give me more than $250 when I do this. We have to get 20 people to donate $250 in 20 states. If we do that, then I have the Republican presidential nomination, then I can decline to take any sponsorships or corporate money or super PAC money, and the government will fund my campaign via matching donations. I've looked this up. I've done the research. But I need a major presidential nomination. I need Mr. President and the First Lady to hook it up. That's the only way I can get the ticket. I think it's a good idea, frankly. Just imagine me up there. We'd have such a good time as a country, bro. We could have the best 4th of Julys. I would make The Sandlot the national movie on the 4th of July. Do you understand? Every American has to watch The Sandlot on the 4th of July. Listen. If you elect me, every 4th of July, it's not going to be pompous. What we're going to do is I'm going to have a cookout at the White House, and I'm going to make it a tradition that everyone in America has cookouts, and we're going to play baseball, and then we're going to watch baseball on little small TVs, and you have to go out into your neighborhoods. I want to see block parties, and I want to see the tables on the streets, and I want you to all get together every July 4th, and I want you to let your kids go to the baseball yards wherever they are and hit baseballs into the other yard where there's a big dog, and then they're afraid of the big dog, and somehow Babe Ruth gets involved. All right, do you all understand? That is my presidential platform. We're all watching The Sandlot, and then every 4th of July for all 8 years of my presidency, I'm going to go out onto the lawn of the Oval Office, I'm going to put tables out, and I'm going to tell America we're going to have a picnic. All right, but it's got to be a block party style picnic in a cul-de-sac, mostly cul-de-sacs, but any road will do. And I just want you to have block parties. It will be joyous. We'll light fireworks. We'll invite the Iranians. Listen, I'm bringing the Iranians. We're going to play the song. You don't understand. This is going to be great. We're going to invite the Iranians for a cross-cultural exchange on July 4th, and we're going to show them The Sandlot. All right. That's another one of my presidential policy platforms. If you elect me, I will invite a delegation from Iran for a cross-cultural exchange, whereupon they will come over on the July 4th holiday that I set up. Well, it's already a holiday, but I'm going to make it much more of a holiday. Not with the military, but based around The Sandlot. I got to talk to the people who made The Sandlot. They're probably going to be thrilled. And I'm going to tell them that my policy platform is that America is going to have street block parties on July 4th, light fireworks, play baseball, and remember what it was like to live in a more quaint time. We're going to love it. We're all going to hang out outside. I know you can bring your phones. I want to see cookouts. I want to see the tables on the side of the road. I want to see people lighting fireworks and sparklers and all that good stuff. All right, that's the plan. Hashtag Towel for President. Yes, Dr. Watson, we have a presidency. You'd be surprised. It actually functions well if you have someone up there like me. Just do it. I got to talk to the First Lady, though. All right, let's do the paintings. I want to show you the inventory, the work I did on Jeffrey Epstein's paintings, because I really want the First Lady to help me get these paintings back. So, yeah. I just want the paintings. I really would appreciate it. I might have called it an art collection instead of paintings, because it is really an art collection. All right, let's see. All right, where is it? Where's the art collection? No. I think I might have used privately held. Where I used billion. I think I said billion in the post. You have to actually find the post. All right, where's the? Is that how you not? Is that not how you spell billion? All right. It might have been 3 billion. Privately held. I just want to show you the work I did on this art collection related to because I think it goes to what Melania Trump, the First Lady, was just talking about. Let me see here. I know he owned the Scream. I wonder if I can find it that way. No. Weird. It's hard to search for Epstein research on this. It's normally not either. Alright, let me see if I can find you the thing about the paintings. Wait, where's all my Epstein file research? Wait, what? I wonder why. That's weird. Huh. So it's still there on the top tab, but not on the latest tab. That's odd. Huh. I'll show you the paintings thing, though. You have to search it by the top tab instead of that tab. Weird. So when I search my Twitter posts about Epstein via latest instead of top, it doesn't show them. Here it is. I found it. It was really hard to find. So here was my Epstein research about these paintings that I want to expropriate, or I want to repatriate.
Conversation. Per a primary source document in the Epstein files, Jeffrey Epstein's art collection, owned by a network of holding companies, was worth over $2,009,894,076, $2 billion, as of March 19, 2017. This figure is based on May 11, 2016 appraisals by Dot. Over the last hour I have added up, by hand, just 12 pages of the 51-page document and, in turn, the actual value of Epstein's collection could easily approach amounts closer to 3-5 billion United States dollars when the document is tallied up in full, although that is only an estimate based on what I have seen so far. That said, even the $2 billion United States dollars in value that I have found so far would make Epstein's hidden collection one of the largest privately held art halls in the known world. This wealth, in turn, remains part of Epstein's estate, despite Epstein's attempt to hide the art via shell companies, and could potentially be liquidated and then dispersed to survivors of Epstein's child sexual abuse ring. The identities of every holding company used to shelter Epstein's shocking collection of art-based wealth are also revealed, although nicknames are used in some cases. One of those companies, Friends Ventures LLC, is co-owned by Leon Black, an Epstein confidant who founded Apollo Wealth Management and someone in the news right now due to his communications with Epstein. The most expensive pieces of artwork listed in the document, and the 2016 appraised value are as follows. Munch, Edward, The Scream $130 million, page 32. Picasso, Pablo, Bust de Femme, Bust of a Woman, Marie-Thérèse, minus $125,206,250, page 26. Turner, Joseph William Mallard, Seascape, Folkestone minus $80 million, page 1. Goff, Vincent Van, Carrière Pitts de Saint-Remy $60 million, page 2. Cézanne, Paul Le Jardinier Vallier, The Garden of Vallier, Le Marin minus $60 million, page 2. Raffaello Sanzio, Head of a Muse minus $50 million, page 3. Raffaello Sanzio, Head of a Young Apostle minus $50 million, page 6. Cézanne, Paul, Le Chateau Noir minus $50 million, page 1. Brancusi. Constantin, Oiseau dans l'espace $50 million, page 1. Monet, Claude, Nymphias $45 million, page 1. Fragonard, Jeanhonore, Portrait of François Henry, 5th Duke d'Harcourt, name censored in the files for some reason, half-length and looking over his shoulder to his left minus $30 million. Kandinsky, Vasily, Skizze für Sintflut 2, Sketch for Deluge 2, $30 million, page 29. Schwitters, Kurt Jahr was, Build, LDB, Leon D. Black, owns 50% of Friends Ventures LLC, the entity that owns this work. The appraised value shown is for the entire work, minus $24,500,000, page 27. Epstein's collection also included 4 works by Leonardo da Vinci, 37 from Rembrandt, 33 done by Pablo Picasso, 4 via Vincent van Gogh, 2 Claude Monet works, 13 done by Francisco de Goya, 1 by Victor Hugo, and numerous other artworks from every generation of artists across the globe, spanning centuries. Source file. This research and reporting is powered by donations from readers like you. I am an independent journalist covering the Epstein files with no sponsors, no ads and no hierarchy to stop me. God bless you and thank you for your support. My donation information is below.
Thanks. Alright, so here's Epstein's entire art collection. It's 51 pages. There's like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of art. I went through it by hand to like see the different values. Like this is the original value, this is the appraised value. See what I'm saying? And this is just like what I did for months. Like I do a lot of research. Yeah, Da Vinci didn't do a lot of paintings at all. Let me see if I can find Da Vinci. Yeah, so he has a $7 million Da Vinci Madonna del Gatto. That's his. Epstein owned it. I'm getting all these paintings, bro. I'm getting every single one of them, and I'm going to put them in, like, if you elect me, I will get these paintings back. I will stop at nothing until there's a fund seeded from Jeffrey Epstein's paintings for the victims. Look at all this money. Hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. We can do a lot of good for those victims by selling all these. I have the holding companies and the law firms that own the holding companies too. I want these paintings sold. Here's the scream. I want them sold. I want them sold, and I want the money. No pork barrel. I want the money directly into a fund for the victims. It's their money. He made it on their, he sold people. I want all of this sold. And if you elect me, I will facilitate the civil forfeiture of all of this. And then we will sell it, and then we will put a fund together for the victims. It's like $5 billion worth of paintings. And if you elect me, I will expropriate every bit of it. If you're just tuning in, there are back and forth. I'd call them skirmishes. Yesterday was not a skirmish. Right now there are skirmishes. There are skirmishes between Israel and the IDF and Hezbollah in Lebanon. I'll show you how the press reacted to Melania Trump's speech, speaking of Epstein, but just to show you like the extent of work I have done on the Epstein files. People often criticize me because they say I don't cover this or don't cover that. Well, no, I do. I really do. I cover most of it, and I did a lot of research. Mr. President Trump is live. Thanks, Miss Clutch. Miss Clutch is our monitor. He's live?
For the United States.
Are you sure? No, are you sure? Who's this on? Are you sure? Let me check the White House site. Miss Clutch, I bet he is live, but let me just check the White House site because I don't know that, I don't know that site. You're probably right, though. I bet it is live. No, it's not live. Miss Clutch, I don't see that. It might just be, like it looks live, but no, I don't think. I haven't seen him making remarks from that background, but I don't think that's him. Because every channel would have it. He doesn't just speak live. And if he does, I mean, I would see it. I'll look on the Associated Press. No. No, Miss Clutch, I think that's a repeat. Good eye, though. But yeah, no, I'm very good at fact checking. Let's see. Should we watch the Iran Lego video? Mr. President Trump might not be live, but there's a brand new Iran Lego video that we watched earlier, and you know we're going to watch it again. No, is this it? Wait, what? No, I don't like this one. I want to see the one we saw earlier. There's a new one as well. Well, okay. But I want to watch the one we watched earlier. It was really good. 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, it's this one. Iran released this today on state TV.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first. Oops.
So this is where Iran's
That was
at.
the slogan you stole.
Hi,
But
Soul
baby's pulling
Controller.
string and your boat is getting cold.
Yeah, Soul Controller. The First Lady Melania Trump made the weirdest statement about Epstein. She was like, I did not have sexual relations, or sorry, I did not talk to that man And then she was like, I did not, I emailed Maxwell, but it was just a friendly thing. And also, like, we should investigate people, whoever's and she didn't mention Kathy Rumler, but I did. And then we started talking about Epstein. Now, if you're wondering, like, what has Iran thought about all this? Well, here how, as our First Lady is apologizing for talking to Ghislaine Maxwell and being around Epstein, here is Iran's view on all this.
Oh, we're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime.
They released this morning too, so they knew it was coming. They're good, they got intel.
Fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those
it's kinda loose, yeah.
Overcompensating bully, always
but there's
causing the
new
scene.
like
You said you
imagery,
love losers. Well, look at your
but the
team.
chorus is good.
Your
it's actually
government
true.
is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you.
If President Trump is live, let me see it on a news station. Let me see it on ABC or NBC or AP. I don't see it on the White House site, so I'm not taking it. But it might be live. I just don't see it on the White House site.
To die for Israel. They lied to you all. Hey, Orange Pig, America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files,
I mean, it's
man,
a
the
good
planet would
song,
shake
separated
from
from
the
the
level of filth
meaning,
and the
just
crimes
the
in your
rhythm
wake.
is-
No wonder Jeff
that's
called you
what I
the
tried
worst,
to
you degenerate
analyze it
snake.
for.
You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite.
It's AI, they're not
sacrificing the
actually
ball.
saying
Man, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out this morning.
They're able to get away with this because it's AI generated. They don't say it. They don't even tell it to say it. They generate it, edit it, put it on state TV. It's like a way of winning the propaganda war. I analyze it to see where their mind's at. I don't endorse it, obviously. It has I try to separate the actual rhythmic flow from the content whenever we listen to music, whatever side it's from. But yeah, this in particular, released last night into today, they knew the Melania Trump statement was coming. It's very on point.
This kind of expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensate.
Dude, she's in the bed. They're sending a signal. She's in the bed with
No wonder all those
That's Melania. They're trying to tell you they knew this was coming.
rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team.
Alert! Oh my God! Iran launched! Breaking! Iran has broke the ceasefire. Breaking. Iran has broken the ceasefire. Iran has broken the ceasefire. I repeat, breaking. Iran has broken the ceasefire. They fired at Ashdod. No, it's got to be Hezbollah. No, wait a minute. What? It can't be. This can't be right. This can't be happening. What is going on right now? What is happening? I don't understand. Who's broken the ceasefire? Who or launched from where? What is going on? I don't understand. This can't be right. This can't be happening. This can't be right. I'm telling you right now, this can't be possible. What do you mean there's been a launch? There's been a launch. The ceasefire's been broken. That's it. That's it. That's it. What is going on? Oh, Iran is mad. I told you they were mad because of Lebanon. The ceasefire has been broken. Iran has launched. I repeat, Iran has launched. The world is going crazy. They're all going crazy. Nobody knows what's going on. The stream's not even working. Oh my goodness, there's been a launch. There's been a launch. I repeat, there's been a launch. I wasn't even ready for this. You don't understand. I'm just a little terrible. I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready for this, ladies and gentlemen. I do repeat, I wasn't ready for this. There's been a launch. Iran has launched. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. I was not ready for this. Iran has launched. The ceasefire is broken. I repeat, the ceasefire is broken. Call your people. The sound of silence is over. Oh goodness. Wait a minute. That can't get there that quickly from Iran. No way, bro. That's got to be Hezbollah. Early warning alert? Dude, what is going on? What is happening right now? I don't understand. This can't be right. Hezbollah doesn't give early warning alerts. This is not possible. This isn't right. This isn't right. Something isn't right. Something isn't right. Something isn't right. Something is very wrong. I don't know what it is. Something's very wrong. No, there has been a launch at Israel. The target is Ashdod. Time to arrival, 6 minutes. Oh, goodness. Live to cover. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I don't know what to tell you right now. Ashdod. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know what to tell you. I really wish I knew what to tell you right now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this means. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, this is very bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this could be bad. Oh, it's Tel Aviv. Oh, no. Oh, it's all of Tel Aviv. Oh, no, it's Tel Aviv. Oh, no. Air raid. Oh, no. Oh, no. Air raid! Air raid! Air raid! The ceasefire is over! Air raid! Air raid! Dude, it's southern Lebanon? Southern Lebanon? Hezbollah is attacking Tel Aviv and causing air raids? Oh! Oh, goodness! Tel Aviv has been hit! Hello! Oh, goodness! Tel Aviv has been hit! Tel Aviv has been hit again. I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, Hezbollah. There's no way Hezbollah hit Tel Aviv. This is not possible. I refuse to believe that Hezbollah just hit Tel Aviv. No way. No way. No way. How did Hezbollah do this? Oh, Hezbollah has come to play. Hezbollah has come. They have arrived. Oh, this is very bad. Hezbollah has come for Tel Aviv. I have no idea what is going on right now. I do not think we have a ceasefire anymore. Unless Hezbollah has developed like the greatest missile of all time. I mean, it could have been Hezbollah, bro. If Hezbollah can hit Tel Aviv, that's a bad sign. Oh, wow. That would change the game. No, wait. Oh, that would change the whole game. That was not Hezbollah. That missile got there really quick. Hezbollah. Wow. Oh, wow. Listen, I don't think Israel should have done this. Hezbollah can hit Tel Aviv. Oh, my word. Dude, they weren't even ready for it. They didn't change the Tel Aviv cam. Dude, everybody was asleep. They weren't. Dude, they had 60 seconds. Oh, my God. They might not have been able to get to the shelters. Holy crap. They had 60 seconds. They normally have 6 minutes. They had 60 seconds, and I heard the hits. I heard the hits. They happened, like, it wasn't a normal missile. Oh, they better hope Hezbollah, like, Hezbollah fires all the time, too. They better hope Hezbollah doesn't do this often. I think Hezbollah just hit Tel Aviv. What? There's no way this just happened. Attacks on Erbil. Attacks on Erbil. I repeat, attacks on Erbil in the last 7 minutes. I repeat, attacks on Erbil in the past 7 minutes. And attacks on Tel Aviv. We don't know what kind of missile. I've never seen a missile get there that quickly. They didn't have time to get to their shelters. Listen, if Hezbollah realizes what just happened, if that was Hezbollah, I don't know who it was. I don't know. No one was expecting that. The cameras weren't ready. The people weren't ready. Nobody was ready. It just happened like that. There was an alert. Then all of a sudden the air raids were wailing, and then missiles hit within 60 seconds. Listen, whatever Hezbollah has, don't mess with them, bro. They can hit. And once they hit once, they'll just go over and over. They know they can hit you. Yeah, I think it's Hezbollah. But that's very rare. It's very rare, especially for them to be able to do it bang, bang. It was bad. They had 60 seconds from the early launch alert to the red alarms to the hit. It was one of their quickest hits I've seen ever. That was not good. We don't know. We're thinking it was Hezbollah. It was way too quick. But there's also the Iranian militias are shelling American targets in Erbil. That can only mean one thing. No, this was, maybe it was Hezbollah, but it was not Hezbollah alone. How can they do this? They don't have that kind of capability. What do you got for us, Janai? God bless you, my friend. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned into silence. Oh, that's great, Janai. I wish we had time for Legos, but no, we had our mental decompression break. Now it's game on. I don't know what they've done. I don't know who did it. I don't know why they did it. Those might have been intercepts, but they were low and they were air raids. It was quick. It was the quickest attack I've ever seen while monitoring live. There could have been attacks like this that I missed because I'm not live 24/7, but that was the quickest launch alert. And they didn't just get the red alert, they got air raids. If Hezbollah can hit Tel Aviv, this is a whole new war. I don't know what's going on right now. I'll get an update for you because it'll come in, but I don't know what the rockets are. Iran has left the peace negotiations. Iran has left the peace negotiations. Iran left the peace negotiations because of Israel, because of Netanyahu. They're not going to Islamabad. The delegation has the negotiations are suspended. We love Clerk Margaret. Hashtag shout out Clerk Margaret. There will be a major Karen Reid hearing on April 23rd, 2026 at 2 p.m. Shout out Clerk Margaret. Clerk Margaret, you want to be the Secretary of Commerce? I think I might actually be able to become president. That's correct. So I'm told that okay, so I have the update. Soul Controller is right as always. I need to give you all a very serious. I'm back into news reporter towel mode. Here we go. Iran has suspended peace negotiations because Israel bombed Lebanon again in the last 2 hours. Iran or someone fired at Tel Aviv. And also there's attacks on American positions in Erbil. You know what that means. Iran. It begins. Here's the latest. It begins. Bibi goes in for trial. Oh, so you know how I want to make Clerk Margaret Secretary of Commerce? This is Clerk Margaret. Clerk Margaret let us know that there's a hearing on April 23rd, 2026 in the Karen Reed case. Not what you want to hear, but you know, she's going to be the Secretary of Commerce if she accepts. Alright, here's the latest from Tasnim.
Conversation. According to Tasnim news agency, reports claiming that an Iranian negotiating team has arrived in Islamabad for talks with the United States are completely false, citing an informed source. The same source says negotiations remain suspended until Washington fulfills its ceasefire commitments on Lebanon and Israel halts its ongoing strikes. This is Tehran reaffirming that the Lebanon file remains a non-negotiable precondition for any diplomatic track to resume.
Yeah, well, I think we have our answer. And here's the latest from the U.S. bases in Erbil. We are being attacked. The U.S. is being attacked. I repeat, the U.S. has been attacked. I repeat, the U.S. has been attacked in Erbil. U.S. forces have been shelled. I repeat, the ceasefire is broken. I repeat, U.S. forces in Iraq have been shelled. I repeat, the ceasefire has been broken. We have been attacked. The embassy in Erbil has been attacked. This is to reduce air defenses so Iran can fire at Israel. It's probably either a base or the embassy. It's designed to reduce air defenses so Iran can fire at Israel. I repeat, the U.S. troops in Erbil have been attacked. I repeat, U.S. troops in Erbil have been attacked, probably at the embassy. There's also a base there. I repeat, U.S. troops are under attack.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah.
I repeat, U.S. troops are under attack.
Ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah.
I repeat, U.S. troops are under attack.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah. Ya Allah. القرآن كت. Ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah.
U.S. troops are under attack in Erbil.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah. القرآن كت. Ya Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah. والله بيقطبات كرت. يا الله. وأنا في تفوق. يا الله. يا الله.
I repeat, U.S. forces are under attack in Erbil. I repeat, U.S. forces are under attack near Hadir Air Base in Erbil. I repeat, U.S. forces are under attack at the Hadir Air Base in Erbil.
تندرون بين على أساس زنجرا وستايا نخو مايا نيسراحة مايا درون تيارة درون إيه تخيو.
You got it, Jack. Jack, if it's in the file, my dear friend, the song library, I will play for our next decompressor break. U.S. troops are under attack.
I repeat,
U.S. troops are under attack. It is a terrible situation. This means Iran is ready to go. They're just gonna go. I repeat, they're under attack. I repeat, Israel has been attacked. I repeat, Tel Aviv has been attacked. We do not know from who. It's looking like Lebanon. And I repeat, the U.S. base at Hadir Air Base in Erbil has been attacked. Hello, Translator Towel. All right, here's the latest from the chairman of Iran's National Security Council on the Strait of Hormuz. I'll give you the English captions. This is Towel News. It's 6:27 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. It is Thursday, April 9th, 2026. It is 12:27 a.m. in South Africa, Friday, April 10th, 2026. It's 1:27 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 1:57 a.m. in Tehran, Iran.
خب باید این رو هم ملت عزیز ما بدونن. ما در طرح هم گفتم این رو به صورت واضح آوردیم که تنگی هرمز از بعد از تصویب این قانون به صورت کاملا قاطع تحت کنترل همه جانبه نیروهای مسلح و سایر ارکان امنیت ساز ما قرار میگیره. گرچه همین الانم من ملت رشید ایران اسلامی رو یادآور بشم، تمام تحرکات، رفت آمدها، آمد و شدها در تنگه هرمز تحت کنترل شدید، دقیق و حساب شده نیروهای مسلح ماست. من دیدم در این چند وقت بعضی‌ها نگران بودن. من با اطمینان میگم به هر حال هم وظیفه ما در مجلس شورای اسلامی حکم میکرد و میکنه موضوع رو دنبال بکنیم. هم برای چند روز پیش بنده در استانهایی که درگیر بودن حاضر شدیم همراه همکارانمون. خب این رو با اطمینان میگم کاملا این تنگه در کنترل هست، تحت رصد هست. هیچ شناوری بدون اذن و اجازه نیروهای مسلح ما از این تنگه عبور نمیکنن.
I have an update. I think the Lebanese negotiating delegation has arrived in Tel Aviv. I don't mean to be morbid about this, but that's actually the post. All right, so I think what I mean by that is as analysis. Hezbollah has published its response. They've sent their delegation to Tel Aviv. I repeat, Hezbollah has sent their delegation to Tel Aviv. They have just arrived for negotiations. Oh, God bless you, that one girl, Melly. I needed some jewel love tonight. I love those jewels. They inspire me with so much energy. God bless you. I repeat, Hezbollah has sent its negotiating delegation to Tel Aviv. Yes, I don't believe there's any people in the negotiation delegation. Silent Dog, I was being morbid because the post that announced this was morbid. This is the rockets that Hezbollah just sent to Tel Aviv. So the post said Hezbollah has sent its negotiation delegation to Tel Aviv, which is obviously, by analysis, an indication there will be no negotiation. The kinetic delegation, yes. Oh, God bless you, that one girl, Melly. Oh, a silver star and a gold coin. I love those jewels. Jewels are the greatest thing ever. Only certain people can even send jewels. It's a very special thing. They're like charged with very special energy. They make me very proud. And just like they inspire me. They're called jewels. Only some people can even do them. That one girl, Melly. God bless you, my friend, for all those wonderful jewels. I will treasure them forever. I take screenshots so I can remember them. Yeah, so Iran's negotiators are not in Islamabad. I need to just reiterate, Iran, the formal position of the Iranian state is that Iran's negotiators are not in Islamabad. They are not sole controller. It turns out jewels are a very special feature. They're only available in certain places. They're in what's called beta, and it's kind of rolled out by a country. Oh, goodness gracious me. Hello, Mishigama. Alright, I'll show you the latest now. Even more. This was Ben Gurion Airport during the last wave. This is Israel now. They had no time. This is Ben Gurion 10 minutes ago. Hezbollah woke Israel up. Ben Gurion. Ben-Gurion. The emptiest airport that you ever seen. And it's still terrifying to be there. Why are they even above ground? Good E-on. Dude, some of those guys just don't care. Don't you all realize air raid means air raid? What are you doing? Are they just hoping they're not going to get hit? Are they just complacent? They just don't care. No, they're peaceful missiles. I didn't know that. They were missiles of peace. I misunderstood. No, I just, listen, Hezbollah, my fault. They're missiles of peace. You know, they came with balloons. I'm not trying to be sardonic, but seriously, that's how people are reacting online. They're saying this was Hezbollah's delegation for Israeli negotiations. Oh, Kanapi, I don't want to know what Mr. President posted. Well, I do and don't. Here's the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq, targeting the Victoria Base in Baghdad.
يا قائم آل محمد يا صاحب الزمان يا صاحب الزمان يا صاحب الزمان.
Oh goodness, Soul Controller.
يا قائم آل محمد يا صاحب الزمان يا صاحب الزمان يا صاحب الزمان.
Ashdod has been hit. Ashdod has been hit. Ashdod has been hit. Ashdod has been hit. I repeat, Israel has been hit. Hezbollah has struck in the middle of Israel in Ashdod. Hezbollah. Oh my. Oh, the whole war has changed. Hezbollah is making a point. Ashdod has been hit. Ashdod has been hit. I repeat, Ashdod has been hit by Hezbollah. Hezbollah has changed the dynamic of this war. The whole reason why everyone was forced into ceasefire was because Iran could hit Tel Aviv at will. Ashdod is in Tel Aviv. Direct strike by Hezbollah on Ashdod in central Israel. You're hearing it. By the way, if you're wondering, so Hezbollah released a new video earlier today. It was clearly a message. Look at the video Hezbollah released earlier today. They were trying to say they were going to come heavy, and they came heavy, bruh. Yeah. I think so, Liberty AJ. This was from March 27th, but they were sending a message. They released it today. Gotta pay attention to Hezbollah. I think if you ask Hezbollah, they don't care about whether Benjamin Netanyahu goes on trial or not. That's my opinion. If you asked Hezbollah, they would say, this is just my opinion, they would say, it doesn't matter. It's not just Netanyahu. We don't care. Here's the latest from Hezbollah attacking Tel Aviv, which they hit. These hit. And they came quick. Some of them hit. I don't know how many they launched, but they got a hit in Ashdod. Which changes the whole complexion of the war. Because, I mean, Hezbollah can launch all the time. They launch every minute of every day sometimes. They don't care. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Iran's about to move. Somebody got Melania Trump's contact with Maxwell. Oh, no. Oh, Iran's about to move. Here you go.
Appeared to reference an email. She appeared to reference an email as well, an email that has been published, that is part of the Epstein files that have been released over a period of time. It's an email, I believe, from October 2002, an email that she is alleged to have written to Ghislaine Maxwell, the partner of Jeffrey Epstein. It's an email in which she writes to Ghislaine, "Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in NY magazine. You look great on the picture.
Yeah, I missed it, Miss Clutch. I was at the doctor.
All over the world. How was Palm Beach?"
Hold on. I was at the doctor, Miss Clutch, so I got to hear it.
He is alleged to have written to Ghislaine Maxwell, the partner of Jeffrey Epstein. It's an email in which she writes to Ghislaine, "Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in NY magazine. You look great on the picture. I know you're very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you're back in NY. Have a great time. Love, Melania." So says that email from 2002. Now, Melania Trump is saying in this extraordinary live statement from the White House that she is not associated with Jeffrey Epstein. She never has been. She never went on his aeroplane. That he had no part in her being introduced to her future husband, President Donald Trump, essentially totally disassociating herself with.
It's probably a combination. I would guess the Mossad had this, and Bibi's falling right now, but I think Iran is the one who really wants this out there. Like, they want this as the story because they're about to go ham. Hard as a blank. This is what they're talking about. It was bad.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband.
Whoa. I mean, that's just the weirdest thing to say.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Ridiculous. Absurd. Out of nowhere. Like, I think it can't be Israel. So what is it? Who is it? Iran? Did someone hack them? I don't know. I don't know how to read that. I don't know what to make of that. Here's what one of the Fox reporters in the room had to say. There's only a certain amount of reporters in the White House First Lady's pool, but here's what one of them had to say. They were baffled. It's not just me or you, Tripoli Bob. It's the whole press.
This came out of left field for us here covering the White House. The press shop did not give us any insight into what this announcement would be about. That's typical. Oftentimes the First Lady doesn't share a lot of details with the White House communications shop that covers the president on what her announcements might be. We didn't, for instance, get a lot of details ahead of her prior announcement on her efforts bringing home Ukrainian children. But similarly, we had no heads up on this. We're not getting any information from them now, including whether or not the president was aware she would be making this statement. It's unclear to us if she is reacting to something or that's already happened, already come out, or getting ahead of a story that might be about to drop. We don't really know. And the content of what she's calling for, this congressional hearing to allow the victims to openly testify about what they witnessed, is new, and it will certainly breathe new life into this story that has in large part not been at the top of the news cycle lately. The attention here has been on other matters. So this brings the sort of public interest back to the Epstein story.
Yeah, I would say so. And then here's what, if you're wondering what was she responding to, well, let's take a look. Oh, hold on. Let's take a look. I want to refresh it. It had too much in the browser, and it was starting to play the Melania Trump audio because it had so much data in the browser. All right, let me show you. This is what she was responding to.
Today. This is the email that's in question. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about J.E. Sounds like Jeffrey Epstein in New York Mag. You look great on the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. Analysis on what's happening.
Let me find that article
today. This is the email that's in question. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about J.E. Sounds like Jeffrey Epstein in New York Mag. You look great on the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a good time. Love, Melania.
Let's see the article. I have it. Here it is.
Jeffrey Epstein, International Moneyman of Mystery. Jeffrey Epstein, International Moneyman of Mystery. Terrific guy, Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. He comes with cash to burn, a country, and for financial markets around the world. Ever since the Post's page 6 ran an item about the president's late September visit to Africa with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker, on his new benefactor's customized Boeing 727, the question of the day has been, who in the world is Jeffrey Epstein? It's a life full of question marks. Epstein is said to run $15 billion for wealthy clients, yet aside from Limited founder Leslie Wexner, his client list is a closely held secret. A former Dalton math teacher, he maintains a peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists yet possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan London society figure Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of the mysteriously deceased media titan Robert Maxwell, yet he lives the life of a bachelor. Logging 600 hours a year in his various planes as he scours the world for investment opportunities. He owns what is said to be Manhattan's largest private house, yet runs his business from a 100-acre private island in St. Thomas. Power on Wall Street has generally accrued to those who have made their open bids for it. Soros, Wasserstein, Kravis, Weil. The Sturm und Drang of their successes and failures has been played out in public. Epstein breaks the mold. Most everyone on the street has heard of him, but nobody seems to know what the hell he is up to. Which is just the way he likes it. My belief is that Jeff maintains some sort of money management firm, though you won't get a straight answer from him, says one well-known investor. He once told me he had 300 people working for him, and I've also heard that he manages Rockefeller money. But one never knows. It's like looking at the Wizard of Oz, there may be less there than meets the eye. Says another prominent Wall Streeter, he is this mysterious, Gatsby-esque figure. He likes people to think that he is very rich, and he cultivates this air of aloofness. The whole thing is weird. The wizard that meets the eye is spare and fit, with a long jaw and a carefully coiffed head of silver hair. He looks like a taller, younger Ralph Lauren. A raspy Brooklyn accent betrays his Coney Island origins. He spends an hour and 15 minutes every day doing advanced yoga with his personal instructor, who travels with him wherever he goes. He is an enthusiastic member of the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations.
Judy made
He dresses
hiring
casually,
decisions
jeans,
for the CFR.
open-neck shirts, and sneakers, and is rarely seen in a tie. Indeed, those close to him say the reason he quit his board seat at the Rockefeller Institute was that he hated wearing a suit. It feels like a dress, he told one friend. Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far from energetic.
MDMA.
And yet if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy, Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. But beautiful women are only a part of it. Because here's the thing about Epstein. As some collect butterflies, he collects beautiful minds. I invest in people, be it politics or science. It's what I do, he has said to friends. And his latest prize edition is the former president. In his eyes, Clinton as a species represents the highest evolutionary form of the political animal. To be up close to him, as he was during the African journey, is akin to seeing the rarest of beasts on a safari.
He's talking about Bill
As he put
Clinton.
it to a friend upon his return from Africa, if you were a boxer at the downtown gymnasium at 14th Street and Mike Tyson walked in, your face would have the same look as these foreign leaders had when Clinton entered the room. He is the world's greatest politician. Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science, Clinton says through a spokesman. I especially appreciated his insights and generosity during the recent trip to Africa to work on democratization, empowering the poor, citizen service, and combating HIV, AIDS. Before Clinton, Epstein's rare appearances in the gossip columns tended to be speculation as to the true nature of his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. While they're still friends, the English tabloids have postulated that Maxwell has longed for a more permanent pairing and that for undetermined reasons Epstein has not reciprocated in kind. It's a mysterious relationship that they have, says society journalist David Patrick Columbia.
She managed the
In one way,
properties,
they're
the
soulmates,
brothels.
yet they're hardly companions anymore. It's a nice conventional relationship, where they serve each other's purposes.
No pun intended.
Friends of the two say that Maxwell, whose social life has always been higher octane than Epstein's, lent a little pizzazz to the lower-profile Epstein. Indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see Prince Andrew. The Oxford-educated Maxwell, described by many as a man-eater, she flies her own helicopter and was recently seen dining with Clinton at Nello's on Madison Avenue, lives in her own townhouse a few blocks away. Epstein is frequently seen around town with a bevy of comely young women, but there has been no bold-faced name to replace Maxwell. You may read about Jeffrey in the social columns, but there is much more to him than that, says Jeffrey T. Leeds of the private equity firm Leeds Weld & Co. He's a talented money manager and an extremely hard-working person with broad interests. Most unusual, though, is that in this media-obsessed age he is not in any sense a self-promoter. Born in 1953 and raised in Coney Island, Epstein went to Lafayette High School. According to his bio, he took some classes in physics at Cooper Union from 1969 to 1971. He left Cooper Union in 1971 and attended NYU's Courant Institute, where he took courses in mathematical physiology of the heart, leaving that school, too, without a degree. Between 1973 and 1975, Epstein taught calculus and physics at the Dalton School. By most accounts, he was something of a Robin Williams in Dead Poets Society type of figure, wowing his high school classes with passionate mathematical riffs. So impressed was one Wall Street father of a student that he said to Epstein point blank, "What are you doing teaching math at Dalton? You should be working on Wall Street, why don't you give my friend Ace Greenberg a call?" Epstein was in many respects the perfect candidate for Greenberg's consideration. Greenberg, a senior partner at Bear Stearns at the time and a legendary trader in his own right, has long made it clear that it's the hungry, brilliant guys lacking the fancy degrees that he favors at Bear. They even have an acronym, PSDs, poor, smart, and a deep desire to be rich. It was a description that fit Epstein to a T. He was a Brooklyn guy with a motor for a brain, and while he did love teaching. This close-up view of the rarefied Upper East Side life of his students gave him a taste for the big time. So in 1976, he dropped everything and reported to work at Bear Stearns, where he started off as a junior assistant to a floor trader at the American Stock Exchange. His ascent was rapid. At the time, options trading was an arcane and dimly understood field, just beginning to take off. To trade options, one had to value them, and to value them, one needed to be able to master such abstruse mathematical confections as the Black-Scholes option pricing model. For Epstein, breaking down such models was pure sport, and within just a few years he had his own stable of clients. He was not your conventional broker saying, buy IBM, or sell Xerox, says Bear Stearns CEO Jimmy Kane. Given his mathematical background, we put him in our special products division, where he would advise our wealthier clients on the tax implications of their portfolios. He would recommend certain tax-advantageous transactions. He is a very smart guy and has become a very important client for the firm as well.
Tax cheat.
In 1980, Epstein made partner, but he had left the firm by 1981. Working in a bureaucracy was not for him. What's more, in rubbing up against ever greater sums of money during his time at Bear, he began to feel the need to grab his own piece of the action. In 1982, according to those who know Epstein, he set up his own shop, J. Epstein & Company, which remains his core business today. The premise behind it was simple. Epstein would manage the individual and family fortunes of clients with $1 billion or more. Which is where the mystery deepens. Because according to the law, Epstein, in 1982, immediately began collecting clients. There were no roadshows, no whiz-bang marketing demos, just this: Jeff Epstein was open for business for those with $1 billion plus. His firm would be different, too. He was not here just to offer investment advice. He saw himself as the financial architect of every aspect of his client's wealth. From investments to philanthropy to tax planning to security to assuaging the guilt and burdens the large sums of inherited wealth can bring on. I want people to understand the power, the responsibility, and the burden of their money, he said to a colleague at the time. As a teacher at Dalton, he had witnessed firsthand the troubled attitudes of some of the poor little rich kids under his charge. At Bear, he had come to the realization that, counterintuitively, the more money you had, the more anxious you became. For a middle-class kid from Brooklyn, it just didn't make sense. From the get-go, his business was successful. But the conditions for investing with Epstein were steep. He would take total control of the $1 billion, charge a flat fee, and assume power of attorney to do whatever he thought was necessary to advance his client's financial cause. And he remained true to the $1 billion entry fee. According to people who know him, if you were worth $700 million and felt the need for the services of Epstein & Company, you would receive a not-so-polite no thank you from Epstein. It's nice work if you can get it. Epstein runs a lean operation, and those close to him say that his actual staff, based here in Manhattan at the Villard House, home to LeCirque, New Albany, Ohio, and St. Thomas, where he reincorporated his company 7 years ago, now called Financial Trust Company, numbers around 150 and is purely administrative. When it comes to putting these billions to work in the markets, it is Epstein himself making all the investment calls. There are no analysts or portfolio managers, just 20 accountants to keep the wheels greased and a bevy of assistants. Many of them conspicuously attractive young women, to organize his hectic life. So assuming, conservatively, a fee of 0.5%, he takes no commissions or percentages, on $15 billion, that makes for a management fee of $75 million a year straight into Jeff Epstein's pocket. Nice work indeed. It has been rumored that Linda Wachner and David Rockefeller have been clients, too, but both parties deny any such relationship. What's more, who ever heard of a financial advisor turning down $500 million accounts? All the speculation and mystery has proved fertile ground for some alternative Jeffrey Epstein stories, the most bizarre of which has him playing the piano. He is classically trained, for high rollers in a Manhattan piano bar in the mid-80s. Another focus of curiosity is the relationship that Epstein has with his patron and mentor Leslie Wexner, founder and chairman of the Columbus, Ohio-based limited chain of women's clothing stores. Wexner, who is said to be worth more than $2.5 billion by Forbes, became an Epstein client in 1987. It's a weird relationship, says another Wall Streeter who knows Epstein. It's just not typical for someone with such enormous wealth to all of a sudden give his money to some guy most people have never heard of. The Wexner-Epstein relationship is indeed a multifaceted one. Given the secrecy that envelops Epstein's client list, some have speculated that Wexner is the primary source of Epstein's lavish life, but friends leap to his defense. Let me tell you, Jeffrey Epstein has other clients besides Wexner. I know because some of them are my clients, says noted M and a lawyer Dennis Block of Cadwallader, Wickersham and Taft. I sent him a $500 million client a few years ago and he wouldn't take him. Said the account was too small. Both the client and I were amazed. But that's Jeffrey. Epstein's current residence in Manhattan, a 45,000 square foot 8-story mansion on East 71st Street, was originally bought by Wexner for $13 million in 1989. Wexner poured many millions into a full gut renovation, then turned it over to Epstein in 1995 after he got married. One story has Epstein paying only $1 for it, though others say he paid full market price, which would have been in the neighborhood of $20 million. Epstein then undertook his own $10 million gut renovation, special features, closed-circuit TV and a heated sidewalk in front of the house for melting snow, saying to friends, I don't want to live in another person's house. Photo, New York Magazine. There are other houses as well, including a sweeping villa in Palm Beach and a custom-built 51,000 square foot castle in Santa Fe, said to be the largest house in the state. The latter sits atop a hill on a 45,000 acre ranch. He had it built because of the month or so he found himself spending there, talking elementary particle physics with his friend Murray Gell-Mann, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist and co-chair of the Science Board at the Santa Fe Institute. Epstein also owned a grand house. He has since sold it, near Wexner's opulent manse at the center of the limited magnate's high-end housing development in New Albany, Ohio. New Albany was a lush sprawl of farmland on the outskirts of Columbus that Wexner, starting in 1988, turned into a rich village of multi-million-dollar Georgian homes surrounding a Jack Nicklaus-designed golf course. It was a massive development project, financed largely by Wexner himself. Epstein was a general partner in the real estate holding company, called New Albany Property, despite putting only a few $1 million of capital into the project. Before Epstein came along in 1988, the financial preparations and groundwork for the New Albany development were a total mess, says Bob Fitrakis, a Columbus-based investigative journalist who has written extensively on Wexner and his finances. Epstein cleaned everything up, as well as serving Wexner in other capacities, such as facilitating visits to Wexner's home of the crew from Cats and organizing a Tony Randall song and dance show put on in Columbus. Wexner declines to talk about his relationship with Epstein, but it is clearly one that continues to this day. Not that it helped Epstein in any way to land Clinton. Wexner is a staunch Republican donor, and Epstein, aside from a small contribution to the president's legal defense fund, has given more to the likes of former Senator Al D'Amato. What attracted Clinton to Epstein was quite simple. He had a plane, he has a couple, in fact, the Boeing 727, in which he took Clinton to Africa, and, for shorter jaunts, a black Gulfstream, a Cessna 421. And a helicopter to ferry him from his island to St. Thomas. Clinton had organized a week-long tour of South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, and Mozambique to do what Clinton does. So when the president's advance man Doug Band pitched the idea to Epstein, he said sure. As an added bonus, Kevin Spacey, a close friend of Clinton's, and actor Chris Tucker came along for the ride. While Epstein got an intellectual kick out of engaging African finance ministers in theoretical chit-chat about economic development, the real payoff for him was observing Clinton in his métier. Talking HIV, AIDS policy with African leaders and soaking up the love from Cape Town to Lagos. Epstein brings a trophy hunter's zeal to his collection of scientists and politicians. But the real charge for him is in seeing these guys work it. Like former Democratic Senate leader George Mitchell, for example. In Epstein's mind, Mitchell is the world's greatest negotiator, based on his work in Ireland and the Middle East. So he wrote the senator a bunch of checks. Says Mitchell, he has supported some philanthropic projects of mine and organized a fundraiser for me once. I would certainly call him a friend and a supporter. But it is his covey of scientists that inspires Epstein's true rapture. Epstein spends $20 million a year on them, encouraging them to engage in whatever kind of cutting-edge research might attract their fancy. They are, of course, quite lavish in their praise in return. Gerald Edelman won the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 1972 and now presides over the Neurosciences Institute in La Jolla. Jeff is extraordinary in his ability to pick up on quantitative relations, says Edelman. He came to see us recently. He is concerned with this basic question: is it true that the brain is not a computer? He is very quick. Then there is Stephen Kosslyn, a psychologist at Harvard. Epstein flew up to Kosslyn's laboratory in Cambridge this year to witness an experiment that Kosslyn was conducting and Epstein was funding. Namely, is it true that certain Tibetan monks are capable of holding a distinct mental image in their minds for 20 minutes straight? We disproved the thesis, says Kosslyn. Jeff was on his cell phone most of the time. He actually wanted to short the Tibetan market, because he thought the monk was so stupid. He is amazing. Like a honeybee, he talks to all these different people and cross-pollinates. Just 2 months ago, I was talking to him about a new alternative to evolutionary psychology. He got excited and sent me a check. Epstein has a particularly close relationship with Martin Nowak, an Austrian biology and mathematics professor who heads the theoretical biology program at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. Nowak is examining how game theory can be used to answer some of the basic evolutionary questions, e.g., why, in our Darwinian society, does altruistic behavior exist? Epstein talks to Nowak about once a week and flies him around the country to his various homes to deliver impromptu lectures. Over the past 3 years, he has written $500,000 worth of checks to fund Nowak's research. This past February, Epstein had Nowak over for dinner at the 71st Street townhouse. It was just the two of them, not including the waitstaff, and Nowak, making use of a blackboard in the formal dining room, delivered a 2-hour highly mathematical description of how language works. After dinner, Epstein asked if Nowak wanted to meet up with his new friend President Clinton, and off they went to a nearby deli, where Clinton regaled the starstruck former Oxford professor with tales from his own Oxford days. Jeffrey has the mind of a physicist. It's like talking to a colleague in your field, says Nowak. Sometimes he applies what we talk about to his investments. Sometimes it's for his own curiosity. He has changed my life. Because of his support, I feel I can do anything I want. Danny Hillis, an MIT-educated computer scientist whose company, Thinking Machines, was at the forefront of the supercomputing world in the 80s, and who used to run R&D at Walt Disney Imagineering, thinks Epstein is actually using scientific knowledge to beat the markets. We talk about currency trading, the euro, the real, the yen, he says. He has something a physicist would call physical intuition. He knows when to use the math and when to throw it away. If I had acted upon all the investment advice he has been giving me over the years, I'd be calling you from my Gulfstream right now. On the 727 these days, he has been reading a book by E.O. Wilson, the eminent scientist and originator of the field of sociobiology, called Consilience, which makes the case that the boundaries between scientific disciplines are in the process of breaking down. It's a view Epstein himself holds. He wrote recently to a scientist friend of his, the behavior of termites, together with ants and bees, is a precursor to trust because they have an extraordinary ability to form relationships and sophisticated social structures based on mutual altruism even though individually they are fundamentally dumb. Money itself is a derivative of trust. If we can figure out how termites come together, then we may be able to better understand the underlying principles of market behavior and make big money. So how do termite grouping patterns fare as an investment strategy? Again, facts are hard to come by. A working day for Epstein starts at 5 a.m., when he gets up and scours the world markets on his Bloomberg screen, each of his houses, in New York, Street Thomas, Palm Beach, and New Mexico, as well as the 727. Is equipped with the necessary hardware for him to wake up, roll out of bed, and start trading. He will put some calls into his private banker at JP Morgan to get a reading as to how wealthy investors, the best gauge of market sentiment, he believes, are reacting to the market's movements. Then he will call currency traders in Europe. On a given day, he will spend 10 hours or so on the phone. After all, he is running $15 billion essentially by himself. Strangely enough, given his scientific obsessions, he is a computer phobe and does not use email. I like to hear voices and see faces when I interact, he has said. Given the huge sums he has to invest, he focuses on assets with extremely high liquidity, like currencies, though he dabbles in commodities and real estate as well. Those who know him say he is an impulsive, quick-to-change-his-mind trader, still governed by Ace Greenberg's trader's maxim: if the stock is down 10%, sell it. He has been on the short side of the Brazilian real, and those close to him say bets there have paid off in spades. He recently took a long position on the euro before its rebound on the basis that Europeans were too proud to see their currency sink any lower against the dollar. His next targets, an across-the-board short of the German stock exchange and a possible attack on the Hong Kong dollar peg in light of the recent disclosure of North Korea's nuclear weapons program. None of this is investment rocket science, but getting the direction and the timing right, no matter how conventional the investment idea, can spin large money for an investor. Before taking a big position, Epstein will usually fly to the country in question. He recently spent a week in Germany meeting with various government officials and financial types, and he has a trip to Brazil coming up in the next few weeks. On all of these trips, he flies alone in his commercial jet size 727. Friends of Epstein say he is horrified at the recent swell of media attention around him. Vanity Fair is preparing a mega profile, and the Villard House office has had a barrage of calls from other media outlets. He has never granted a formal interview, and did not offer one to this magazine, nor has his picture appeared in any publication. Yet for once so obsessive about his privacy, one wonders, didn't he realize that flying Clinton and Spacey around Africa was going to blow his cover? As he said to a friend, if my ultimate goal was to stay private, traveling with Clinton was a bad move on the chessboard. I recognize that now. But you know what? Even Kasparov makes them. You move on.
Famous last words. He's a moron. Epstein is a moron, and he's evil as hell, bro. Oh my goodness, it was code. Iran was sending people to this article. Dude, they're G's. Also, the First Lady's really smart. Do you know how smart you have to be to understand that article? And what she was really saying to Ghislaine Maxwell was, bruh, like, you kept the stuff about the stuff out. Good job. Wink is as good as a nod to a blind man, right, Miss First Lady? Hello, Antonio. Hello, Avery. I had to listen to that whole article. I read everything, too, as I was listening. When it's something like that, I have to listen. Also, I checked out that, like, physicist dude that they mentioned. What's his name? Murray Gell-Mann. Here's where he's, like, in the Epstein files a little bit. Corinta Tarita to J.E. I may have a small crush on Murray Gell-Mann. Just met him in Vienna. September 2011. This, same email. So this guy, Murray Gell-Mann, is he dead? Murray Gell-Mann told Karina that I am brilliant, from Martin Novak to Epstein, that I am brilliant, but I don't listen to anybody. Karina told him he listens to me. What? Who is Murray Gell-Mann still alive? Might be dead. Is he alive? No, he died in 2019. Oh, alright. Well, shit. Let's see. Who is this from? Epstein to Novak. Banjanji would be good if she was there right now. Murray Gell-Mann, of course, and Jeffrey West. Okay. This from John Brockman, that guy in like New Canaan, Connecticut, who runs that near like the Rumsey Hall School, who runs that weird like conference and the Mayflower Inn thing that just got sold. If you are brave, Rupert Sheldrake, nuts but creative. This is for Brockman to Epstein. And then it's Brockman. I represented Rupert. Brockman's like a media agent, and he was a good friend for 20 years and finally had to cut him loose. You haven't lived until in the space of 1 week you've received calls from Lynn Margulis and Murray Gell-Mann. I have no idea who either of those people are. Well, I know Murray Gell-Mann now, saying they would never go near Edge again because of Rupert. Sorry to say, they have a point. An entire career with 0 responsible results is not about science. Who's Rupert Sheldrake? They hate you, Rupert Sheldrake, or at least John Brockman is talking trash about Rupert Sheldrake. Who's Rupert Sheldrake? Let's find out. Rupert Sheldrake, is he alive? Well, they really dislike you. So he's criticized as like a pseudoscientist. He's into like precognition, telepathy. Memory is inherent in nature. John Brockman hates him. He said he banned him from his conference. What else about Murray Gell-Mann? Let's see. What's this? Who is this between? Let's see. You gave me $5,000 and then the rest of it, I had something. So total I had was $8,500. Okay. I think it does ask for a separate meeting with him in St. Petersburg. You asked for a separate meeting. This means you didn't owe any money. If you had $8,500 and lost $8,500, that is 0. You told me you're 5,000. What is this? Yes, then I was trying to win again and took credit and asked a friend, but I fail, and in the end, blank gave me $1,200 for living. What? I hate my childish naivety. I am reading Letter Prince right now. I forgot how wonderful it is. As I said, you are reading with new eyes. Oh, she knew how to get money out of him. So what are your plans? Yep. Modi on board. Why is he talking about... Wait, Epstein had connections to Narendra Modi? Like the leader of India? That's weird. Modi, and why is he texting this random person that's asking him for money about Narendra Modi? Just got the internals in France. Who'd you get the internals in France? Who gave you internals? Sarkozy, maybe. What year was it? 25.5 to 23. What was going on in France? What election was held in France in the summer of 24? France election, May 2024. It was held on the 30th of June, okay? It was a legislative election. This is what led to... Who won? It's about Macron. Crushing defeat if we get everybody out. 1.5 increase since my French media blitz. Who was polling at 20... What was the race between in France? French poll results May 2019, sorry. It wasn't 2024, it was 2019. It was the European Parliament election. It was between the French nationalists and the Macron centrist party. Wait, Epstein had internals from Macron's party. He was trying to help Macron's party ward off a nationalist rise up in the European parliamentary elections on the 26th of May in 2019. What is going on here? You look into this stuff. This is why when I was doing my Epstein Files research, a lot of people like to read along with me, because I would look up like Murray Gell-Mann. Then I'd find this thing where it's like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein was clearly... Wait a minute. This is actually a story. This is a big deal. Wait a minute. I gotta do a story about this. Oh, hold on. I think the French president's gonna get in some trouble. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch Pretty Women again. Watch Up Close and Personal. Scarface and My Fair Lady. Your June homework. How is Jeffrey M. finally back to the States? The process of getting the Georgian citizenship is long. Oh, she's one of his. Why was he telling one of his working girls? Well, the French president's going to get in trouble. Bad, Mr. Macron. What are the results? It was 23 for the RN and 22 for... He was going between the RN and the R. It was Macron's first test. Epstein tried to interfere in the French election. The first one, Macron's going to have to resign. Oh, he's not going to make it through this. Mr. Macron. Oh no, what have you done? And why was Jeffrey Epstein telling one of his girls about this, bro? Oh, Mr. Macron. Oh, naughty. Bad. Naughty. This is when he was a sex offender too, it's 2019. Damn it! He's got to step down. This is why Towel doesn't do Epstein Files research. Now the French president's going to resign. The French are going to be pissed, bro. They hate that kind of stuff. Oh, the French are going to be so mad. You don't understand. You can't be messing with French. Dude, he was a sex offender. Oh no. This is why Towel doesn't do Jeffrey Epstein research, because I was just trying to look up Murray Gell-Mann. Seriously. And I inadvertently might have brought down the president of France. Well, he deserves it. You're a bad man, Mr. Macron. Oh, what's her name's going to be thrilled. What's her name? Candace Owens. Alright. Mr. Macron. Alright, let me write this up. I hate doing Epstein research because it's just it's a lot of tedium and you have to know how he talks. I guess that's why they didn't like me doing it. A lot of people didn't love it, and some dude came to my door. The Iranians are going to be like, yeah, this dude's a real deal. I know, bro. I'm well aware. I brought down, not just me, but like I got Kathy Rummler to resign in like 7 days. I reported on her for the first time on the 5th of February. She was gone by the 12th. Goldman never got back to me, though. That was so insulting. Then I yelled at the New York Times. No, Sammy, I'm sorry. The war is not over. There was an attack on Erbil. And then there was an attack on Tel Aviv. Hezbollah hit the naval yard. So, I gotta do a report, though. Because it's gonna, gotta get this information out there. I was just trying to look up Marie Gelman, bro. I wasn't trying to bring down the French president. You know, when you're just, going about your day, you're reporting on things, you get your phone stolen, you tell the man to drop the phone, he does, he gets chased by the police, you save the nice Spanish woman at the H Mart, go to your doctors, come home, cover the war, watch a nice Lego video, talk to Hezbollah, through the screen about how they were launching the missiles, cover the war. And then all of a sudden you just want to do, you see Melania Trump just weirdly doing a press conference. So you check out the email, and then Melania Trump is referencing a New York Magazine article, and you read it, and then you see this one name called Marie Gelman, and you just get this call to look up his name in the Epstein files, as one is wont to do, and then you search it and you go through each one meticulously, and you find this text chain between what is probably a working girl and Jeffrey Epstein, where he's paying her $8,500, and then randomly he just switches and he's like, bruh. So I interfered in the 2019 French parliamentary election, the European Parliament election, which was on May 26, 2019, in order to help French President Macron try to ward off a challenge from the far right. And then he ended up failing, bro. And Epstein is just casually being like, yeah. And by the way, my French media blitz impacted it to help Macron. Oh, bro, it's brutal. It's so brutal. Then he talks about helping Merkel ward off AfD, but not being able to do it, and then she gets ousted. Oh, Mr. Macron, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. Very sad. For the French people they're going to have a whole debate about this. I don't speak French. Je m'appelle Grant. Voulez-vous coucher? I would like to what? Would you like to what? Voulez-vous coucher? Avec. Would you like to go to bed with me? I learned that from some Moulin Rouge. That's all I can really say in French. Je ne sais quoi. I can say je ne sais quoi. And then I can say, what else can I say? Petit pois. Small pea, literally a small pea on a plate. French has a certain je ne sais quoi about it, you know what I'm saying? Alright, I gotta do this report. Alright, I feel bad about the country of France. I really like France. Oh, the 400-foot tall baguette queen of France is gonna be pissed. She's gonna be so mad about this, because she represents the French people. And you can't just be doing this, Mr. Macron. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Alright, let's do it. Gotta prep myself. I don't really remember the European Parliament elections in France on May 26, 2019. I mean, I kinda do. I'm trying to remember. It was right around when Brexit was a big thing. AFD was kind of surging too. So Epstein was a big, like, he's like really big against like nationalism. So therefore I assume he hates President Trump. Gotcha. So he's like a big like one world government dude. He's big on like he's very bad. He hates nationalism, which means we should all like define our borders firmly. And we should be very proud of where we're from. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't like nationalism, not like militant nationalism, but just like if Jeffrey Epstein didn't like borders and countries, we should have them. We should make them like central to the new digital age. Whatever Jeffrey Epstein didn't like, let's do that. And so he seemed to really hate national borders. He wanted to destroy countries, I think. He's evil. Mr. Macron. Oh, goodness gracious. Alright, let's do it. It's time for him to resign. You can't be doing that. Like, this isn't even like a moral issue. He's going to have to resign. The French will be pissed. They take small things very seriously about their elections. He's going to be pissed. They're going to be pissed. The whole country of France is going to be pissed. Alright, let's do it. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston for Towel News. You can find more at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. This channel reaches 180 countries, and over the past 28 days has seen views over 1.7 million. Now, I have a breaking news report for you, which is that according to newly unearthed documents from the Epstein files, newly unearthed by this reporter because the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, was giving a speech about an email that she sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2002. And the email from Ghislaine Maxwell contained a link to a New York Magazine article about Jeffrey Epstein, okay, from 2002. Now, in the middle of that article, there's just one random scientist mentioned named Murray Gell-Mann. And I decided to search the Epstein files for the name Murray Gell-Mann. And the news I have for you is that Jeffrey Epstein worked to try to help President Macron of France in 2019 while Epstein was a registered sex offender, try to ward off a emergence of the far right in the 2019 European parliamentary elections held in France on May 26, 2019. In particular, on May 24, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was speaking to one of his victims who he had just talked about giving $8,500 to and more money to because she lost money in a poker game, about world leaders. In particular, Mr. Epstein references that the internals in France showed a 25.5 to 23 result, and further that result had changed 1.5% since Mr. Epstein's media blitz in France. Now, if you look at the results of that election, Macron's party lost 23% to 22%. Turns out Mr. Epstein's media blitz to influence the European parliamentary elections to benefit Mr. Macron in his first general election test since his election did not work out. What the big deal is, though, and you can find this at the justice.gov Epstein Files ID EFTA 012136669, pages 8 into 17, 8 out of 9, 8 out of 17, and 9 out of 17 in particular. You'll also find Mr. Epstein talking about his failed efforts to ward off Angela Merkel being thrown out of office due to the rise of the AfD in Germany. And the most concerning thing here is, of course, that Mr. Epstein in 2019, literally just months before his arrest, actually, was helping the French president try to influence the European parliamentary elections domestically in France in order to ward off a challenge from the right wing. And he did. Jeffrey Epstein was personally involved in manipulating the French domestic political arena via an advertising blitz to the benefit of the French president. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm calling on the French president to resign. You can find more from me on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And then again, that reference ID in the Justice Department Epstein files is EFTA 012136669.pdf. Thanks for your time. Support independent journalism. And apparently the president of France has some serious questions to answer because I was interested in seeing if Murray Gell-Mann was in the Epstein files. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. In France, they might say, I have that je ne sais quoi. Je m'appelle Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for watching. How was that? First take it. Just one take it, bro. Just one take it. You don't need to recut it. You don't need a script. Memorize it and one take it. That's how you do it. All right, French president, you have to resign now. I can't imagine that this has already been revealed. I have to do a little research. Epstein helped French president. I can't imagine this is out there because he would have resigned. There's no way. Like, it's obvious that he's close to him. No, I don't think this is out there. Dude, he literally, oh my God, he would have resigned. You can't manipulate the domestic, you can't manipulate an election and have Epstein doing the media. Bro, that's outrageous. All right, Mr. Macron, you have to resign. Okay, I think I can flag this as breaking news. I did my research. Breaking news. I think I can do. This is why Tal doesn't do Epstein Files research. He's got to resign. He won't make it through this. I looked it up. This hasn't been revealed yet. He's going to freak out. Someone should tell the French president. You're screwed. Bro, you got to step down. Oh, Candace Owens is going to be thrilled. I don't know her, but she's got to freak out. This is wild. I think it's enough to get him to step down. You can't be doing that. He is the French president, right? I'm gonna tag him, bro. How dare you? What's his Twitter? I want you to step down. It's just at Emmanuel Macron. Jeffrey Epstein manipulated the domestic media market in France to the during the May 2019 Jeffrey Epstein, while a registered sex offender. This is going to probably force him to resign. Manipulated the domestic media market in France during the May 2019 parliamentary elections, European parliamentary elections. Parliamentary elections in an ill-fated attempt to help French President Emmanuel Macron ward off a right-wing victory. I mean, that's true, though. That's exactly what happened. And I broke the news. I think he has to resign. What does it mean if you report a story and the French president has to resign? Kathy Rumler resigning was okay. But, I know she was just working for someone. I want her boss. But, what does it mean if you get the French president to resign? Someone should tell Candace Owens. I bet she's going to be thrilled. Epstein admitted this in text to a woman he had paid $8,500 to, and also paid further money for gambling debts the woman incurred just months before Epstein was jailed and then died under unknown circumstances in a New York jail. I'm not saying he took his own life. That's nonsense propaganda. Source, pages 8 through 9 of 17. Yeah, he's done. Epstein, while talking to the woman about his about her June assignment to watch the movie Pretty Woman, quote, up close and personal. Also discussed direct talks with, is Modi still the leader of India? India PM. Who is the Prime Minister of India? Oh, yeah. With current Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. And okay. Furthermore, Epstein. Epstein had access, in his words, to French internals just 2 days before the election, showing a 25.3% to, what was it again? It was like 25.3 to like 22 point something. 25.5 to 23 to 23% potential result, with Epstein saying there was a quote, there was a this is wild. I've never seen anything like it. I just wanted to like look up that random scientist. Furthermore, Epstein also lamented in the text chain that he was frustrated that then German Chancellor Angela Merkel, is that how you spell Merkel? I don't know how to spell Angela. It's like a weird name. Angela. A-N-G-E. Oh, I just put that in the wrong place. Angela Merkel had lost her position due to the rise of the AfD in that country. All right. I also have to get the results of the French parliamentary election to give some context. The election itself, which took place on May 26, 2019, resulted in a 23.34% to 22.42% loss for Macron in the French president's first general election test following his election. After taking office. See, that's how you write a news story. I'm traditionally a journalist, but I also do coverage like this as well. So what do you think? Did I write a good story? Hezbollah. I was doing a little work there, though. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to do some work. All right. Okay, I think that should be enough. I should tag Le Monde. I should tag Candace too. I don't know what her Twitter is though. Real Candace. Okay. Is there anyone else I want to tag in France? What other French like papers are there? French investigative papers. Let's see. List of newspapers in France. L'Equipe. Yeah, I guess I could. They're kind of sports though, aren't they? Les Humanitaires, Le Monde, L'Opinion, Les Parisiens. Yeah, I feel like we could tag L'Opinion. Well, what's the oldest one? Les Humanitaires. What's their Twitter? The French Communist Party. Damn commies. Let's see. 1826. Okay, Les Figaro. Les Figaro. Okay, it's Les Figaro. Gotta let the French know. Les Figaro. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Les Figaro. Okay, what? Why can't I follow Les Figaro? Oh, I was able to do it. Alright, let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, God bless you, Melissa. Thank you for your support. Alright. If he actually resigns, I do want credit for this, because I worked hard on that. It was random, but I worked hard on it. Okay. For the victims. Okay, I hope that works. I've done everything I can to take down the French president. Good luck. God bless to the people of France. Oh, thank you, Rigged Outcome. I should restart that super chat thing. God bless and good luck to the people of France. I wish you all the best. Good luck. I hope you can figure it out. But your president manipulated an election with Jeffrey Epstein, so. Anyway, thanks for all your support. I think I want to listen to the Lego video now, because now I'm really mad. Like, I don't like any of these people anymore. I'm just mad. Alright, you earned this, Mr. Macron. Don't forget to turn off the ad blockers.
America first? Oops.
Oh, yeah,
oh boy.
I just had to write this story.
But baby's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people's reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system
got another one.
They've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear.
I don't even care that it loops. I like it that much.
Here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong. They've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny thing, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
I mean, is that the song when you play when you bring down the French president? It's such a good song. I separate the art from, like, you know, the cultural context. It's just a really good song, you know? Because frankly, our governments are run by child abusers. And I've researched the files and I can tell you everything I've seen. I want them all to fall. I didn't know Iran was going to be like the moral leader. Bro, I can totally hang out with Iran. They're going to be chill. They're going to be cool. We just have to, like, it's going to be, we got to, like, deal with some of, like, the ball worshipping, you know? And Iran can help us. I don't need to talk to them. But, like, they're cool. Kind of. They go a little overboard. Those fission missiles. I mean, I get what they were doing. They were trying to, like, teach Israel that they get, you know, you don't just get to do things. But, like, now that we've kind of, like, brought them all down, you know, we can hang out and play some music in the squares. So yeah, I don't know. What do you do when you expose the French president for using Jeffrey Epstein to manipulate the domestic political results in 2019? I mean, like, you play songs, I guess, right? I don't know. I'll try to show you the impact damage. It was a naval base, though. But, like, what I'm saying is... Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, something's wrong. I don't really know what to say anymore. I mean, it's all just ridiculous. It's all absurd. And Iran has the moral high ground. I think I want to just play you guys something. I'll go to the lyrics in a second. We're in a lot of trouble. Let's listen to what CNN had to say about the First Lady's comments, because that's the news now. Iran did what they set out to do. They did. I don't think they knew about the Macron thing. They're probably, I bet the IRGC was laughing. Frankly, Macron deserves it. He's all pompous.
Democrat on the Oversight Committee. He, of course, instrumental to getting the files such that we have released so far. Obviously, I know there's still a lot of fight to get a lot more. So, Congressman Garcia, do you have any indication about why Melania Trump made these statements that were surprising to all the reporters in the room who expected nothing on this topic? Do you know why she did that now?
We don't. In fact, we were as surprised as everyone else as to why she'd make these comments today. Why she made these comments. Is there information that she may be aware of that we are not? And so, no, it was pretty stunning to actually see these remarks. And I think for us, what was really clear is also the distance she was trying to put herself. I mean, look, it was just 2 days ago that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche essentially said to the press and to the American public that this investigation was over and that somehow the DOJ was not going to move forward with anything else as it relates to the Epstein files. It's been, of course, the president has called this investigation a hoax. And so the fact that she comes out and addresses the country in this way and certainly talks about the survivors, I think was pretty stunning. It was certainly pushing away from what the White House has been doing. But look, I also think what's important here is to be very clear that we've got to refocus this back on the White House cover-up. And at the end of the day, it's President Trump that's been leading that. It's Pam Bondi, who we still want to testify, that's been leading that. So those are the issues that we've got to focus on moving forward.
And President Trump, of course, for months and months and months and months refused to put any of the files out and only agreed to do so when it was clear that it would be an overwhelming.
I really don't understand. I don't understand. She must know something. Yeah, I don't think. I don't know. Listen to what Alex Jones had to say about Mr. President. He said the president's possessed by demons. Let's listen to Alex Jones at 1.75.
Done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. I mean, it's
demons!
It's a nightmare. We know the Democrats and left are absolutely terrible, but when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to come out and say I don't support it. It's that simple. So again, Trump's own wife came out in an unannounced press conference today and said the Epstein crimes are real and that she wants the victims to be in front of Congress to cover up the end. That's the opposite of what Trump's saying. Looks to me like she's breaking with Trump because she knows the ship's sinking. Just found out the truth. Elon left 8 months ago saying he's in the files to cover up. I never saw any evidence of it, but he's acting like he's guilty. We know he's betting Howard Lutnick, who said he didn't know Epstein.
Oh my God, he's going to war with President Trump.
It's a terrible day, and it's a nightmare for America and the world, but I'm going to tell the truth, report the facts, and what it is. Done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under.
The demonic
influences. We know the
influences.
Democrats and left are absolutely terrible, but when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to
It's
come out and say
demons.
it's that simple. So again, Trump's own wife.
Oh yeah,
Alex
Alex Jones. Wait a minute.
Crimes are real, and she wants the victims.
No, wait. On the second part of the statement, there's some kernel of truth to that. The first part, listen. I just want to say, Alex Jones, listen, it's not the demons, bud. I know your dad worked at the DIA at UT Austin. Bro, Bill Cooper did not trust you. Okay, so I don't like you. I don't trust you. Bill Cooper exposed your Y2K broadcast. I listened to the Hour of the Times where he exposed you. Actually, you want to listen to that? You want to listen to Bill Cooper just ripping Alex Jones a new one? That's what you really need. Like, you need Bill Cooper in your life, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Let me see here. Yeah, the Alex Jones deception. Here.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I got the tapes that you sent me, Liz, and a few of you others who sent me tapes from December the 31st. And I have been doing exactly what I told you I was going to do. I've been going through them today, and I was going to edit a big long tape of and it's difficult. I've got to tell you, there is so much fear mongering and so much inaccurate reporting and all kinds of stuff that it's hard. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make the rest of this week a series of this stuff. And tonight's going to sort of set the stage. You'll discover, if you were listening last night, why what you're going to hear tonight is so important. These are just short snippets of the Alex Jones show from New Year's Eve, December the 31st. This is news. This is news, ladies and gentlemen. What you're going to hear here, what he's saying is deception. It's fear-mongering. It scared the hell out of literally millions of people, and it got worse later. You're not even going to hear the worst part. You're just going to hear the beginning, because what you're going to hear tonight is just taken from the first 45 minutes of his broadcast. His broadcast on December the 31st, New Year's Eve. These are just little snippets taken from the first 45 minutes of the Alex Jones show. I didn't take everything that was scary, because we don't have time to do that if we're going to talk about it. But I took just little snippets from the first 45 minutes, and his broadcast, I think, is 3 hours long. And it gets a lot worse as time goes on. you can hear the fear and the excitement and the adrenaline in Alex Jones's voice later on. You're not going to hear so much of that in the early stages of the broadcast. And then he goes on later on the Midas report with Michael Trudeau, and it totally gets out of hand. What you're going to hear is a build-up, and then later, and this is what makes me think that the whole thing was staged, because this build-up sets the stage for a full-blown panic across the country later, and you'll hear about that either tomorrow night or Thursday. But you're going to hear it, because this is just absolutely incredible. So stay tuned, folks, and be careful. You'll all get scared. I mean, just listening to this stuff on New Year's Eve, December the 31st, I had the Genesis Communications Radio Network patched through 101.1 FM, because I wanted the people in the Valley to hear what everybody else in the country was hearing, and they don't get anything here but music. That's all they get on all the stations, including mine, except for the hour of the time. So I wanted them to hear what everybody else in the nation was hearing, so that if there was a full-blown panic, they'd know why, because I knew these people were going to build everybody up into a lather. And the reason, I got to tell you, folks, there's times when law enforcement and government agencies and things like that are needed. And if these guys had succeeded, if they had actually succeeded in whipping up a hysteria that would have caused a large segment of the population to panic and riot in the streets, and I think this is maybe what they were trying to create. I don't know this for sure, but you'll see as we go through these 3 nights and you hear the build-up to what could have been an absolute catastrophe. And it all came from these people. And it's just absolutely incredible. I mean, people really went off the deep end. A lot of people got scared. Some people got sick. A lot of people headed literally for the hills just from listening to these guys. This is not a joke. I'm not kidding you. It really happened, just exactly as I've described. So stay tuned. You're going to hear it all. It's incredible, too. That's right, folks. I'm your man. The only thing you ever get from the Hour of the Time is the truth. Now, I want you to understand that this little series that we're doing is nothing personal against Alex Jones or anybody else. But I happen to know for a fact, absolute fact, and listen to me very carefully, that people who practice this kind of broadcasting and claim to be an American patriot do nothing but discredit all of us eventually. It's wrong. It is absolutely wrong. This guy would take a call, and some caller would report something, and instead of saying, well, we're not, like I do on this broadcast, when somebody calls in and wants to tell a rumor, I tell them, no, we don't do that on this broadcast. If you want to call me tomorrow, I'll check it out. And if it turns out to be true and the listening audience needs to hear it, then we'll make arrangements for you to call in, and it can be your story, and we'll do it. But that's the only way it's done on this broadcast. All of these other people, they take phone calls. And a lot of these phone calls are people spreading rumors. And these rumors, 99% of them turn out to be wrong. And it's wrong to allow that to happen. Especially when the host takes it and runs with it. Without any checking, without any calling, without any research, without anything. This is one of the people who pulls faxes off the fax machine and reads them over the air. This is the one of people who indiscriminately reads Associated Press wire reports and ABC wire reports and news releases and press releases without checking them out. Associated Press, UPI, especially ABC, have been well known to plant fake, phony, and false stories. We've all discovered that over the years. No radio host who reports the news, especially on a day when he knows that a good segment of the population is afraid that we've been told to expect the collapse of civilization as we know it, and all kinds of things like that, to participate in this kind of fear-mongering. Listen very carefully, folks. This will frost you, and then we'll talk about it. I may stop the tape at certain portions, and we'll talk about it then. Listen very carefully. This is just snippets taken from the first 45 minutes of the Alex Jones show on December the 31st, New Year's Eve. This is news. What I'm reporting here to you is hard news. This could have resulted in the shutdown of the whole country, the declaration of martial law, mass hysteria and panic by millions of people. And this is the guy, along with a few others, but this is the main guy who was whipping it all up. Listen carefully.
Cash machines are failing in Britain and now other European countries. They're finding large amounts of explosives in France. Vladimir Putin, who is known as Vladimir the Ruthless, and using all his profanity on national TV, you name it. We won't read the profanity here, but we've got it. This person is on an unbelievable power trip and resembles a demon. He is a creature of the IMF and the World Bank and international communism. He is a former KGB head. And this information is vital, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing the New World Order really come out in full force. More wars than have been in the last 50 years are going on right now. The war in Chechnya is raging in Grozny with reports of hundreds of thousands dying.
Is that true, folks? Are there more wars going on right now than in the last 50 years? Are there hundreds of thousands of people dying right now in Chechnya? Listen to this. This man is just making it up right out of his head as he goes along.
20 to 40,000 civilians trapped in the city. Russian Hinds are being shot down. Tanks are being blown to bits. Massive Grad unguided rocket attacks are being launched on the city indiscriminately right now. Air and artillery bombardments as well. It's absolutely out of control. It is pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you the news first on Y2K. The newest developments. The Pennsylvania nuclear plant has been shut down. One of the main systems transferring the power from it failed, but they say it's not a Y2K problem. And the things I'm experiencing here in Austin, Texas, the shelves are empty of water and some gas stations are running out of fuel. Here in Central Texas and in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the shortwave is basically down, ladies and gentlemen. Went off right as I went on the air. The big news on Y2K. Then we'll start going to your calls. 800-259-9231. 7:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, December 31st, 1999. Pennsylvania nuclear plant shut down. One of the two nuclear reactors at PECO Energy Co.'s Limerick Generating Station has shut down this morning after a piece of equipment failed. Company spokesman Neil McDermott said the problem was not Y2K related. It was declared an unusual event, the least serious emergency classification of a nuclear power plant. They got to have a serious emergency to shut down a plant, ladies and gentlemen. You power one down, you're not going to power it up for at least days. It was declared an unusual event. At 2:55 a.m., shutdown occurred when an insulator on the main generator transformer from Limerick 2 failed. We had reports yesterday of this. Off the record, I would not report it, but I had it from a good source that this plant was having problems along with 4 other plants. I may just go ahead and report it here. Boy, do we get good information here. This has been going on for days. From our information, it is not this transformer that they're talking about. They wouldn't just shut a plant down over that. Something serious may be going on there. So that the central government, known as the federal government, the occupational government in Washington, D.C., has set up a huge $50 million command bunker hooked into all the FEMA boxes that can take over all the shortwave broadcast and commercial AM and FM stations, as well as television broadcast stations. And we hope they...
I have made my point. You can listen to all 3 hours of Bill Cooper's analysis of Alex Jones in 1999. But I'm sorry. Nonsense. Bill Cooper was right. He warned America like 15 years before Alex Jones went off, like really caused a lot of harm, and nobody listened. And in fact, Bill Cooper was shot to death. It was a pretty bad situation. There was like some case out of California. I don't know. He didn't want to go to jail. The sheriff, like the way the whole thing went down was odd. Like, Bill Cooper was kind of designated as a bit of a radical, and I think that's a fair characterization. He was a former like intelligence officer in the Navy, and he also was like a Mason, but he was like an alienated Mason. He like didn't like them, so he would like kind of mess with them, and he just had a lot of enemies, and he was a little bit like, he was part of like the militia movement. He was into like guns, so the government did not like him, and so they classified him as like a domestic extremist. Now, who's more of an extremist? Like personally, like I think we would have been better off with Bill Cooper than Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones is his dad's connections to the defense intelligence apparatus through the University of Texas Austin are weird. They're just weird. I don't know what to tell you. They're just odd. So for him to just be like running his, like calling Putin a devil, President Trump a devil, he's been doing the same thing for 27 years. You gotta let that broadcast from 99 is hard to find. It was. Balsar, it was all true. Bill Cooper nailed it. And I've listened to that a lot, his critique. It's kind of like a critique of Alex Jones, but from like 1999, like right into 2000. Bill Cooper, he just knew. He knew what Jones was. Because Bill Cooper had good sources. He actually knew how to report. But there was no video back then, really. No live video. There were no cell phones. You had to do it based on the wires. The actual wires. Bill Cooper was a real journalist. But he was also ideologically too militant for like the government. They were very uncomfortable. I've seen the files. They were very uncomfortable with him. He didn't do the peace thing. He did not like peace. He was about like armed resistance to the government, and they hated him. Which frankly, I mean, like, bro, you don't need to be advocating that domestically. He like went way overboard. Like, that's ridiculous. Armed resist. Like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? But yeah, that got him in a lot of trouble. Once you get designated with like a U in your file, like, or whatever it's called, like a T or whatever the code is, you're in a lot of trouble. You don't want that code on your record. It's different if you're analyzing stuff, but Cooper was actually militant outside of his analysis. He was very like ideal. He was like encouraging militancy, and you cannot do that. It's inappropriate. It's also morally wrong. You're encouraging people to take up arms domestically. That's wrong. It's illegal. It's in violation of like the Constitution. And he has his arguments, but I don't entertain them. I think it's sedition. So, I don't know. I don't like how they took Bill Cooper out, but he absolutely should not have been arguing and advocating for seditious positions. Here's the latest from the White House on the news that's like circling the globe, which is like Melania Trump must think something really bad is coming because she basically abandoned President Trump.
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, I'm told by a number of White House officials that they were just absolutely stunned, particularly by the timing of these remarks. In fact,
Standing Stone, I don't know Mae Brussels, but I will check her out.
it sparked rumors all across the White House campus that she was trying to get ahead of something that most people must not know about. That's the only way she would get out there and do this now. Now, I am told by people who are close to her that they were a little bit less surprised because in private, Melania Trump has been growing increasingly frustrated with the online chatter about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And she's never actually come out and flat out denied it. And she wanted an on-the-record denial. And I was told that even within these sources that are close to Melania Trump, who were talking to the team about this, there were some concerns about the timing of this, particularly the fact that this story had all but died down. The White House had spent months trying to get away from this narrative on Epstein. They've only been able to really do so in the last month and a half as we've been at war with Iran. So the timing would bring this all to the forefront. But some sources said that for Melania, this was in the forefront, that she'd been seeing this online chatter. She'd been seeing these stories circulating in various online news reports about her relationship with Epstein, much of it, or most of it, all speculation, but that she wanted to have this denial. Now, of course, Donald Trump did a quick interview with MS Now in which he told a reporter he had no idea what she was going to say. A senior White House official told me that as well, although we do have one source in the West Wing saying Donald Trump was aware of these statements.
Okay, as if that's not weird enough, check this. Look what Hezbollah has just done to northern Israel. This is the strangest, well, and I hope the French president resigns. Look at what happened to northern Israel during that last barrage. Hezbollah is not messing around. I don't know. This is very, very intense. I don't understand you. That's the latest from northern Israel. Hezbollah has struck. I agree, Balsar. Balsar, you might like you remind, like, there's a writer named Balzac. I know, but there is a real writer named that. You should check it out. Here is the latest from the streets of Iran.
یعنی معتقد بودین که باید راه میدادین.
آمریکا خودشو 100 بار تا حالا نشون داده. ما 2 بار پای میز مذاکره بودیم وقتی حمله کرده. اینم قطعا برای اینه که بره خودشو ترمیم کنه. مگه آمریکا ذاتش عوض میشه؟ واقعا من نمیدونم چرا قبول کردن. اگه خودش بیاد بگه آره ما قبول میکنیم. خودش قبول نکرده. تحمیل میکنم بهش. چرا باید آتش بس کنیم؟
یعنی معتقد بودین که باید راه میدادین.
آمریکا خودشو 100 بار تا حالا نشون داده. ما 2 بار پای میز مذاکره بودیم وقتی حمله کرده. اینم قطعا برای اینه که بره خودشو ترمیم کنه. مگه آمریکا ذاتش عوض میشه؟ واقعا من نمیدونم چرا قبول کردن. اگه خودش بیاد بگه آره ما قبول میکنیم. خودش قبول نکرده. تحمیل میکنم بهش. چرا باید آتش بس کنیم؟
یعنی معتقد بودین که باید راه میدادین.
آمریکا خودشو 100 بار تا حالا نشون داده. ما 2 بار پای میز مذاکره بودیم وقتی حمله کرده. اینم قطعا برای اینه که بره خودشو ترمیم کنه. مگه آمریکا ذاتش عوض میشه؟ واقعا من نمیدونم چرا قبول کردن. اگه خودش بیاد بگه آره ما قبول میکنیم. خودش قبول نکرده. تحمیل میکنم بهش.
I don't know how they got into Iran and got that report. Here's the latest on the Vatican's. Here's the latest on the Vatican statement about that odd meeting with the Pentagon.
And now to the Pope and his relationship with the Trump administration. There are conflicting reports from Vatican sources in the Pentagon over an unusual meeting that took place earlier this year. Marianne Ahern is here to explain why the Pentagon met with the Vatican officials in the first place. Marianne?
Marianne, shortly after Pope Leo's January speech to diplomats visiting the Vatican, Pentagon officials requested a meeting with those who represent the Pope in Washington, D.C. The disagreement today, what was the tone and the message? In January, Pope Leo spoke of the importance of international humanitarian law when he addressed the diplomatic corps.
War is back in vogue, and a zeal for war is spreading.
Shortly after that speech, a meeting was requested by the Pentagon with Vatican officials based in Washington, D.C. That's highly unusual. As first reported by the Free Press, the Pentagon offered, quote, a bitter lecture warning that the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants and that the church had better take its side. A Vatican source also tells NBC5 the meeting was most unpleasant and confrontational. Today, photos from the meeting were released by the War Department on social media. And a Pentagon official says, quote, the Free Press's characterization of the meeting is highly exaggerated and distorted. The meeting between Pentagon and Vatican officials was a respectful and reasonable discussion. We have nothing but the highest regard and welcome continued dialogue with the Holy See. Pope Leo has openly criticized President Trump.
I'm told that President Trump recently stated that he would like to end the war. Hopefully he's looking for an off-ramp.
The Chicago-born Pope has also been critical of the Trump administration's handling of the immigration crisis, as well as U.S. actions in Venezuela and Iran.
I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always.
And one more voice adding to this controversy, Vatican Ambassador Brian Birch, he is also from the Chicago suburbs, appointed by President Trump, posted on social media today that some journalists and online agitators are, quote, choosing to exploit a routine meeting to sow division. Marianne,
thank you.
Pretty contrite statement from the Pentagon. I wouldn't mess with Pope Leo either, frankly. He's got a lot of moral authority. People like him. The church has got a lot of apologizing to do, and he's doing really well. Pope Francis was what's called the apology pope. That's the way I think of him. He was kind of like the church's way of saying sorry about Crimean Solicitationes. It was a papal bull from 62. Papa Ratzinger did bad things in the 80s in Germany. Moved around a lot of priests when he was the head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. So, like, the church has been on an apology tour. Like, the Pope sent Cardinal, or Nunzio Borgia. Like, well, I saw a bomb fall no less than half a mile from a nunzio, like a papal ambassador. The Pope was like, screw it. I'm sending my men in. He doesn't send men with weapons. He sends, like, people in purple robes and dares you to bomb them. Nobody would ever bomb a papal nunzio. They've been walking around for a long time. Right, I think the reason why people who are so evil run the world is that they just lie easily. Good people don't lie. It's different when it's like national security. But like good people don't lie. And those people lie so easily. They lie like water. I've never seen anything like it in my life. For those of you just tuning in, I was robbed today. But I got the man to put the cell phone down. Do you want to hear about how I got robbed? Little primetime towel. I did get robbed. I survived. It is what it is. I was just trying to help this nice woman who got, like, this man was yelling at her. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Towel got robbed. And then I told the man, like, I didn't use force. I just told the man to put my phone down. He took my phone. I just told him to put it down. It was after the doctor, and he did. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, there was a towel-based robbery. I was robbed. But then I got my phone back just by telling the man to put the phone down. It was a little strange, now that I think about it. It must have been quite a scene. I don't know. People were talking about it on the internet earlier. I didn't really have time to, like, see what people were saying. But they were talking about it on the internet. Even Turtle Boy was talking about it. Hope he's doing well. Hope he's getting those private intelligence firms that are targeting him. It sucks to be targeted by them. It's like living in the Truman Show. Yeah, so, alright, here's what happened earlier. British reporter Tal, would you mind telling the people what happened?
Conversation. In other news, after my doctor's appointment today, I was robbed while in line at the H-Mart in Somerville. A man started yelling at the nice woman working at counter, who only spoke Spanish, so I started filming to protect her. Then, the man slapped my phone out of hand and left the store. The man then came back into the store, slapped my phone out of my hand again, and then walked down the street with my property in his hand, while a recording was running. I, in turn, used my words to demand he drop the phone. After 4 blocks, and a few threats to smash the device, the man threw my phone in a flower bush near the Citizens Bank. Thankfully, some nice passersby were able to call the who responded and located the alleged assailant quickly. The man then escaped around the corner, whereupon Somerville police gave chase. The man was located, interviewed and let go. Surveillance footage from the H-Mart was not immediately available for police review. An investigation remains ongoing and, at the end of the day, I am just glad the women at the H-Mart are safe. Getting my phone back was a nice bonus, too. My statement. Creo que este situation es muy...
I don't like how British announcer Tal reads Spanish. My statement about today is thus. Creo que esta situación es muy difícil para todas las personas involucradas y tengo que pensar para 1 o 2 horas antes de expresar mis ideas sobre este día. Gracias y a Dios bendiga para todos. So that says, I think this situation is very difficult for all of the people involved, and I need to think for 1 or 2 hours before I express my ideas about today. Thank you, and God bless all of you. Okay? Hello, Ghetto Gus. It's so good to see you. Hello, Doc Swan. Hello, Soul Controller. Good to see you again. Hello, Flipping Out or Fibbing Out. I love it. Now, just so you know, I got robbed today, but I got the man to drop the phone. The people on the internet were very much interested in this whole situation. I don't really understand. Anyway, so this is the man. You're going to see what happened. He was yelling at the nice woman. And she had caught him or alleged he stole. And right before this, he had gone outside after they tried to stop him at the door. And he got very aggressive with them. And it would have ended there. He just left. But he went around the corner, clearly put the item down according to her. And then came back in the store and just started yelling at this woman. Both of them only spoke Spanish. He doesn't speak Spanish. He had a language difficulty with these two. He's the manager. She's kind of the manager, but he's the back end guy, and these two are the cashiers. It's a very low staff store. And it's a local chain. It's a Korean supermarket. I was there after my doctor's appointment getting rice and one of those ramyun drinks that you can only get them there. You have to pop the top of the bottle. It's all glass. It's a Japanese drink. It's really good. They have all the best. You go there basically if you're into niche Asian food. If you like ramen, they have 75 types of ramen. It's like being in a Japanese supermarket or a Korean supermarket, kind of a hybrid. It's weird because it's a Korean supermarket, but it has an Asian identity. And what I mean by that is every product in there is from Japan or Indonesia or Korea, South Korea. You have to know what you're buying because the stuff is not labeled in English. You absolutely you can't just go in there and buy food. You have to know what the products are most of the time. If you just buy random food from there, you might not like what you get. It's that kind of supermarket, which is cool. I mean, if you're adventurous, I would definitely recommend it. But I just like the store. I've been going there since it was a Be Fresh, back in the day, because my doctor's is down pretty far, but it's down there. So I had to walk to this store, and I just wanted to get some ramyun, the glass bottle soda, and some rice. I really was just trying to go about my day. Mind you, my food is right there to the right. He came and took my place. I just was trying to check out. He's yelling at her, okay? Doesn't speak English. She only speaks Spanish. I found this out later. But she was scared, and I was scared for her, so this is how it played out.
You put outside, sir. No, I put up. Go check. You want to come inside? He was right behind me. Come on. Come outside, wait. Let's go. No fine. What's your supervisor's name? Who's your boss? Go get your boss right now. Go get the boss, right? Go get the boss.
I am the boss.
I need a boss higher than you.
I am the boss right now.
What's the corporate number, sir?
And
What's the corporate number?
What?
What is the corporate number to the corporate company?
I don't know.
You don't know? You work here, you don't know the corporate? What's the number for the boss?
We don't have nothing.
Your corporate?
We don't have.
You don't have nothing? What about a Central Square, the boss?
Sir.
You can smile all you want, man. All you want. I don't give a fuck what you say. You accuse me of something. You see me put something in my hoodie? No, you see my tool with my hoodie. What you see, lady? Nothing. I go to work. You can try all you want. Go get it. Go show me the camera.
Yes, I say don't do that.
Now don't do what? Don't do what? Listen, lady, I don't get no problem for me. Problem for you. Get the camera, call the police, and then right now I get you fired. Right now, I swear to God.
You should address those comments to me.
Oh, you're the boss.
No, I'm not. You don't want to meet. You don't want to know who I am.
Who are you? Yo, get the fucking camera. What sweater?
You put outside,
what sweater?
sir.
No, I put up. Go check. You want to come inside? He was right behind me. Come on.
Okay, so he hits the camera out of my phone, okay? He then goes, I pick up the camera, okay? He goes out of the store again, and then he just can't help himself. He comes back, okay? I managed to get the camera going for 1 second, okay? See how I'm about to film him again? Look what he does. He takes my camera and films himself, and he can't stop the recording. He films himself walking down the street as I'm yelling someone call the police. I'm not kidding. This actually happened.
Stop fucking recording me. Get your shit out my face, bro.
Can you get this man? He stole my phone.
I didn't steal shit. I didn't assault you. You assaulted me. Yeah. You got your fucking camera in my face. Get your fucking... I didn't steal nothing.
Call the police. He stole my phone.
Don't touch me, bro.
Call the... Alright, so what then proceeded to happen was this scene where I'm in a suit after my doctor. I like to wear a suit to the doctor to be respectful. So I'm in my suit, walking down the road with this man just like got to turn back with he stole my phone and he's holding it and just yelling. And I'm like, sir, put the phone down. Well, no, let me reiterate what actually happened. I don't mean to laugh about this, but I laugh about trauma. It's a coping mechanism. So I'm walking down the street in Davis Square, like past the Ayer dispensary, and Anna's on the right, out of the H Mart to the right, like towards Harvard Square. And I have my arms up like this because he took my phone. So I'm just walking down Davis Square saying, someone please call the police. He stole my phone. Well, okay, we keep walking. We get all the way to like the Citizens Bank, near the Rosebud Diner. And at that point, this nice woman on a bike comes by, and she's like clearly on the phone with the police. And she's like, well, this man has stolen this other man's phone, and he's yelling at the man whose phone he stole. He's just yelling. And the guy's like, oh, you're on the phone with the police? Are you B-word? He calls her the B-word. And I'm like in the middle of the road with her because I'm like trying to be close to her in case he says something to me or like threatens her. So he's like yelling at the woman on the bike. The cops can clearly hear it on the 911. And he's like, oh, you call... He's just calling her the B-word. And then he realizes what's about to happen, which is like, the police are coming. I didn't think they were going to... It's Somerville, Massachusetts, so I didn't think the police were going to, like, come that quickly. It's kind of a liberal city. Not that they don't care, but, like, they're just very soft on crime. Unless it's, like, a shooting. Or a stabbing. But anyway, so, like, liberals are very weird on crime. It's odd. But anyway, so this dude, the whole time he had been walking with me, was also... I was saying to him, between, like, somebody called the police, I was saying to him, just drop the phone. Like, I'm a journalist. Just put my phone down. You cannot have that. And I think he was getting the vibe almost he told me at one point, he was like, I've been in prison for 20 years. And I was like, I don't care. Like, I had my eyes on his hands the whole time. But I was like, bro, drop the phone. Like, put that, I don't care what you do. You can't have the phone. Like, I was telling him, like, you have to drop the phone. So we go like 4 blocks. Eventually, he, like, when the woman on the bike confronts him, he, like, I think got the sense he almost threatened to destroy, he did threaten to destroy the phone at one point. And I think he got the vibe he just shouldn't do that. Like, he got the vibe that, like, I was just, I don't know, it must have been larger than life or something. He just did not want to, like, hurt me, like, touch me, or, like, he did, like, touch my phone twice and swing at my hand, but, like, walking down the street, like, anyone else, I feel like he would have swung at. Mind you, I'm, like, 187 point something centimeters. I just got measured. I'm, like, 6'2". So I'm like 170 or 80 pounds. So I'm, like, a big guy, even though I'm disabled. Like, when I act, like, there was adrenaline involved, but I'm still disabled. But, like, if I can, like, pull myself up, yes. Like, when the doctor measures me, I have to lay down because I can't stand up straight all the way. But, like, my point is, I'm very tall. He was like 5'8". He couldn't swing at me. He might have had a weapon. I didn't know. I didn't care. If he pulled a weapon, I was ready. I didn't have a weapon, but I knew. I was watching his hands. But anyway, I'm just following him, and I want my phone. And he, the whole time, I think, had the sense, like, oh, I really should not destroy this guy's phone. I shouldn't touch this guy. It was the weirdest situation. I was just looking him in the eye, like, just drop the phone. I was just, like, willing him to drop the phone. I stopped him from robbing me. Like, he was going to run with that phone. I stopped him just by looking at him and just willing him to do it. I was just like, drop it. You want to drop the phone. Drop the phone. And then he eventually, when the woman called the police, didn't destroy it. He chucked it into a flower bin, like outside the Citizens Bank, like right near where you sit when you're waiting for the Uber. Dude, wild. Then the cop pulls up. And, like, they came flashing. They came lights on. There was, like, 4 of them. Maybe 3. I don't remember. It was 3. 2 of them. 1 and then 2 more. Lights on, flying through Davis Square. One pulls over to the side of the road. And he's like, what happened? I show him the video. He's like, he clearly knew who the dude was. There's a little bit of a problem in Davis Square. And so he's like, the cop's like, so what happened? And I'm like, well, I was in line. I was just buying some groceries after the doctor's. And this guy, like, ran out of the H Mart. They tried to stop him. He came back in. Like, he was screaming at her. I filmed my phone for her and safety. He hit the phone out of my hand. He left, came back in, hit the phone out of my hand again, left, walked down the street, like with my phone in his hand, took it, and didn't give it up until you all were here. Three of them went full lights on down a one-way road because he had like gone around the corner, and I told them where he went, and they just went lights on looking for him. They were like, sit here. I hear him like, yeah, I'm beginning pursuit. He just goes and looks for him. I'm just sitting. I followed instructions. He gave me a lawful order. He told me to sit there, so I sat there. I just didn't move. He gave me a lawful order. I couldn't go anywhere, so I just sat there. And then like 10, 15 minutes later, the cop comes back. He's like, yeah, we got him. Like, his story is a little different, and like, we need to see the surveillance video. I'm like, okay. And I gave him my number, and he was like, okay, thanks. I was like, I told him my alias, Grant Smith Ellis, and nice to meet you. And he's like, okay, I'll follow up with you. And I was like, okay, God bless you. Thanks for doing your job. That was very nice of you. And then the cops kind of smiled. It was two cops at that point. One, the original responding officer, and then another nice officer to the right of him, like, who pulled up to the front, about 3 feet to the left of the car that stopped first. Anyway, so yeah, they get out. They're like, okay, we'll continue our investigation. And then I was like, can I go buy my groceries now? Because he ordered me to sit there. He was like, yeah, you can. Okay, I went and bought my groceries. So yeah, overall, that was my date. No, I don't like weapons. I don't believe in them. Hi, DM Meyer, how are you? I heard of that. DM Meyer, I've heard of like reports that there are the same people that appear in multiple videos. I've heard that. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth, you're kind. No, I don't like weapons. I don't like weapons at all. I don't like any weapons. I have my hands. I was like, what was he gonna do? Like, it wasn't about that. You know what I was really doing? He was gonna hurt that woman, in my opinion. He was starting to move towards her aggressively. Like, he was moving into her space multiple times. And he was like, when he got like, this is when I think I intervened, when his body started to go to the side of her workstation. Like, she's scared, and I was looking in her eyes to determine when I needed to intervene. And that's when I said, you should address the remarks to me. Like, I didn't care what happened to me at that point. Like, she was no longer the focus of his attention. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, you got to just throw up a red shiny object. He was not doing well. I don't know if he was all there. He was there. He knew where he was. He knew, I think, what he was doing was inappropriate, but he was so aggressive. He was so strung out, in my opinion. He didn't know, like, I think he didn't know what he was walking into. He thought it was just, like, a bunch of, like, what do they call them? Like, custies or whatever, just like regular people. But he didn't realize what he was in the presence of. He probably learned quite a lesson today, because his buddies were like, bro, like, Turtle Boy's on you. Like, what did you do, bro? Like, how did you piss Turtle Boy off? Everybody in Massachusetts knows Turtle Boy. And especially among, like, Turtle Boy covers what you might call, like, ratchet culture, which is, like, just, like, it's like this guy. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, it's like chav culture in the UK. We have a little bit of it here. It's mostly south of Boston. And, like, his buddies, because Turtle Boy replied, are going to be like, bro, what did you do? Like, that dude told you, like, you didn't want to find out who he was. Why did you push it? And he's going to be like, yeah, I really screwed up. It's, like, the one thing he shouldn't have done. And he didn't ask either. He should have asked. He should have been like, what's up? Like, if he had asked, he would have backed down. But he was too in the zone. He couldn't ask. So, yeah, my guess is his phone got lit up. And all his buddies were like, yo, that was not a good idea. Don't do that to people. You know what I'm saying? She was scared. It was like, I just want to reiterate, I just want to talk a little bit about this because I'm decompressing. I just want folks to understand, if he had just left that store, like, they let him go. They weren't going to use force. Like, they literally let him go. And I don't know why. We're having a little buffering issue because of all the chat. I don't know why. They really did let him go. We're having some drop trains. It's just an internet issue. A little stormy here. A little cold. But they let him go. All he had to do was leave. And I didn't even care that he was like being like, he just wanted to make a point to her because he's probably from the neighborhood. Like, listen, I'm here, you know, like he just wanted to like defend his honor. But he got so aggressive with her, like when she was like just leave, that he put her in fear. And I waited like 40 seconds. All he had to do was leave. They were going to let him leave. They were not going to charge him. They weren't going to trespass him. All he had to do was leave. And he was just going to get more and more aggressive. I was worried he was going to push her. She was scared, and I didn't like that. So I don't know why he didn't just leave. I can't get in his mind. But like, don't scare people like that. That poor woman did not speak English. She only spoke Spanish. I had to go back and pay for my groceries. Obviously, I was hungry. I wanted to get my snacks and my drink. I was very thirsty. And so I spoke to her, and I come in, and she couldn't understand like what I was saying. So I switched to Spanish. And I was like, hola, entiendo español un poco. Por supuesto. Dios bendiga. And she was like, oh, bien. And she was like, oh, so I don't remember what she said in Spanish. She just asked, like, if I wanted to buy the groceries, and then I bought the groceries, and then she tried to figure out like how to get the videos, and I didn't want to. I just tried to help as I could with the like translation of like me saying, I'm here to get my groceries and I'm safe. Are you safe? And then I said, if he hurt you, I would not have been able to live with myself. And she kind of like smiled and said, oh, I'm like, I think she said like, I'm very grateful in Spanish or something. I don't remember exactly. And I was like, that's not a problem. I just wanted you to feel safe. And then she said, oh, God bless you. And I said, God bless you. And then I left. Then I got in an Uber and went home. Didn't really think too much about it at the moment. I was just like, I'm glad she's safe. I think that's what I said to the cop when I left. I was like, well, everybody's safe. I'm just glad she's okay. And he was like, yeah? I'm like, okay. I had to go. So yeah, it was a weird day. Now that I think about it, maybe I should get some rest. Listen, Balser, I can't fault you for that. Listen, I don't personally like use weapons. It's just like my religious thing. I don't like them. They're an instrument that can take life. So for me, I don't want to have it. I don't ever see a situation other than like someone's life being threatened where I would ever need to take a life. I don't do that. I won't. Like, again, if you threaten like a woman or a child in front of me, I'll use force proportional to the force you're using to stop you from hurting that child or woman. If you like literally were bashing someone's head off like the cement pavement and they were bleeding from the back of their head, maybe, like depending on like if I thought like legitimately that you were gonna take their life, I would intervene with force that had the potential. But just with my body, I don't need a weapon. But I wouldn't do it unless it was someone else. I would use, even if you were coming at me with lethal force, I would use less than lethal force to stop you. I wouldn't want to do that. But you threaten someone else's life physically in front of me. First of all, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. I have a full legal right to use whatever force is necessary in line with the force you're using to stop you. And I will. I'm not going to let you take someone's life in front of me. That's crazy. And the law does not require I do that. Imagine if the law required you just sit there and watch them. No. You can use force. I'm not a lawyer. There's not legal advice. You can use force in my state proportional to the force being used in order to render the threat inert. That's why breaking into someone's home is such a dumb idea. It's per se deadly force. You're putting yourself at such a risk. I don't know why people do home invasions. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Yeah, I feel you. Balser. I am a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I just personally don't have weapons. It's just a personal thing. I think the Second Amendment is very important. I think it's important for like people in like militias, like the National Guard, which is the actual militia. I think it's important for like our soldiers to have their weapons. I fully support letting them carry their weapons on base, their personal weapons. I fully support people being able to hunt. I fully support you being able to have your weapons. I fully support the most robust constitutional protections under the Second Amendment pursuant to Bruin allowed by law. In fact, I think some states are not in compliance with Bruin, which is not good. They need to follow the Supreme Court precedent. So yeah, my opinion is Bruin is the law of the land, and that's what we should follow and implement. And states that don't comply with Bruin and threaten the Second Amendment, even if I personally don't have weapons, I would have a problem with that politically. And I will not allow states to undermine citizens' rights to carry weapons in line with the constitutional mandate afforded by Bruin. It's a case from 2019 in New York, or 2021. It has to, it's like it follows from the Washington, D.C. case about handgun rights. Like, handguns weren't considered Second Amendment protected for a long time until the Washington, D.C. case, and then Bruin kind of like refined how police chiefs could do permits and whether or not they like could have this high bar for not issuing permits. So yeah, from like a political policy perspective, Bruin's is the law of the land, and all states need to respect Bruin. I understand, Balsart. I can only imagine. Oh, Balsar, you might be able to see me. I'm going to come visit Mimi this year. I'm coming to Texas. I'm doing a road trip, so you should all get excited. I'm going to bed early. I had to get up really early for my doctor. I have a surgery this month. I'm really nervous about it. It's not a regular dental procedure. I have to call in a special like dental doctor. I have to go under for like 2 hours. It's going to be miserable. We had to talk about it today, and it made me all nervous. So I should get some rest. And it's going to be quiet. Hezbollah caused a serious amount of trouble in North Lebanon, in North Israel. Israel will cause trouble in Lebanon tomorrow. And Tel Aviv got hit for the first time since the start of the war. It was a naval base near Ashdod. So yeah, there is going to be, if you'd like to donate to Towel, that would be nice. I ran out of money today, and I was able to do one of those like loan apps. Like, I didn't want to bother anyone. I know there are people that will help me in emergencies, but it's not an emergency if I technically can use one of the like short-term loan apps. And they charge like $21 for like $100. Like, it's pretty good. It helps you get your credit up. I didn't have credit for a long time because I was so sick. So I'm slowly building my credit, like 1 month at a time, $100 at a time. It's really hard. It's really hard. And some of the loans I had to take back in December before I had like friends to help were really brutal. But like, I wanted to do it at the end of school, and my mom was sabotaging me a little bit. My mom's still messing with me a little bit. She filed the paperwork wrong though again, so it's funny. I'm gonna move the Cape Town. My mom's trying to make me homeless. She doesn't realize that like I'm already leaving. Don't tell her. Did you know I'm leaving home? I'm spreading my wings. I'll have more to tell you all soon, but like, some of you should expect to see me very soon. I'm gonna be gone for like a month or two. I'm leaving America. I'm very excited. It's like the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I haven't had like any time away from Boston since 2017. It's been almost 10 years. I have not left. The farthest I've gone in 10 years was Rhode Island one time. Yeah, 2017. I'm very excited. And then once I come back, I'm not coming home. I'm done. I'm moving. Well, I'm not moving. I'm going to go around the United States. I'm going to have a lot more to tell you soon. But yeah, I'm leaving America for a little bit. It's been nice. I really love you all dearly. I'm going to continue my coverage because it's just streaming. But yeah, I'm leaving America. I thought I should tell you all. I didn't want to break the news, but I think we have to have a little talk. So, you know, I've loved my time here, and I'm coming back. It's my country. I love it dearly. But I feel very, like, trapped in Massachusetts. Like, it's cool. You're all wonderful. You're my home. But, like, I hope you will pardon me and forgive me for leaving for a bit. So I'm leaving America for a little bit. I don't know when I'll be back. We'll see. I have a flexible return date, probably, and it's going to be awesome. I'm so excited. So, yeah, it was great to know you all. I'll be back. We're going to continue the streaming. I'm talking only like to the people who know me in real life. Before I go, for I don't know how long I'm going for, I will come and see some of you. I have to see Standing Stones. He has a painting for me. Oh, God bless you, D. Meyer. No, that was last night, D. Meyer. We were watching the video. Oh, Rigged Outcome says, enjoy your freedom. Oh, thank you. I'm so excited. So we're going to continue the streams. You just need internet for a stream. And I have very low kilobit bit rate streams. That's why you don't see me in HD. You don't really need it. 4K. But yeah, so I'm leaving America. I don't know when I'll be back. I don't know when I'm leaving. It was really nice to be here. I love my country. But I'm leaving America for a little bit. Not for until my birthday next month, but yeah, I'm leaving. It was really nice to be here. I love you all dearly, but it's time for me to spread my wings for a little bit. I think it's time to make the announcement. So yeah, I'm leaving America for a little bit. Who knows when I'll be back? Probably sometime in the summer, maybe the fall or the winter. I don't really care. I don't have any reason to be here. So I'm going to keep doing my reporting, but I'm going to leave. It's going to be fascinating. I made the decision actually a while ago. My mom doesn't know. I'm not going to tell her. She doesn't deserve to know. She's been very cruel to me. And she's not going to be invited to various things in the future. Because she was very cruel to me for no reason, just because of the state police. Which is so stupid. Why would you want to hang around a bunch of pimps and people who cover up murders and drunks? She gave it all away. But anyway, so yeah, it was great to know so many of you around here. I'm coming back. But yeah, it's time for me to spread my wings a little bit. I'll give you more information. I have to have some conversations before I make certain announcements. But yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to tell you all about how the future and Towel News is going to continue. I'm thinking about talking to some people about not really anchoring, well, if they can anchor, but more doing interviews or maybe being a correspondent. I have a few people I'm interested in talking to. I think I can make this network pretty good. And as long as I have the internet, which is everywhere basically, we should be good. But yeah, I'm going really far away. Just for a little bit. I'll be back. So that'll be fun. I'm really excited. I'm very grateful. I cannot stop covering, though, obviously. Not for personal reasons, but because I can't abandon people who need, to have their stories told. And I can't. I'm probably one of the more foremost authorities on the war. So I have to cover it every day so that I don't lose context. It's very important. So I'm going to cover every day. I'm not leaving yet. There's a whole process I have to go through. It's going to take a couple weeks. But then I'm gone. And I'm not moving permanently. I'm not immigrating anywhere. I'm just leaving for a bit. And I'm just going to see the world. Yes, and I'm going to be travel vlogging. So you absolutely are going to see some, very interesting stuff. I don't know. Well, I know where I'm going first, but I don't want to announce it yet. I think there are a few people who know. Because I told them, if there was one person who emailed me the other day, it's from another country, and I told them that they're probably gonna see me. So if you're south of the equator and not on the American continent, you might see me at some point in the next couple months. So you should start thinking about whether you want to hang out. Basically, if you're south of the equator and not on the American continent, you can start thinking about whether you want to hang out. Now, also, some of you, in the UK, I think I would like to hang out, for just a day or two. So if you're in the UK and, you want, you're near, Heathrow or, whatever, we can definitely, hang out. I'd like to hang out for, a day or two, and then I gotta go. Maybe Dublin. It really depends, on which route I go. But yeah, I definitely will be saying hello. I'd like to show you some of the areas I go. And then I want to continue my reporting. So I want to make sure everything's set up. And I'll give you, updates on each day I travel. But yeah, that's my plan. I'm so grateful to you all. I've always wanted, and I'm not just going there. Like there's going to be a lot more we talk about in the coming weeks. Like I am not just going to some random. Can you imagine me just in like some alone in a country? I'd be okay, but like I would quickly run out of money and just be baffled with it all, you know. Well, I guess I might be okay because I have so many friends. But yeah, like I can't just go. Like I'm not just going. I have a plan. I will talk more about it. I know a lot of you are very intrigued and happy and excited. And I am too. I've always wanted to just go. And it's time to go. I'm so excited. And yeah, it wasn't. I think what's really, just to give you a personal update, we'll call this Tal's personal hour before bed. I think it wasn't, it was just a confluence of a lot of things in my life happening at once. Like, just a lot of, like, among a lot of sadness, there were a lot of things that happened that changed my life in a positive way. Like, just existentially, and then also, like, personally. Like, I'm finally free. And I'm very excited. I'm so grateful. I know that a lot of you have been praying for me, and I know a lot of you are grateful for the work I do. I don't really think of the work I do as, I think of it as important, but I don't think of the scale of it. You know, it's time. It is. It's time for Tal to fly. I don't really think of the scale of the work I do as like important. I think of like the content as important. But like even when I was looking at all the countries, it wasn't until I actually looked at the region by region breakdown that I realized it was like the entire world. And then I was like, oh goodness, I have a duty to a lot of people. So yeah, then I started thinking like, well, you know, Grant, like what are you doing? Like why are you like where you are? Like is there a reason? Or are you just there because you've always been there? And then I was like, oh, is there any reason I can't just go? And then things just happened. I don't know. It was like fate. It's like they're among the worst things that have ever happened to me. Like the past like month and a half, I've seen more death. I became so numb to death that I stopped having an emotional reaction to it. It was the saddest thing. I remember the day that I stopped like having a visceral emotional reaction to death during the war. It made me really sad. I think it made me a better reporter, but it made me really sad. Like I had to go to bed that night and realize that I had just like stayed calm while reporting multiple deaths from bombing, like hundreds, and I was just really sad. So that part was very sad, and the death was very sad, and the bombing and the animals, it was all very sad. It all still is very sad. But at the same time, there were things, not just all of you and your compassion and camaraderie and all your support for each other and for little Tal. It wasn't just that. It was that I think I found like my eudaimonia or summum bonum. You know? Like, I don't know how to explain it. I'll tell you more. My life changed in a very positive way, and I'm very grateful. And I just want you to know, even among the sadness of the war, and I don't think it would have happened. I think it all was meant to happen for a reason at the same time. And then the war is very sad, but it feels like it has a purpose historically. To like reset the geopolitical alignment of the world. I don't know why I was rewarded with happiness. Maybe it's because that's what I wanted. I haven't been happy in like 15 or 17 years. I had moments of happiness. I'm not happy about the war. I think I'm happy that people are starting to understand each other. And I think I'm happy that like Iran didn't just get run over, because that would have just resulted in more Baal worship. So now it's kind of like people got to respect Iran, and therefore, like the Baal worship crew, they can't really do their thing. That makes me happy. I don't like that a lot of people died on both sides, all sides, like 14 countries. I don't like that at all. It makes me very sad. But I saw a lot of redeeming things during this past 40 days. And I only am using this pensive, precarious ceasefire. There is less bombing in Iran. Can't deny that. There's less bombing in Israel. Can't deny that. Less American soldiers dying. Oh, God bless you. It's important to let it out. Don't bottle it out. You're right, Rigged.com. Thank you for all being you. You know I want to come see you too, Rigged.com. You might have to come down to the U.S. It depends. I think I can go to Canada. We'll talk to the Canadian government. I feel like they're generally palatable to that. We'll see what they say. I've been to Canada before. I went to Montreal a long time ago. People understanding each other is your speciality. Yeah. So, I forgot to do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 yesterday. I felt so bad for Tripoli Bob. I felt terrible. I laid down. It was only for like 30 seconds. Don't feel bad, my friend. But I laid my head down before bed last night, and I had completely forgotten to do our ritual where we like to do the presidents in order. I'll do that for you tonight. I should sleep, though. Today was a lot. I got robbed. I'm the only person I know who stopped a robbery with their words. So that part's a little weird. I gotta think about that. I'm just glad that woman's safe. I did want my phone because I'm a journalist. Like, I was just doing what any journalist would do if a guy was putting someone else in danger. I was just recording. I was not, like, humiliating him. I was just doing what my, like, natural instinct to do is, which is document to protect everyone involved. That's all I was trying to tell him. And he just was not having it. I think he's probably realizing now, like, listen, like, in the future, like, just read the dude's vibe. If his vibe is very much like, you know, chill, like, you don't want to escalate, like, he's not using words, like, the dude across from you is giving you a vibe, like, just chill. Like, even if you're, like, really, like, zooted, just chill. And it's different when it's, like, political. And, like, I don't know. I guess I can practice forgiveness. I think I'm at the point where I'm willing to forgive. I don't think he was in his right mind because of the whatever he was going through. So, I don't know, I'll sleep on it. But, like, I'm a very forgiving person. I didn't like that he scared that woman. I'd like to see an apology to her. She didn't deserve that at work. But everyone has a bad day, and narcotics can make it worse. Or withdrawal can make it worse. Or, like, something at home can make it worse. So I think I can forgive him. I can't forgive him on behalf of her. She was the one who was really scared. But I think I can forgive him. I'm not mad anymore at him for what happened to me. I can forgive. But I can't forgive on her behalf. I'd like to see an apology to her, to the clerk at H Mart, in Spanish. Ella solamente habla español. Alright, Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, let's do it. Hello, Yolande. Hello, Mimi. I did, Mimi. I tried to soften his heart. How's Ellie doing, Mimi? Is she sleeping? Did you know Mimi has a baby goat? Isn't that just the greatest thing? That's why I'm going to go visit Mimi. I'm coming to visit you, Mimi. It might not be till, like, the fall. Mimi, what is there college football down there? I like college football. It's my one, like, guilty pleasure. I love college football. I love it. I might want to, wait a minute. I have a plan. Who would like to go to college football games with Towel? I want to travel through the American South and go to college football games all fall. I would like to visit you all. I can do this. Who would like to go to college football games with Towel? This is what we're doing. I want to, if you are in the American South, listen, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. If you are in the American South and you've been my friend, and you've been thinking, listen, is Grant going to come see me? Yes, we're doing it. I am, this fall, if I can make it all work, I am coming to the American South, and every week I'm going to visit a different college football stadium. I want to see your team play. I want to see the atmosphere. I want to learn about your tailgates. And then, like, it'll be part of my news segment. So if you are in the American South, Miss Missy, we're doing it. Thank you, Standing Stones. You know I will, my friend. I think, like, some happiness. Like, I just need to, like, I love reporting the news, and I'm going to keep doing that. But I have to chase my passion, which is reporting the news, but not feeling like I'm trapped. And, like, I love Massachusetts. I've been here for 37 years. I have never lived more than 7 miles from Boston. Ever. The longest time I have ever spent away from within a 7-mile radius of Boston is, let me think, 3 months, 4 months when I was studying at Oxford, well, UNIV for a little bit. That was only part of the program. And then Bath. Although the program was run in Bath by someone who was like a very high-ranking person at Oxford, at UNIV. I forget the role of it all. I don't know. They wanted me to work with the government. I wasn't trying to work with the government. I didn't like that. I wanted to hang out with the people who sold the big issue. That's what I did. But anyway, I've never in 37 years spent time away from here. It's time for me to, like, spread my wings. And the internet is everywhere. So that's what we're doing. I'm just going. Screw it. It's been nice, Massachusetts. I love you all dearly. I'll be back. You'll always be my home. But this is the beginning of my farewell. Spread the good word. Towel's going. He's on his way. Where he'll end up, well, I know, but you don't know. But yeah, the plan is, like, I'm out of here for a little bit. I'll be streaming. The streams aren't ending. But like America, yes, I'm officially announcing that I'm departing for a little bit. It's been nice. You're all cool. I like it. You're all very nice. It's just a little frantic. A little bit, especially my area, just a little bit too fast of a pace of life. Like, my work's fast enough. I don't need this, like, constant, just, everybody's really nice, but, like, it's so political, and, like, people don't, like, have communal activities, and they don't like to spend time together, and they don't like to just, like, I just need to get out a little bit to appreciate it again. Okay, so, Travel with Towel. That's what I'm going to call it. Tiffany Bob, you got it. It's going to be called Travel with Towel. So, like, it'll be a segment during the daily news report. And then the other thing is, so the war coverage is continuing. I feel a duty to the people impacted by this war. Even if I'm numb to it, I feel a duty, a perpetual duty, and I will not abandon them. But I'm going to start thinking about how to make this a news channel. Okay, news channels without more than one person aren't just 24 hours a day or 12 hours a day. I gotta think about, like, segments. I hate living by a clock, though. So I want to do it when I want to do it. Like, I'll get up in the morning and I want to do the news at, like, 2. Okay, fine. That's when we'll do the news. And then I want to get up in the morning again and be like, okay, I want to take lunch. And then I want to start again at, like, 6 one day and then 8 one day. It's not traditional television. It won't ever be. You won't be able to set your clocks to my coverage. I don't get to set my clock to anything. So I think that's the best way to do it. It's going to be my personality embodied in a news channel. But I'm going to talk to some colleagues. Like, it's not fully sustainable. And I have to talk to some lawyers about how to, like, make a news channel. Because this is just me, like, operating at a loss to try to, like, do a public service. But I'd like it to be its own institute. I'd like Towel News to be its own thing. So I'm going to talk to, like, the lawyers, and then I'm going to ask them if they'll incorporate it, and then, like, set it up. How it's all going to be done, I don't know. I got to talk to them. We'll get it done. And then over the next year, I'll kind of set it in motion where it will be kind of its own thing. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll watch it. and I'll like allow it to kind of thrive and put like a board in place that I like and feel comfortable with, and I'll make all the decisions. But yeah, I want to do that. I think that's the best way to do it. And I want it to be a B Corp. I want it to be either a Chapter 180 S Corporation or a B Corp, like a public interest corporation. And I want it to be mine. Like it has to be a very specific structure. Like it has to be a public benefit corporation, and then I have to be in charge, but there's a board, but I run the board. And I get 51% voting authority on everything. I don't care about the money. I just can't have anyone telling me I can't report something because they like have too much control and they know some dude who knows some other dude. No, bro. You can come to me and argue about like what should be on there or not. You got to get through me and the lawyers. Oh, that's right. I went to law school, but I'm not a lawyer. Oh yeah, you have to deal with the guy who's been to law school and graduate school for philosophy and undergrad for political science, and who likes to quiz people on Kant. But yeah, I want to kind of just set it up. I have some ideas for colleagues who I want to bring on. I have one very good idea. And then I want to go see you all in the fall. Come to Serbia. I would love that, Elizabeth. That would be fun. I have a dear friend in Split, Croatia. Been meaning to go to Croatia as well. I can take the northern pictures. Oh, you got it. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. That would be wonderful. Mimi, if we could get Towel News set up. Mimi, can you? Well, I don't think a baby goat can be on the board. Mimi, I'm bringing you on board. Mimi, we need to have like a phone meeting. I want to bring you on board. Especially if your friend will set up the corporation, and like, let's do it. Mimi, I want Mimi to be on the board of Towel News. Her only job is to just be herself. Yes, Mimi, this is a great idea. Does anyone object to Mimi being on the board? The baby goat totally gets a vote. I'm putting Ellie in the bylaws. I can't give the goat a vote, but I'm allowing Ellie to attend Towel News board meetings by right in the charter. In our corporate charter, it's going to say the baby goat gets to come to the board meetings. I will accept no negotiation. If the lawyer says that goats can't be in contracts, we're putting Ellie in anyway. This is going to be great. We're going to have the greatest board meetings. It's going to be me, Mimi, and a baby goat. Oh, Tao Mom Lynn. Wait a minute. Tao Mom Lynn, you're in this too. Tao Mom Lynn, would you be on the board? Hold on. So the board is going to be, it's going to be Mimi, a baby goat named Ellie, and then Tao Mom Lynn, and Bunny. Tao Mom Bunny, would you be willing to be on a board if there's not really any obligations? Not the actual editorial team, but it's kind of like the board that oversees the foundation. It's normally like what high level academics get appointed to, but my board is going to be Mimi, a baby goat named Ellie. She probably can't actually be on the board, but I'm going to let her attend board meetings. She's a non-voting goat-based member. I'm making that up. It's my corporation. And yes, Towel Mom Lynn is down. Grant, do I get on the board? Elizabeth, we have to look into whether people from Serbia can be on the board. So my answer is that's it depends. I have to speak to the corporate lawyers, which I don't have yet. But yeah, you might have to have residency. I don't know. Elizabeth, I'll follow up with you. The board may mostly be based on chat moms. Like, I'm gonna think about this very in depth. Okay, it's a very high honor to be on anything with Ellie, the baby goat. This is going to be the only news organization that has a baby goat at its board meetings by rule. Oh, this is going to be great. They were ambushed, JRP? No way. JRP, that can't be right. That would immediately get out on the U.S. news. I guess we could check the U.S. news. I'm not going to bed yet. But no, I would be very surprised at that. I would be very surprised to see that report. Hello, Antonio. Lynn, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing this report. It's no. It would be on every channel. Oh, potential explosion in Tehran. Potential explosion in Tehran. Well, uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on, JRP? But he always goes overboard. Yeah, potentially. But what I will tell you is that there's a potential explosion in Iran. Oh, I would love that rigged outcome. I will totally put a baby goat cam. Well, Mimi has to approve, but baby goat cam. And we'll give Mimi Mimi eats not Mimi. Mimi said that Ellie eats lettuce and carrots. So Ellie gets unlimited lettuce and carrots. That's part of the corporate charter. We're going to have the most... I want this... I think you could just put this in there. You probably can't give an animal a vote. It's probably not okay. I don't know the rules. But you can definitely allow a goat. Like, you can mandate that the goat can attend. We probably don't want to mandate that the goat must attend. Because what if Ellie doesn't want to go one day? What if she wants to just do her thing? Well, we can't have a board meeting unless the goat's there. So I think we have to make it more of a right for Ellie to attend. Just in case anyone tries to stop her. Ma'am, you cannot bring that goat into this building. Yes, I can. The corporate charter says she has a right to attend the board meetings. Oh. Yes, Kanapi, I've seen the confirmation. I do not have video. I don't know who has bombed Iran. The last time this happened, it was an oil field in the south of Iran, and shockingly, the only response was against UAE. I'm only seeing initial reports of it, Kanapi. I do not have any pictures. Okay? I will have a dog to sit in for Ellie. Mimi, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Just in case Ellie's unable to make it, we'll write in that the backup animal can be a dog. I think it would be great just to bring Ellie, as Ellie gets older, just to bring Ellie to a building where the corporate headquarters is, and the security man's like, ma'am, Miss Mimi, you cannot bring in a baby goat or any goat to this building. We have a no animals policy. Is it a service goat? And Mimi's going to be like, nope. And then they're going to be like, well, the goat can't come in. Then Mimi's going to bring up our corporate charter for Towel News and be like, no. Did you see this? This is a corporate charter. She has a right to be in the building. It's going to be the greatest thing. I don't know if you can give animals rights. Oh, that might upset the animal rights people, like saying that. But I just don't know if you can legally entitle an animal to do something. It's a great idea. I know, Balsa. That's what I'm saying. I think Ellie's going to make a great director. She can't have a vote, but she definitely can, weigh in. She can, tell us what to do. We'll give her a marker. We'll, let her draw on things. I'm sure it'll be fine. We're going to give Ellie an office. You know what? As part of this newsroom, I think Ellie, the goat, just gets to have the baby goat. Just Mimi and Ellie can have an office. Okay? We're going to be the only newsroom with a goat. I don't know what Ellie's going to do most of the day. She's probably going to sleep. She sleeps a lot. So I think she'll sleep and eat, hang out with Mimi. And then I'll just all right, Mimi, if you watch the movie, His Girl Friday, and It Happened One Night, that is going to be what the newsroom is going to be like. It's just going to be me in a 1930s reporter's hat with a lot of cigars running around. And I'm just going to say things. I'm going to like direct people to do things, and then you and the baby goat just kind of sit there. Towel Mom Lynn can be in charge of like all like, you know, decorum, and then Bunny and Kofi can kind of guard the place, and we'll have all sorts of friends. But that's like the board. We have to have like 3 people. I think it's limited to 3. I don't remember. There's rules about boards. I got to talk to the corporate lawyer. The point is, this is a great idea. I'm very proud of myself. I should read a story. You got that, Standing Stones. We could do like a serialized reading, as long as it's in the public domain. Some of the Sherlock Holmes stuff is. I have not heard anything about that, Miss Missy, about the power grids and water. I think what that is, Miss Missy, is it's a report that during the war there were detections of attempted attacks. I know that at least the 911 system in Maryland had such an attack back on March 11th. I read it in an indictment or a search warrant affidavit. Oh no, towel's getting tired. Oh, that would be awesome. So Standing Stones, we got to figure out, you have my email, but yeah, I think it would be really cool if like we had an art like segment. I love highlighting art. I highlight Standing Stones art all the time because he's so talented. Alright, I think what we might want to do... What? Whoa. A new art, whoa. What? Oh, there's a lot of dissent in Tehran about the ceasefire discussions. Alright, I gotta go to bed. Or I'm not going to be able to wake up and report to you whatever it is that's about to happen. We'll do a morning show. Alright, Tippecanoe and Tyler too. Yeah, I saw Miss Clutch. Unconfirmed explosions in Tehran. But yeah, I had a really long day. We will get up. We will do this again. There has been a very odd series of developments. I think that's the best way to describe it. There's been a sustained bombing campaign since the ceasefire started, quote unquote. It's not really a ceasefire because a ceasefire is a legal instrument in international law. You don't just say, like, I have a ceasefire. You have to, like, have a start date. You have to have binding terms. You have to sign it. It's a bilateral agreement. What they did, what this was more just like a good faith, just kind of like, I'll stop bombing, you stop bombing. What happened then was Israel bombed Lebanon 100 times in 10 minutes, 7 hours after the ceasefire started. That led to a massive sort of political polarization in Iran, where the IRGC wasn't really in line with the political body. In Iran, the political class and the IRGC are very different. The political class is like the parliament and the foreign minister, etc., etc. And Iran's parliament is like a bulwark against imperialism from 1906. The British didn't want Iran to have a parliament in 1906 and 7 because the British were getting 86 or 84% or whatever it was of Iran's oil rights. The British were a little bit colonialist, to put it lightly. You know, they used to own me and my people too. So anyway, so I sympathize. You know, it's really the British that are the problem. You know, way before Bibi, it was the British. And that's why Kuwait exists and Bahrain. The British just kind of took it one at a time. I think, what came first? I think Bahrain was taken first and then Kuwait was second. Anyway, like the history of Iran during World War I and II is very interesting. Like Russia and Britain just like divided it up. The oil rights were like everything. Anyway, So in the beginning of British colonialism in Iran, the British had a really big split, like 84-16 of the oil rights. AKA the Iranians only got to keep 14% of their oil rights. They were like, it was terrible. So the British said, no, Iran, you can't have a parliament, because the British thought that the Iranians, if they had democracy, would vote for retracting like the worst oil deal in the history of the world, which, to be fair, wouldn't have been an unreasonable thing to do, you know. So the Iranians were like, screw you, Britain, we're gonna make a parliament. So that's why the Iranian parliament exists. But what you must understand is it's like a national monument. It's kind of like a historic, like degraded institution. Not physically, like just politically. It's not really relevant. Like people in the Iranian parliament, like they don't have any power. They say things, a lot of things. Sometimes they tip you off to like intel, like, you know, they're a little braggadocious. But they just say things. It's like a off-gas valve for political dissent. But it parallel to that, the actual power structure is the Supreme Leader, then the Supreme National Council, and then the IRGC. And the IRGC has like an army, a navy, the Quds Force, an intel force, etc., etc., etc. So the political class doesn't control the army. It's designed that way on purpose in Iran, so you can't kill any one person. Well, you can't really kill anyone and stop the chain of command. And the political body, like the president of Iran, there used to be a prime minister, they got rid of that. The president, he doesn't really have any power either, Preshkin or whatever his name is. He's like a functionary. He just kind of says things. He's probably very like frustrated because he's kind of in the middle. It's not really him that's in the middle. It was the other dude, the head of the guy who got assassinated recently. Well, there's a lot of them. But it was more like him. Now, America is definitely more aligned with the army, not the IRGC. Like, the IRGC has an army, but the IRGC is separate from the army. Like, it has its own command and control, and then separate from both of those is the Supreme National Council, and then at the top of that whole thing is the Supreme Leader. And, like, basically, it's a very convoluted system. Like, to map it out would look really weird, because power flows from the top, but the system itself, like decades ago, was designed so that if you kill the top, it keeps going. It's like this very special, I wouldn't call it it's kind of like what we in the West would call a continuity of government plan, or a COG. Like, the goats will inherit the earth, you got it. But yeah, it's kind of like a COG, a continuity of government plan, where like, you can't stop them. They designed their system so that you cannot stop them. Ever. So that's why it's so unique. People don't really get it, but it's also why it's so dangerous, because the IRGC is very tactical. They're the ones who do the trolling. Like, they like grew up on 8chan, 4chan, whatever. Like, they're kind of chill, but they're militant, and they have missiles. Imagine you're like, it's the best way to explain this. You're like cool, if you're like a middle child, imagine the cool older brother who, like, as a kid, like, just knew everything about the internet. And, like, it was chill, you know, but, like, you just got the sense, like, they were very, like, on the internet. Like, they always memed, and, like, they didn't meme in a, like, weird way. They would just, like, know about the memes before they were memes. And, like, most of the time, they would have been, like, desensitized due to, like, the stuff. The stuff you see in the war footage now is stuff those dudes and, like, the, like, Chans have been looking at for years. Bro, they just look at a lot of it. Then what you get from that environment is, like, a very informed generation that's also very desensitized to, like, digital imagery, and then also that's very like ideologically radicalized. Like they really, like if you spend too much time on the internet, whatever section of the internet you spend time on, you will become factionalized. You will find some faction and you'll end up in it. Like that's a classic internet dilemma. Those guys are old school. Like if there's such thing as old school internet, they're like from the early days of the internet. A lot of the resistance groups too, Hezbollah, Blood Guardians, you can see it. The only ones who don't get it, like they kind of all look at the Houthis as a little weird. It's kind of funny because the Houthis are so proper. They're like proper to a fault. They like are very aristocratic. They don't troll at all, bro. Like imagine the Houthis like memeing. People would be like, what? Like the Houthis get up there, they're like the most dignified. They think it's like 1850. I'm not kidding. Like it's like respect, bro. Like they don't like mess around. They're not like funny. But like the point is, like the Houthis talk like it's the 1850s. Iran talks like it's 2026. America talks like there's no way I can say this without being mean. Like America's like propaganda during this war. What's the best way to explain it? Spastic, like incoherent, not cohesive, like not with it, like just kind of like alienated, like I don't know, odd, like it's like someone who's been on Facebook for a while, and so they see a little bit of meme culture, but like mostly it's just like people's like dogs and like some drama. That's kind of what it was like, and you don't want to be on Facebook, bro. Like for like if you spend too much time on Facebook, your life becomes weird. So like America's propaganda was kind of like the like people who spend too much time on Facebook, and you don't want that. Like it's okay. I'm not gonna knock it, bro. It's like good for keeping up with family and all that good stuff. But like, dude, that's not the cutting edge of the internet. Like stuff gets there like weeks and months after it's relevant. So you gotta be like more with it than that. And if Iran's like the Chans and you're over there like on Facebook, you're in a lot of trouble. Like culturally, by analogy. And this war is a lot of like, it's a lot of internet stuff. Like the reason why Iran's in such a dominant position is they're like very relevant. They're just with it. Whatever it is. And I guess I'm the one who's supposed to know what it is. And I guess it, in the Grandpa Simpson like phraseology, it is kind of like, the Lego videos are a good example. We can listen to one more. I'll do the presidents first, then a Lego video, then the outro. I don't think people understand why those Lego videos, I guess some people do, but I don't think anyone understands why they're so impactful. It's because, like, one, like AI is kind of like becoming a thing. And then two, like, Lego is very recognizable. Like, Lego must hate it, but at the same time, it's like, bro, don't make it worse. Like, Pepe the Frog made it, like, the guy who made Pepe the Frog made everything so much worse because he got mad. Like, don't get mad. Just like the Franklin people, like, don't get mad, don't say anything, just shut up. That's the best way to deal with it. But with the Lego videos, like, you know, they just got it. I don't know how to explain it better than that. They understand internet culture, and they understand, like, not being a boomer, but it's very meta. It's like, they're boomers who, they're, like, on the verge. They're, like, I don't know how, but they have this, like, cross-generational sort of, like, respect where their younger generation, like, kind of teaches the older generation about, like, the memes. And then the older generation in Iran just gets it. Like, no army in the world, like, no, like, state would ever do what Iran does unless, like, you have to be so bold to do that. And you gotta be pitch perfect. Otherwise, you'll just be looked at as, like, these fools. But they did it in such a way where, like, They got the moral upper hand. They really cornered Bibi. They will continue to fight this out. And it will change the geopolitical alignment of the Middle East. And it's because they're so good at narrative. They're better at narrative than the Israelis. Bro, the Israeli Hezbollah failed. Nobody sympathizes. I'm serious. I've looked at the sentiment. Nobody sympathizes with Israel's position because Israel's Hezbollah collapsed. Their whole spy network collapsed. Their pressure network collapsed. I've never seen a state with so much power fall from grace so fast. And I covered the whole war in Gaza. They got close a few times to going over the line. But here they actually lost a lot of influence. They lost face. And once you lose face once, it's like Barry Lyndon, bro. You lose face once, you're done. I watched that movie the other day. I love Barry Lyndon. That's one of the best movies of all time. Not... the plot's good. But the visuals are what you gotta watch it for. Alright. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Let's do the presidents. Let's listen to the Lego song and I'm going to bed. I will update you when I wake up. It'll be better. I had a long day because of that robbery, which I then got my phone back. It'll be better if I sleep now, wake up, get some coffee, and then do a morning show. You don't want me to stay up when I'm cranky. We've also been going for 7 hours. I thought we had been going for 2 hours. How does this happen? Oh my word. I just really like spending time with you all, I suppose. I have a lot of passion for news. 7 hours. This was a light day. How did this happen? Wow. Alright, presidents, let's do it. Alright, so of course you got President Washington. You can't forget about President Washington. And then, of course, you got President Adams, then President Jefferson, then President Madison. Now I skip 5, 6, 7. I know them, but I don't know them in order. President 8, of course, got that from Seinfeld. The Van Buren boys is Martin Van Buren. 9, I don't know. 10, 11, 12, not sure. I gotta work on those. 13 is Andrew Jackson, the bank wars. Can't forget about that. Then I pick up on Tippecanoe and Taylor too. So it's Polk, Tyler, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There you go. Shout out Triple Bob. He loves Tippecanoe. Who else do you know recites the presidents in order to before Lincoln, while relaxing at the end of a stream and saying goodnight? Isn't it fun? That's how we test my mental acuity at the end of the day. We recite the presidents. It is the best, Penny. I've grown fond of you too, Elizabeth. You're wonderful. Well, that's absolutely cool with me. I think you are just the best, Balser. How is it actually spelled? Balazer. I just think you're wonderful. I think you embody the perfect, microcosm of Americana. I would watch The Sandlot with you on July 4th and have a cookout. Or go to a college football game. Hashtag towel in the South. Towel's coming south in the fall, I think. I'm making an executive decision. I'm coming to visit you all to go to college football games. Alright, so this is Public Information Service. If you want to help me out, I think we got to get me through, like, I don't know, 10 something more days. Then we'll be all right for a little bit. There's a Cash App. I didn't do a donation read once today, but you all were doing it in the chat. There's a Cash App. Moneysign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There is a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. If you're on Revolut, revolut.me/@Grant Smith Ellis. That's a good way to help if you're in Europe. I learned about Revolut. I think it was from my friend Hashim Karim. I don't remember. It was a really cool app, though. Like, once I got it, it was, like, really cool to learn about. It's very useful when you're traveling in Europe, which I don't plan to do anytime soon. Maybe a layover, but anyway. All right, Antonio, it's so good to see you. I am from Massachusetts, Razor, the great state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth, so to speak. But yes, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. It is Towel News. All right, I've been grateful to have you all with me. Thank you for have you all with me today. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. If you learned something today, if you want to pay it forward, this public information service is designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use a little entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma. Try not to be too, like, morbid or sordid, sardonic. It's really just used so you don't have to look at war imagery all the time. I read some literature that said breaking it up is healthy for you, so that's what we do. I use that entertainment, as I mentioned, to educate and entertain, to educate and inform. They are an engendering cogent public discourse and warding off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. Very grateful, as I mentioned to you all, but if you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so today, ladies and gentlemen. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. Yes, you can look for a reason, especially today, to donate to our homeless veterans or our service members or their families. They put their lives on the line for our freedoms, and the least we can do is help them should they need it. You can also consider a donation to animal shelters run by veterans. Great way to help our furry friends. You know, speaking of our furry friends, I got to bring up Pete Bunny Towel for you. This is the channel mascot. His name is Pete Bunny Towel. He's a card stand right now because Towel Mom, Bunny, and Bo, and Kofi. Kofi's a mascot too. He's adorable. Kofi and Bunny and Bo, they send me these wonderful cards, like a Jerry Lawler card, and a Arcanine card, and a Kofi Kingston card because of Kofi. So Pete Bunny Towel, the channel mascot, he loves Francine. He wanted to say hi to his friend Francine. Francine loves Pete Bunny Towel. He's like her favorite, and she is his favorite. So everybody wins. And Pete Bunny Towel, he shows up sometimes. Now, he's not an animal. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny. So you can't eat him, and he doesn't really do anything. But yeah, he's the channel mascot. We love Pete Bunny Towel. So anyway, if you want to donate to animal shelters run by veterans or service members, that's a great way to help our fur friends and service members or veterans. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters in general if you cannot find an animal shelter or program run by veterans or service members. Now, if you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to The Big Issue, great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as reaching out, smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or yes, even donating or giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. Oh, Francine's back because she wanted to say hi to her friend Peep. She's so happy because she's done ironing. Good job, Francine. Yes, in that way, may we change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And, as such, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, therein bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all, and I'm so grateful I got to spend this time with you today. Mimi says, we love you, Grant. First you need a donation to help you pay for your adventure around the world. You're wonderful, Mimi. Hashtag we love Ellie the baby goat and Mimi. Mimi sends such positive energy, and she loves Jesus and prays for peace And at least for the moment, I don't know if it's going to last. We have a few minutes apiece. Oh, welcome, the Razor. I'm so glad you became a towel fan. You now have special emojis. Let's see. Grant Smith Ellis, let me know before you leave on your travels. I'm going to send you cash so none of the middlemen get any of it. Just give me a P.O. box or address so you get the money. Oh, Balsar, you are so kind. You are so kind. Feel free to send me an email anytime at Grant Smith Ellis. So it's Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com, and I will set that up. I'm also going to set up a P.O. box. I just haven't had time. But yes, if you ever need to reach me, Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com. Oh, where's Peep Bunny? So, Francine, Peep Bunny is a card stand. Towel Mom Bunny and Bo and Kofi, they sent some cards, and I wanted to display them. So I inadvertently, I didn't know this would happen, but I set Peep Bunny up to, hold them. And then, he permanently became a card stand. I'm going to take them down and put them on a shelf soon. But, Peep Bunny, he's just, a card stand. He is that picture. If I took you over with the camera to where he is on his bed, he has his own bed. If I showed you it, he'd be in that exact position. He has not moved for 2 weeks. El Cid, it's so good to see you. So we are in a precarious ceasefire. There was firing at Tel Aviv earlier from Hezbollah. The naval base in Ashdod was hit, but it has been quiet since. I will be back with you. We heard rumors that Tehran may have been bombed, unconfirmed. Liberty St. J, my favorite educated super yapper, please get rest. Oh, God bless you. Liberty St. J, it is bedtime. Great work today. God has a great grand plan, Grant says Mimi. I agree. All right, so we'll be back together tomorrow. It's Friday. I only have one thing tomorrow. It's the 4 o'clock thing I have to do every week. So check in on that. We'll see. Maybe the briefing won't happen. Maybe things will be easier. But yeah, I gotta do some things. I'll set up the stream when I wake up. You probably will see me, 1:30, 2 p.m. Eastern. Depends how I'm feeling. Oh, wait, I might do a morning stream and then take a break in the afternoon. I have a very important thing planned. And then I'll come back in the evening, depending on developments. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 9:43 p.m. 9:43 p.m. U.S. ceasefire time. It's Thursday, April 9th, 2026. It's 3:43 a.m. in South Africa. It's 4:43 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 5:13 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Wishing you all a very good night. Thank you very much to Laura and Mimi and Francine and Elsie and Penny and Elizabeth and Erin Gobra and Liberty St. James and Mimi. Oh, yeah, I agree. Pete Bunny's trying to sleep through the war. I don't blame him either, Mimi. Sweet dreams, Tiffany Bob. God bless you, Balsar. God bless you. Tiffany Bob was here. So many Tower friends. Thank you for being you today. Thank you, Liberty St. James and Rigged Outcome, and of course the Razor. Oh, and Penny, you are also wonderful, and Antonio, and Elizabeth, and Pick a Handle was here. Oh, and D. Meyer was here, and CBA, you're also wonderful, and Donald. Oh, hi Donald, how you been? And Miss Busy, it was so good to see you. Oh, God, and Rigged Outcome. Rigged Outcome makes me think of the environs of Canada. And Kanapi was here. Hi, Kanapi. And JRP. It was so good to see you. Oh, God bless all of you. I had such a good time talking with you all. Kitty Coco. God bless you. Inmanstan was here. Hi, Inmanstan. I can't wait to talk to you all more. Good night, sweet dreams. Praying that peace continues. Sending love from Boston. Your lovable, loyal host, Grant Smith Ellis, signing off. praying for continued peace and praying for our soldiers and those of our allies and all the animals and the baby goats and the sheep and also the dogs and the cats and the penguins and the eels and any other animals we need to pray for. And most of all, God bless these United States of America, and God bless all of you, and may God protect this earth. Signing off from Boston, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night. God bless. Mimi says, all your friends care about you, Grant. Take care. I will take care of myself, Mimi. God bless you. Thank you for everything. Yes, it was a busy day, Francine. Good night. God bless. Be well. See you tomorrow. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Equator, welcome to the channel. Enjoy your towel wrench. What a great way to sign off. Good night and God bless, world. Towel loves you very much. God bless you, Antonio. Thank you for your kind words. Antonio says, sadly, people like that guy never learn their lesson until someone humbles them. Props to you intervening, though, Grant. You're a good man. God bless you.